Yeah.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's game 47, the second semi-final of the World Cup in 2023 at India. It's Kolkata, it's Eden Gardens, beautiful stadium. It's Australia versus South Africa. Now, I want South Africa to win. I'm just putting my colours on the mast right there and then, and the right thing has happened because South Africa have won the toss and have elected to bat, which I think all of us will probably agree is their strongest suit, and they are better off doing it first because, well, they might choke if they have to chase. So I will give you the teams, and then I will introduce my compadres for the first session. The playing 11s, I think they put it in Tabraiz Shamsi is the only change, I think, for South Africa in the last team. Temba Bavuma, Quinton de Kock, Rassie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Marco Jansen, Keshav Maharaj. Kurtz is preferred to Ngidi, Kagiso Rabada and Tabraiz Shamsi. And Australia have two changes. Out goes Stoinis and out goes Abbott, I think. Travis Head, David Warner, Mitchell Marsh, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Glenn Maxwell, Josh English, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazelwood. I am joined from the weather cave, as per normal, by Messi Jez, who is going to give us a quick weather report.
Welcome, Bear. Welcome, Annie. I can tell you that it's not going to be so hot today. High 20s, 28 or so, 29. Very humid, but nobody knows what the weather's actually going to do. There's a massive weather system in the Bay of Bengal. The fringes are cutting around Calcutta, and the predictions range from no rain to 60% chance of rain.
Huh.
So I suspect we may get some interruptions today. And they'll try and complete it in the one day, but if they don't, they've got tomorrow as a reserve day.
Ugh. I really hope it doesn't go into tomorrow. That would really fuck me up. Morning, Annie. How are you? Just crawled out of bed. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I got back late yesterday from Scotland, and I'm a little bit knackered, to be honest. So.
Fair enough.
Yes, but it's very rainy here, but it's lovely to be here.
Well, you've got 2 sessions, then you can have a long kip.
Yeah, I think I will.
We should have drunk so much whiskey and eaten so much haggis. That's the thing.
What were you doing up there in Scotland?
I was doing a talk to Glasgow Cricket Society, and then the next night Edinburgh. So it's the Scottish Cricket Society, basically. One in Glasgow, one in Edinburgh.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Cool. What do you think is going to happen today?
God, look at Head. Honestly, he looks like he's in the 70s, doesn't he?
I know.
I think, unfortunately, I think Australia are going to win.
Don't say that.
But like you, Bear, I'd very much like to see South Africa in the final, and I'd really, really like to see someone win it who hasn't won it before. But.
Well, New Zealand are out of that half of the equation, aren't they? So that was
exactly.
That was quite a good game for about 30 overs yesterday, pretty much until Phillips got out. Who thought they're in with a shout.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say, Kohli did had an amazing innings. He's an amazing player, and wow, it was Kohli Day yesterday, really, wasn't it?
Well, Shreyas Iyer had it better, I thought.
Well, yeah, but it was. Yeah.
But it's Kohli Day. It's always Kohli Day.
Well, it was Kohli Day because when he
got his 50th 100th in ODI,
exactly.
Beat Sachin's record, yeah. And you know what? He did it in pretty much half the games as well.
Yeah. I'll give you a prediction too, Bear. I think this game will be determined by this first power play.
Well, yeah, that
may have an impact. But if Australia can really swing it in this overcast conditions and take 2 or 3 wickets in the power play, it could break the game open.
Oh yeah,
if not, I think South Africa will make 380, 400.
Well, I'm in total agreement with you. I think it comes down to I'm not so worried about Temba. He's done pretty much fuck all for most of the game. But I mean, most of the tournament. If Quinton Reeser, and Heinrich Klaas and Aidan Markram and Miller and Rassi, any 2 of those get a decent innings, I think this is going to be a good game.
We need a Klaus and Miller sort of
finish
partnership.
I'd like to see them get loads of runs, but I do fear that Stark with a swinging ball at the top of the order could just.
They'll probably all be out for about 220 now. We've said
exactly, which will be a bit depressing. Anyway, let's give some jingles for the opening batters.
Nice little mover. Front foot, back foot groover. Now it will behoove ya to keep an eye on.
Opening the bowling, unsurprisingly, is we might get his first ball first. We are indeed. Mitchell Stark is coming to bowl the first ball of the second semi-final, and it's defended back to him by Quinton de Kock, who's facing at the other end. Mitchell Stark sounds like this.
He's not Jeff, he's not Sean, he's not Rod, he's not Daniel, he's not Jack.
Except if it's not Mitchell Marsh, of course it's not fucking Mitchell Marsh. Wake up, man. It's
I'm not the only one who's
Mitchell Stark. Fucking Mitchell. Into the second ball to Quinton de Kock, who clips that sweetly off his toes. And I think they get the first run. They do, as it's a slight misfield at square leg, just like Travis Head is there. And they're up and running.
Yeah, that one's a bit off target, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing.
Plenty of shape on both of those balls.
And that's what you fear when it comes to Mitchell Stark. I mean, he is so good if the ball is swinging at the top of the order. He bowls quick, always has. one of the
Time
finest.
for Bavuma to get a really good score.
It'd be nice. I mean,
Yeah,
if
it would
he gets a score, he usually scores pretty quick. And
Yeah,
this is it.
exactly.
If Quinton Cock stays there, you know they're going to get a good start. Stark is into Bavuma, swings into him, absolutely no foot movement. But he manages to play it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He didn't move his feet at all. It was like they were in concrete blocks.
Yeah, he's been watching Maxwell bat, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if Australia win and Maxi does that again, it'll be an exhilarating final, and I'll have to hand it to him.
Yeah.
But any other way, fuck off, basically.
So you want Maxwell to go through, but not Australia.
Yeah. Maybe it's to start watching the IPL. I don't know. Stark in. No, that's wide.
Oh.
It's got to be given as a wide, isn't it? Please be given as a wide. No. No, I thought that was over the line, but no. Umpire does not.
The umpire, it looked like he was going to put his arms out. But,
He did for a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Inglis has not really performed. I guess they've just kept him in the
150,
side.
I think.
And of course, you've got that stodgy middle order of Smith and Labuschagne.
Yep.
I like that stodgy. That is.
Well, for an ODI,
stodgy's a good word.
it's a pretty stodgy middle order. You can afford one, but not both. Mitchell Stark is in, and Temba leaves that through to the keeper, and there is no run.
He's definitely tempting, isn't he? His angle is definitely tempting the batsman.
Well, as we figured out, it's such an important game. Whilst you do have to get off to a decent start and hit the bad ball, you don't have to take stupid risks. It's a semi-final. They certainly know this South African side that they can catch up. They've had two of the fastest hundreds in the tournament so far, probably. Aidan Markram and Heinrich Klaassen.
Yeah, Clausen's was
That was against
quite
us.
something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Stark in. Oh, edge gone. There's the first wicket, but it is Temba. He has had a pretty poor tournament. I didn't manage to get my under on. Stupid fucker. Anyway.
How many times have we heard that?
Yeah, I know. Temba Bavuma has just prodded at one. It's going across. It's swinging back into him, and he's just played.
Again, no foot movement.
Yeah,
though.
no,
I mean, he
absolutely
just-
no foot movement at all. Caught behind by Inglis. The first wicket falls. It's 1 for 1 for South Africa.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And something that always sticks in my head is what Kat has been telling us all along, is that, unfortunately Australia know how to fucking win.
Yeah, they really do.
They really do. When a fucking shit hits the fan, they know how to drag
Yeah.
it out of themselves.
I mean, even though they started the tournament poorly, I mean, you
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Even though they've got a side that everyone agrees, it's like when they won the T20 2 years
Yeah.
ago. I mean,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
side
that
should not
was-
be winning an ODI
Yeah.
World Championship. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to support. It's so difficult. An India-Australia final. Who do you want to win?
Oh, I know. It's really tricky. I mean, part of me wants India to win so that they continue to support, so we continue to get 50 over World Cups.
Well, I suppose, that would. Yeah, they'd want to be continuing World Championship.
Yeah.
But they're so arrogant. It's at home. They look like they're going to breeze it. It'd be quite nice if it all hiccuped at the end. But then if it was
But
Australia,
you don't want Australia.
well, that's what I mean.
just don't want
Got to have South Africa winning today, and then it's all good for the final. I can support the
Who
South
do you want
African.
to win? Who do you want to win, Messi?
Well, of course I wanted Australia to win, but I've got to say, the way they've played so far, India deserve to win.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, if you were to say,
absolutely
yeah, exactly.
do.
I mean, the way they bulldozed the tournament, you can't see anyone else winning, really, can you? That one goes
Wow.
across Quinton de Kock. Who is at the other end? I shall give you his jingle. He hasn't faced the. Oh, he did. He faced the first ball, but I didn't give you his jingle. Here it is.
Quinton the Cock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful at cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wickets.
And bowling is.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood.
And he comes into the Cock. Who edges? But he edges it past the slip. There is a slip in. First / second slip. But he edges it past them down to third man, where Mitchell Stark is fielding. Yeah, and that was the one that went straight on to Timber, wasn't it? He played for it swinging in, and it didn't swing as much as he thought. He played that line.
Clever over from start.
Well, yeah, that's how he bowls at the top of the order. He's
Yeah.
always dangerous, and he's quick. You know, he's bowling up in the high 80s, early 90s. It's not easy to adjust.
We have a super chat from Stephen Kelk, who's given us €2 because Lord Zampa must prevail. He's going to give us another €8, I think, if Zampa gets 3 wickets today.
Okay, well,
Thank you, Stephen.
I'll want Zampa to get 3 wickets.
I want more than bloody $8, Kelky. That's short, and through the keeper, and there's no run.
Every
There's no
little
such thing
bit
as a
helps,
happy
Bear.
bear.
I know. I'm being facetious, but
You are.
but it's hard when there are teams you really dislike. Well, not dislike personally, I suppose, but the whole idea of them winning is just painful.
Yes.
Especially when we've been
And
so
answer
shite.
for Winan Grudling as to why the score's not appearing on our screen anymore. We think that's one of the things that might have helped have us struck down previously. So unfortunately, we've had to remove it.
Moressi van der Dussen defends that back to Hazelwood, who's on the money this morning. And
Is that really the case?
Well, I don't know. I mean, one of the things in the lawsuit that's currently stuck in the Supreme Court, one of them is Star, whoever the broadcaster is, claims they have the right to information from the ground. So theoretically, you can't show live scores. And if you do, they can say, that's our information, you're not allowed to show it. Which is a bullshit argument, because they don't do it to Cricinfo or anyone else, but they do it to us, because we're doing it on a picture, with a picture of the background of a ground supposedly nicking their feed. So that's worked up to mid-on, it's no run. So it's one of the things that makes us stick out. Whereas if they came here now to our YouTube feed and saw cats and us talking in front of it, yes, they could turn it on and we would be talking about the cricket, but they couldn't claim that we were nicking anyone else's content, because clearly we're not. And so I think they would have a problem striking us. When we're not broadcasting in India, we'll go straight back to having it how we used to have it. It's just because when you're doing stuff in India, this has happened so often. When we do test series in India, we get constantly struck. When we play India in a test series in England, we constantly get struck. That one's a cracker of a delivery from Hazelwood.
Lovely ball, yeah.
Good length.
Had to play at that.
Had to play at that. Nipped back. I think it went between bat and legs, and maybe caught the back leg of Van der Dussen as it went through to Inglis behind, and no run to end the over. Messi, I suppose you ought to give us some socials. We haven't had any yet.
Yeah, we've got lots of company. Farong's sent us a weather map, which shows the cyclone skirting Kolkata. Dessert has sent us a lovely picture from a very, very small kitchen in Paris, saying watching the biggest game in the world on the smallest screen in the world in whites in Paris, which is a great picture. It looks like they haven't even got room to sit down to watch it.
It is. It looks very old-fashioned as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. Mog says, oh my God, hello. Fuck Australia.
Stark bowling, tempting Quinton de Kock with a foolish one wide outside off stump, swinging away, and Quinton went at it, and there's no run. I'd like to see Quinton get 100 today. If he got 100, you'd fancy South Africa, because someone will stick with him. And I do think that this Australian side can get callow when it all goes away from them.
Yeah, but I mean, the ball is definitely doing something. It's definitely moving, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you've got to get through it. It's not going to do it for long, I wouldn't have thought. It never does with a white ball, does it? Then it becomes quite hittable. Quinton de Kock skews that off the outside off the bat. It is swinging. I think you've got to get used to the swing and then just play for that. Trying to clip it on the leg side, big fat outside half of the bat, goes along the ground to gully, no run.
No one's able to middle the ball yet at all.
Nope. Just got to stick it out. Plenty of time to catch up with this team.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care how many runs they score by 10 overs, as long as they've still got wickets in hand.
I think so. I think that's the way they need to play it. No more than 2 down. And ideally at 2 down, you want to still be at about 80. But they're not playing that way. 2 for 1. Stark is in to Quinton de Kock's on his pads. He's an appeal for LBW. Piss off, Stark. It's miles down the leg side. And I'll get a leg by.
I bet he's glad you're not the umpire.
Yeah, he'd be the most abusive umpire in history.
Exactly.
And biased.
Are they not seriously thinking of reviewing that, are they? I hope not.
No. Nobody ever get a wicket except a spinner. And that was
Yeah.
and an Australian spinner would never get a wicket.
I
No,
don't.
not a
I don't
chance.
think I've ever given an LBW out when I've stood in as an
Well, you're a
umpire.
bowler. Of course you haven't.
I know. And there
Yeah.
probably some absolute plum ones I've not given as well. You know.
I bet the bowling side are always pleased to see you.
Well, I hate umpiring. I find it one of the most boring things in the world, umpiring.
You like scoring?
No, hate that too. Stark, I like playing. Stark, down the leg side. That'll probably be a wide, unless it touched a bit of pad. No, it's a wide. First of the day. Let's give it a little tune. Yeah, didn't like all doing all that. I like to play, sit on the edge of the boundary,
And
watch.
drink beer and smoke.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Mogus just sent us $10, and he
Hey!
says, "Where do I send the picture?"
And send it to the Gmail, not the Jingles one, the normal Gmail. Moggy.
GorillaCricket@gmail.com.
Make sure it's landscape.
There you go.
And it's of his cat.
Hopefully it's Murderface. That one's driven back to the bowler by Van der Dussen. Again, no bloody foot movement whatsoever.
No.
Prodding at the ball for months.
Maybe
outside his
the
off stump.
ground is really sticky or something.
Well, this is the ground where it turned a lot. This is where Pakistan played England the other day, wasn't it? And they reckon this is the most turny of wickets. And so I'm not expecting big score, to be fair.
No.
What did England?
No,
well,
you guys
England
are
managed to
wrong
get what 330 against Pakistan. If you get in, I think you can get runs. But I think it's one of those wickets where you kind of need to get yourself in.
It definitely does feel like it's sticking to the ground.
That one's across Van der Dussen. He saw that it wasn't come back into him early and left it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Mog's a rebel. He says, "Fuck off with your landscape fascism."
Well, I'm sorry, but otherwise it just gets really blown up because it needs to fill the screen, and obviously it's the wrong orientation. As you'll
It's a
notice.
great name for a cat, isn't it? Murderface.
Yes. Well, you know,
It's very appropriate. The picture you showed us yesterday. Jesus.
it was. It was very much sort of horror movie Coppola, deadly cat business. Van der Dussen facing up. Last ball of Stark's second over, and it's across him, and it's left alone. Through
He's
to the
really
keeper, and there's no
tempting
run.
that wide.
He is trying to tempt them, isn't it? I know it's not full enough really to flash at it, though, is it?
A few people on YouTube. MM says, "Morning, Gorillas. This is the game of the tournament." Fidelma Carroll. Hello, Fidelma. Hello, all. Good luck to the Proteas. Fidelma.
Well, you don't agree, do you?
No,
Messi?
she's obviously going for the people who haven't won before rather than those who've won 5. Good morning, everyone, says Silvery Beams, as does Stephen Kelk. Stephen Kelk says, now that England and Netherlands have been eliminated, I think I'd like Australia to win. Feels strange to say that.
Yeah.
And and F1 World Racing Channel says, "Hi, good people. Can you please sing the Cadbury Cream Eggs and song from the 80s? Thanks, Raj." There's fuck all chance of that happening from me, Raj, I can tell you.
Well, yeah, I don't even know what it is.
I
I
don't
can't remember
either.
that one. Hazelwood bowls across Van der Dussen. Sorry, with Quentin de Kock. Seems to take off a little bit. Very full and wide. And Inglis has to take it above his head. No run.
And Leah says, "Fucking hell, what was Bavuma doing?"
He was being Bavuma. He had a pretty poor tournament, really. Unfortunately, Bavuma has lots of really good times when I never see him.
Exactly. That's the same I feel like.
And he's one of those players who clearly has a lot of talent and occasionally does good things when I watch him, as that's through the keeper and there's no run. But he says to me, whenever I've seen him, he seems to be a bit of an underachiever for the amount of time he's been given in the side.
Maybe you should stop bloody well watching him. Then.
Well, I don't
Maybe
watch
he'll
him
do
very
well.
often, but that's it. He just doesn't. He doesn't seem to do very well against England in the Test side. He got that 100, I guess, in last time we were in South Africa. It was a long time ago. But yeah, and I've seen him occasionally blaze at the start of a T20, but not often enough.
No, well, he definitely
And he hasn't scored
definitely
many.
didn't look right this time.
No, he's and you need him. He's your skipper. He's supposed to be sort of leading the side, isn't he? That's worked off Quinton's thigh, knee, out to square leg, and he'll get himself a single.
Mike says, if you want Australia to win over India, you're clearly racist and automatically cancelled and doxed. I don't make the rules.
Oh,
Yeah.
crikey. Murderface is going to look lovely on YouTube. Okay, are you ready for this, Pete?
It's an evil laugh. Oh, God.
It's a funny picture you should want to put up and shame your cat, but that one is guided behind square, but is fielded by Point, and there is no run.
Yes, I think you two are right. They're really not trying to score particularly at the moment, are they? They're just trying to hang on in there.
Such a contrast to India's approach, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, there he is.
It actually puts
in all his glory.
Australia in a much stronger position because they can keep their attacking fields without having to worry nearly. as
Morning,
much.
Gary. Gary has
That's
turned
right.
up with tone. Oh, wow, that's a decent ball. Well, Hazelwood thinks there was something on it.
Whoa.
Well, he got one right against someone else, didn't he? Where everyone else didn't think. Or no, that was Labuschagne, wasn't it? Joe Root
Oh,
getting an edge. Squared him up anyway. It's gone through to the keeper.
sorry, I just said whoa when I saw the picture of Murderface on the YouTube.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think. Could you send me the link, Messi?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
And yeah, that was quite close to the bat. It was a decent delivery. I mean, this is the problem. I mean, you have to say.
It was, but you can see space between it, can't you? I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
what
you
you think
can.
it hit.
No, there was definitely
Must have
nothing
hit
there.
the thigh.
No, it was nowhere near the thigh.
Didn't
either.
he? No, it didn't even hit anything.
He's just hearing things in his head, hasn't he?
Yeah. We all
I
do
sent it
that.
on WhatsApp.
Oh, big
Oh,
inside
thank
edge
you.
down towards fine leg. It won't be a full. There's still yet to get one of those this innings. It's a good opening. I mean, partnership. I mean, what you can say, Stark and Hazelwood, one of the two best opening bowlers in the world. If the ball's doing stuff, you know, in any format, really, not easy to face.
Well, I think Murderface looks very cute. But those
Yeah.
eyes are quite
Yeah, he
scary.
doesn't look very happy at that point, does he?
Really doesn't.
Stephen Kelk says, I have my sound off again, but I can barely imagine what Mog has sent. And Jay says, so we will have cricketing cats over the entire India series this winter, I assume.
Well, no,
That's
we'll
from
start.
Hank.
And possibly not. That's worked into the leg side, and it goes out to mid-on. There's no. As far as I know, these strikes have to be done manually. So basically, what happens is it's not like ID content. Like, so if we play a tune, whenever we get these copyright infringements for playing music, it's because the content has been ID'd. Because it's uploaded, and obviously they've got some AI algorithm that picks it all out, which is why it gets it wrong so often. But hey, there you go. Whereas for doing what we're doing, someone actually has to manually find us. So presumably people will be running around looking for shit, and it's only when you get found that you get struck, and then all the problems start. So we'll probably start off doing it how we normally do it. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. But I guarantee you, if we play 5 tests in India, we will get struck.
Yeah.
If not in the first test, sometime in the second or third test. We'll get struck before the end of the series. And at that point, we will change back to cats. So we'll start off doing it how we normally do until we get struck.
Does it depend what photos are sent in there?
What, for this? No.
Yeah. No.
Because these are
Well,
stills for a
no.
start. They're not even video. So
No, right.
Yeah.
and because we're not
We've got
rep-
another super chat from Raj for F1 World Racing Channel. Sent us $5 Canadian. This is, are you great people going to cover England or West Indies in a month's time?
well,
Probably not. We don't think we've got anybody who's going to be able to man the studio
well,
for that.
well. Tony's talking about he might want to do it. That's
Oh.
driven
I'd like
out.
to do it.
That's driven
but-
out to the covers, and there's no run. I mean, I might feel different in a month's time, but at the moment, I feel absolutely drained. I've been doing so
I
much.
bet you do. It's been a really long haul, the World Cup.
Yeah. I mean, Messi too. I mean, I guess Messi's doing it from home, but And
Yeah,
I've been doing daily highlight show as well, which is, you know.
So I think I was trying to work it out. I think this is my 37th match. Something
God,
like that.
Messi. What are you going to do?
But I loved it.
Stop doing this.
I know.
That's thrown up wide and driven square once more. Is that Davey Warner? It's Davey Warner.
It looked like Davey Warner to me.
That's point. Feels that.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
no
this is really, really great bowling from both these openers.
It
they're
is.
not
It's
It's the
giving
best
any
they've
chance.
bowled all
Yeah,
series. Actually.
incredible.
Well, that's what I mean.
Great conditions.
Bloody Australians know,
Yeah.
know how to win.
How dare they?
Exactly. Don't have any of the flakiness that everyone else seems to have.
I like this on the on the screen. It said Australia, good bowling.
Yeah.
Hey, look, that's a 2.
And smashed out into the outfield by Rassie van der Dussen, driven through the covers, and he'll get himself 2. So this will not be a
Mog
maiden.
says Murderface is a she, you cruel
Oh,
bastard.
okay. Sorry, Murderface S.
Yeah, she looks pretty.
Yeah.
Looks lovely.
She probably prefers other haircuts.
Yeah. What was that operation for? Was that the brain tumour or whatever it was?
Can't remember.
That's driven by van der Dussen as that swings into his pads by last ball of his third over, the 5th over. South Africa 8 for 1 after 5 overs. Quinton de Kock is 3 and van der Dussen is 3. Over to you, Messi.
Stephen's seen the picture. It says scream NSFW / me gives Murderface a cuddle. Oh, how very sweet of you. Josie X says morning. Keep thinking that cat is licking the bear's head. That was from a little while ago, as you can see. Bring on the South African collapse, says Sapun. My heart wants them in the final, but my head knows they won't make it. And Cricket Take says, morning, people. Just learnt that the percentage of precipitation on the weather report means something other than what I thought it means while looking at the one for this match. You learn something new every day. The other thing you learn is that actually those percentages are meaningless because they're guessing anyhow.
Which isn't very clever. That one is short of a length, and Quinton de Kock turns it into the leg side with no timing to mid wicket, and there ain't no run.
8 for 1 off 5.1. It's not exactly rocketing along, is it? It's test match-esque.
Yes.
It is. Yeah. Which for de Kock is a real surprise,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah, well, it just shows how well they're bowling. I mean,
It does.
he's got to absolutely stay there if he can, and he knows that.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean,
10 overs, you know.
that one squares him up completely. It goes out on the offside and there's no run. Maybe it wasn't such a good decision to bat first.
Yes,
The
I
bit-
was wondering that.
It looks like there's a bit in the pitch as well as in the air,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because a couple of them have gone right over the batsman, haven't they? Really high.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit too paced, I don't know.
Possibly. New ball thing as well.
Mog says it's a mast cell tumour just under her eye, apparently, the operation was.
No.
Oh, poor thing.
Poor thing.
Yeah.
That's full. And Quinton de Kock gets right forward and pushes it back. Hazelwood feels on his follow through. Run rate 1.45. Rapid.
Wow. Haven't seen that too often for South Africa, have you?
No.
No, I mean, it's a really good start for Australia. It's exactly what they want.
It is, and imagine now if they get another one of these two
I
out as
know.
well, then you think, ugh. I guess Aidan Markram next, but you don't want really good Klassen coming in 10th over or something.
No.
That smashed up in the air.
It's really
gone a
high.
long way up, and it's been caught. Oh my God!
God.
Quinton de Kock has gone. He's tried to break the shackles. Hazelwood has taken the wicket. Bloody Australians doing it again. And we have to say goodbye, Quinton de Kock. He's out for 3 or 14.
8 for 2. Oh my God.
8 for 2 for South Africa. Bloody hell. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Did you
That's
get under for that one?
exactly,
No, I didn't.
exactly what they don't need, because they've kept the run rate. You know, the run rate is really low, and then you get 2 wickets as well. And it's just like,
It is indeed.
ugh.
So I'll catch up on a few tweets
Yep.
in the meantime. Stan the Statistician says, "Morning, gents. Here's today's noteworthy statistic. Umpire Menon is the first umpire to umpire at international level whose first name is a palindrome." That's very good. Thank you, Stan. Those are the sort of stats we like.
Lovely stat.
Leah says, "Hey, Bear, if I were to get a comms team for some of the games for the India tour of South Africa, would you put the audio feed on the website instead of replays?"
Ooh, if we could find a
can
way of
come back to
doing
you
it.
on that.
I'll have to come back to you on that, yeah.
Cricket Blitherman says, "Poor little murder face. I hope they're doing okay." Cricket Take says, "Pretty much 2007 semis tribute here by South Africa." Tim Daley says, "Tender Bavuma in 17 ODIs this year, averages 52.13. That includes every World Cup game before today. Fantastic year. Shit World Cup." And finally, Flash Score Cricket Commentator says, "Been a few players like this in the World Cup. Baba, another one, is underperformed during the port tournament." Yeah,
Yep.
that's very
Yeah, well, fucking all of England are
Needs
pretty
to
much
see
underperformed.
Butler.
Butler has massively underperformed. Root has
Yeah.
underperformed. Harry Brook was an unknown entity. Bairstow's underperformed.
God, yeah.
Hazelwood in. Oh dear, what was Markram playing out there? Fishing at one. It looked like he was going to leave it, and then at the last minute he had a little fish at it. Fortunately, he missed it, and it went through to the keeper. We'll give him a little jingle. It is this guy.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! 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 Aiden Markram.
That's a great jingle.
It is, isn't it? But he's being bowled to by Hazelwood. He just defends it up to mid-off. And there
I
is
mean, South
no run.
Africa have to really think sensibly here, because 8 for 2 off 6 overs is, they're losing wickets and they're not scoring runs. It's
Well, they think back to India being 2 for 3 and say, well, we can recover from this.
no,
They can definitely recover from it. They need the ball to stop doing a little bit, which it will do soon. Start working some singles, get in. There's always time to accelerate in these games, and they've got to believe that with the firepower they've got lower down the order, they can be not very far after 20 overs, as long as they got wickets in hand at the end. The ball's older, the players are tired, are out in the field.
Lovely tweet here from
catch up.
Kiwi by Day. Says, "I've been a cricket fan my whole life. First heroes were Kim Hughes and Dean Jones.
Hey.
Although I actually know nothing about it. I wouldn't know a seam bowler from a swing bowler and don't care, but I really love the entertainment you cricket nerds provide." Thank you so
Aw.
much.
Thank you very much. Stark is in, and it's defended out into the covers by Rassie van der Dussen. There ain't no
So
run.
basically, we could just talk a load of shit and he'd still like it, or she'd still like it.
Well,
Well,
we do.
some would say we do, yeah, Danny.
Excellent.
Oh dear.
I initially thought that Quinton had got away with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you got to think, after these two opening bowlers, you've got bloody Pat Cummins coming out next at you.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Sounds
Zampa's
bad.
going to get 3 wickets,
Yeah.
apparently. Yeah.
And Maxwell will probably do a couple.
And Travis Head.
Oh, fuck Travis Head as well.
Stark
Yeah,
in,
and gets-
flashed at by Ratty with no foot movement. Well, maybe a little bit, but
None of
There's
them
no
have
run.
got foot movement to Stark, have they?
no. You can imagine the Aussie chat out
Mike's
Yeah.
got an offer too. He says, if you do cover the Windies tour, there's a lot of B-list gorillas like myself more than happy to cover it. The start times are perfect here in the US.
Ah.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
there. Yeah,
I think we should
They
try
fit
and do
here in
it
Perth.
in
we
Cardiff,
should try and do it.
because it's the West Indies for a start.
It is, but I don't want to be doing every game. You know, people have got to step up, and this side. Obviously, you guys can't. You're not here, but
No.
Stark defended square on the offside. There's no run.
And also, you wouldn't want me to be the person in the
Well,
studio.
That is part of the
Well,
problem.
last time you were actually in the Windies, weren't you, Annie?
Yes, I was. Yes, I would like to be doing that. I can tell you.
I think Barry doesn't do commentary anymore, does he? He's a lawyer or something.
Yeah, no, he's moved out of that, hasn't he?
Oh, fuck, hold
Very,
on.
very tricky of him. He was very good as well. I thought he was an excellent commentator.
Indeed. Stark flashed at
Oof,
by
like-
Van der Dussen. Three at the keeper.
Again,
and
no
there's no run.
foot movement. I don't. What is that? They've been told to play Stark with just swing your bat and don't move your feet.
There's a lot of it in one-day cricket. I mean,
Yeah.
Ravindra yesterday got out
Oh,
to a ball
God.
that was a metre past his body, you know.
And well, look how Maxwell played, not moving his feet. I mean,
Yeah. Who needs feet? Oh, dear.
Sorry, I've got to.
That's all right. Throng says, greetings all. Hope everyone's well. Another wicket or two during the power play one or to the 15th over would be interesting.
yeah.
And he says, Zampa can he grab 5 for to set up a winner-take-all clash with Shami on Sunday at the Godi Dome with him present. Yeah.
It's another
Oh, is
dot
Modi going to be there? Yes, another dot ball. Sorry.
played out to point. Warner fielded it with all the enthusiasm of a little puppy.
Yeah, he's not bad
As
for
he
a
does.
37-year-old, is he?
Yeah. The 1 for 4 or 3.5 starts figures. That's incredible, really.
Yeah.
Oh, that one goes across Van der Dussen. And there's some
And
appeals
leapt up, didn't it? as
appeals in
well,
the
that
slips.
one? Yeah.
And the Aussies are all looking at each other. So do you want to review it? And they decide not to. That ends the 7th over. It's 8 for 2.
Maiden.
So Leah saying to you, Bear, of course, you'd be very welcome to join in that commentary if you wanted to. Mog just says, for fuck's sake, South Africa. And Mayank's volunteering to be in that with Leah as well. Gordon Wells says, so this is why the website is still saying replay instead of live. Oh. Is it?
Shouldn't
I
be.
haven't looked. You may want to get that there. Raj
God.
says, I'm going through a divorce after 25 years of marriage, and your program has kept me company over the last 6 weeks. Thank you very much. I know that feeling, and
Oh.
I relate very strongly, Raj. It is great to have something else to take your mind off whatever else is happening.
It certainly
Um,
is.
And we're back. Wow.
Played out to
Nothing.
mid-wicket, no run.
They're keeping the pressure on South Africa, just turning it around really quickly, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't think there's
Yeah.
been such a slow start at all in the World Cup. 7 overs, 8 for 2. It's quite something by Australia here.
Yeah. Well, your
But
prediction of
making
the
use of-
low-scoring game, Bear,
Yeah,
is looking good.
Yeah. And they're making
Well-
use of conditions, aren't they? I mean,
Well, this was
they're really
supposedly
good.
their best option, wasn't it? Sorry about all that. Hazelwood is defended square into the offside and there's no run. Had to get a parking permit for my electrician.
That's true multi-skilling, Bear. If you did that online while you were still doing the jingles and holding
Well,
the ball on
exactly.
ball by
It gets
ball.
a bit, full on at times, isn't it? Trying to run a life in this.
Well done.
Dear. Who said men can't do two things at once, eh?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
No, I don't know either.
Oh, Markram is yet to get off the mark. He's got 0 off 4. And Hazelwood is in. He comes down to track at him, just knocks it into the offside in front of point cover where Maxie's fielding and does
Whoa.
a terrible throw. And they'll get a single.
Yeah, I mean, Markham looks right up for scoring, doesn't he? He was looked very busy at the crease there, but he has actually got off the mark now. So
Well,
One
these
off
these
first.
two certainly can go
yeah,
long. Both of them capable of it.
they might reach double figures soon.
That's
Well-
weird, isn't it?
I'm sure.
It's 8th over and it's 9 rounds.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Well,
Incredible.
weirdly, it'll probably be better for them when the field goes out after 10. They'll be closest to
Ooh.
get singles as he prods at that one, nipping away from him outside the off stump. And there's no one. I mean, they're bowling like it's a test match, aren't they?
They
Basically.
really are.
It's proper
It's
test
great
match
to
length.
see. It's really good to see. I mean,
Yeah.
I think, if only if it wasn't Australia, it would be.
Yeah, it'd even be better.
You wonder whether Cummins might actually keep the field in a bit after 10th over.
Well, you would think
least
so, but
one of
most
them.
captains just don't. It's just weird.
Because they're now setting a third slip, 3 slips.
And he's bowling a hard test match length. In comes Hazelwood. Short. Markham went. Rassi van der Dussen went across his stumps. Try and make the bowler do something different. It went over his right shoulder. Left shoulder.
Van Dussen, they've just taken his score away, but he's faced 23 balls or 24 balls.
Yeah.
24 balls for 3. I mean, that doesn't happen very often in one-day cricket.
Well, if the conditions stay like this, it's going to be both. It's going to be the same for both sides.
But
isn't
will
it?
the conditions stay like this?
Well, it looks like if that storm's, if there's weather around, you can't imagine it changing that much. Maybe it's going to be a low-scoring thriller. That's worked into the leg
they're
side.
my favourite.
They are the favourite.
They're good fun, aren't they?
Yeah.
We haven't really had one this World Cup, have we? Either that's played into mid-wicket and I'll get a single.
No, I think there's been a couple of like 200s, but that's not really a low score, is
I'm
it?
guessing. Well, yeah. I mean, I'd say 220 is a low score, and I guess England. I suppose India that wasn't a thriller, but we did manage to get India out for 230, and then got bowled out for 137 or whatever it was.
Yeah, not exactly a thriller.
Arjit says it's just the morning of an Adelaide Test for the World Cup semi-final. While Stark and Hazelwood are bowling test lengths and denying any fuller balls, South Africa just going along as if they have all the time in the world. Mayank points out that the score predictor on screen is 240, on Cricinfo it's 215. That's happened a lot in the last few days. Cricinfo is always much more conservative with its predictions.
That's defended square by Van der Dussen out to point.
I wonder
and
how
there's no
they
run.
work out. How they work it out differently. Be
Well, it
interesting
depends
to
which
know.
way the wind's blowing and who got out of bed which side today, as far as
Do you
I can
reckon?
work out. Yeah.
Well, I always go with a bookie.
Yeah, the bookies have much more nous around it. So where are we? Where's the run line?
So what does the bookie say then?
That's what I'm getting to. It hasn't got one up at the moment. 238 they have. That's a horrible ball by Stark down the leg side.
It's wide.
Could be a wide for height, could be a wide for length, who knows, but it's a wide, whatever it is. Valuable runs for South Africa.
Yeah.
Wide.
240.5 in Australia. Yeah.
So around about there.
So Cricinfo, yeah, like you say, is a lot more conservative. Yeah, I'd love to know their method. But I can't see them getting over 200 at the moment. But there you are.
Well, that's full, that's driven.
Oh,
Good bit of
oh,
fielding.
great.
Great bit of fielding. Is that, I think it's Zampa, or was it Labuschagne? Labuschagne, isn't it?
It's,
Labuschagne, I should think.
Sort of wide
Labuschagne.
mid-off cover. Yeah, it was Labuschagne.
yeah, it's Labuschagne.
It was
Yeah,
brilliant.
he's another puppy, isn't he?
Yeah, driven really nicely by Van der Dussen, but he just couldn't pierce the field. He stretched out his hand and fielded it. Kept it down to just the one.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, the pressure they're putting on, they're just not
Well,
letting them score at all.
No, and we haven't had a boundary in the first 8 overs.
I wonder when that happened last. I mean, that can't be a common thing.
It certainly can't.
I'm sure.
I wonder if we'll get one in the first 10 overs.
Well, who knows? Not
Yeah,
like
you
that
should
we
bet.
won't. Maiden Markham just
Wow.
stands and tries to swish this into the legs. A horrible fucking shot. Didn't move his feet once again. And somehow he wasn't bowled or caught. It went over the top of middle stump, I think, after going on the inside edge of his bat. Hoot.
Was
No,
a
it
great
didn't.
ball.
was a great ball. It was missing off stump.
Really
It didn't
swung
go.
in, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just for MN to clarify, that cat is indeed real. Her name is Murderface. She belongs to Mog, who paid $10 for the privilege of putting her on screen. And she had an operation this morning, I think, for a mast cell
Tumour under her eye. Yeah.
tumour. Yeah.
Well, that could be the
So
first
there you go.
boundary. It's on the pads of Aidan Markram.
It is!
It is! It's the first 4. Hurrah! It got clipped over the boundary at square leg. They finally get 4 runs, and they move to 16 for 2.
As Vapav Ayah says, first they decide to play it out, now they're just randomly swinging the bat.
Yeah, I know. It all looks a bit discombobulated already from South Africa. They need to get a grip of themselves. That's driven aerially. Whew, good timing. Drops just short of Cummins at mid-on. On the bounce, he fields it, and there is no run.
Stephen Kelk says the pace bowlers are kicking in the door. Lord Zampa will eat their tender, vulnerable innards. Oh, it's a bit OTT, isn't it, Stephen?
I think he's quite keen on Zampa.
Yeah.
Mohammed Shami yesterday was outrageous.
Oh my
Oh.
God. He's
Yeah.
had a fantastic tournament.
Actually, just considering he wasn't even picked for the first 3 or 4 games, he's just roared
No.
back in. Start.
23 wickets in 6 games.
Yeah, that's just dropped into the leg. So probably actually it's going to be a leg bye, I think. Last
Yeah.
ball of
Yep.
the 9th over is indeed. And South Africa move on to 17 for 2 after 9. Markram's on 5, Van der Dussen's on 5.
Dizzying heights.
Dizzying
17,
heights,
isn't it?
yeah.
S. Sam says the very fabric of time-space is being torn to pieces. Would you believe the cock caught by Cummins, bowled by Hazelwood? Well, it's
Incredible, isn't it? Oh dear.
expect the doctor to turn up in his TARDIS at any moment.
Oh, that's coming back on this month.
Excellent.
Yeah. Very excited in our household.
Wales' best product, the doctor.
Oh no, hang on. I'm half Welsh.
Yeah, well, the doctor is all done in Wales, so that's what I'm saying. It's Wales' best product.
Yeah, but I'm Welsh's best product.
Oh, you see,
Oh,
you're,
right.
you're claiming to be their...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's all
Okay.
Oh,
right.
dude.
Got an ego there, Annie. Got an ego. So that was a punch square out to point, and there is no run.
Max
Sorry
Boyce.
about that.
Max Boyce.
Max Boyce.
No, I've got you well above Max Boyce on that list, I'll assure you.
I mean, Max Boyce used to have a TV
And
program,
Shirley
if I
Bassey.
remember right.
Did
didn't
it? I remember
years
we had
ago?
records with Max Boyce. I used to love them.
He was always the one going on about leaks, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's the one. Played out into
Funny
the
enough.
covers, and there is no run.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
sure he had a show. He was on TV a lot, and he always had a big fucking leak. That's all I remember.
Yeah, he had a very smiley face. I
Yes,
remember.
he was always
Yeah.
having a chat.
What,
Yeah.
no daffodils?
Oh, I'm sure he
No,
had
it was
that.
all about the leaks with him. I seem to remember.
And
Oh, well, you
I
gotta
can't
hang
do
on
the
to the icons
accent.
you can.
I can't
That's
do
a
the
relief.
accent at all. Yeah, no. But you always used to say, I know because I was there. In
Yeah.
Welsh.
Well, Hazelwood is in, and that's defended. Square on the offside, and it's no run. It's like when you have
They've
convers-
got a little mindset, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's such a defensive mindset.
Yeah.
That it's almost as if they can't find it. I mean, the middle of the bowling has been really good in that regard. It's a bit like Bumrah yesterday, just stopping the New Zealanders finding any way of making runs when they desperately needed to.
Exactly. You've got to find a way to break out of it and put the pressure back on the bowlers.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a change at the end of this over.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't believe
indeed.
it's 10 overs. We got 17 runs, I think.
Attempted pull by Markram. It goes nowhere.
Hazelwood's
There is no run.
bowled really well, hasn't it? I mean, 1 for 5. It's really great.
It's fantastic bowling.
Yeah.
Do you need? Oh, he's there. Good. Has the bishop arrived?
Yeah, Gary and the...
Excellent.
God. Sorry.
Are you all right? Is your
Yeah.
parking permit not working?
No, that's all done. I'm just trying to get screen set up for Tech Tony over here, so he knows where everything is. Hazelwood. Goes.
Oh.
How do you get bowled or
Yes.
caught again? I don't know. That one he's nipped back from a decent length outside Markham's
Wow.
off stump.
That's
Foot
a
movement is
really
non-existent.
great ball.
Goes on the
That's
inside
a
of his bat.
fantastic spell from Hazelwood. It
It
really
is. It's just nipped back, hasn't it, off the seam?
Wow.
Cut him in
Just
half.
over the stumps. I mean,
Oh, that's hard for anybody to even get a bat near.
yeah, that was an incredible ball. I mean, what a spell.
Aye.
Take
What a
him
toss
off, I
to
think.
lose, eh?
Yeah.
So last ball of the power play is driven at by Markram.
A run.
He will get a run, and it'll take him up to 18 for 2 after 10 overs. Christ almighty. Run rate 1.8. Markram 6 off 15. Vanderdussen is 5 off 27. The change up now will be Tony is going to sit in my chair. Annie is going to move over and do some socials. And Russ, he must be another chirpy bloody Australian. All right, Russ. He's going to join you in the box as well.
And we're up to
All the
date
way
on
from Mooney
tweets
Pond.
and on YouTube, Annie.
Yeah, thanks, Mercy. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Bear. It's good to be here. Hi, Annie.
Hello, Russ.
Good score after 2 overs, 18. It's pity it's 10
Oh yeah,
overs.
no,
That's hilarious.
I should imagine you're very pleased with the score.
Well, I mean, I don't really care whether Australia wins, and I actually think there is a better side. So I'm looking forward to seeing Rabada bowl on this pitch later if it's still doing this, because he's really good. But I mean, Stark has bowled more wides than the 10 he's conceded in the first 5 overs. Most of the spells he's had in this World Cup. So it's something of a surprise to see him finally find his line and length at the right time.
They're both bowling so well and not giving anything away at all. It's been fantastic.
Mitchell Stark going to continue over the wicket. 2 slips in place, worked off his legs by Aidan Markram. Out towards deep mid wicket. Has it gone all the way? Did it go all the way? I think it did, didn't it?
Oh my goodness! That
didn't
will only
seem
be
to-
the second boundary.
It is. It's been. I heard the hallelujah for the first one, which was probably thoroughly justified. He didn't seem to hit that at all, Russ, did he? He just sort of nudged it and away it went.
Used the pace of Stark. He's still getting a bit of movement. Stark that moved into him. Took it for the middle stump played it in hands. Australia still with slips too after the power play. It's interesting.
Well, when you're restricting the side to just under 2 and over in a power play, and if you've taken 2 wickets as well, you might as well keep attacking for a little while. And they thought
while
you
the
could
ball's
probably
being
nibble out
right,
another
yeah.
couple. That one was at the off stump. Goes to the second of those slips, which looks to me like David Warner, is it?
Yep.
You must be happy, Russ. You must be turning cartwheels of joy down there in
I was
Mooney
just
Ponds.
telling Annie that it's fine. I don't
He's
mind
not
whether
that bothered.
Australia wins. Not too bothered. I thought it was really interesting
Whoa,
the
whoa,
last
watch
over
out.
actually that Hazelwood bowled a short ball that hit Markram. So it's obviously moving around enough. It's even something as you think it'd be straightforward like a pull shot is actually really challenging the batters. So not an easy pitch.
I think the key point was,
No.
getting de Kock out.
Yes.
I didn't mean it like that.
Slapped away towards cover as Annie dreams of getting the cock out.
Fodder.
Oh dear.
Labuschagne does the fielding. How was you were in Glasgow, weren't you?
Yes,
Is that
I
what?
was.
So you got your haircut specially done for it,
Yeah, absolutely.
in case you want to glass anyone in a pub while you're up there.
That's right. I just I had big DMs on and everything. I just sit there. Yes, I was doing a talk in Glasgow and then a talk in Edinburgh.
Ooh,
Lovely city.
basically a
both
tour of
of them.
Scotland. Fantastic.
Yes.
Stark in over the wicket, left alone outside of his off stump.
Yeah, I
by
had a chance to go
Markham.
to the Gallery of Modern Art as well. And,
So part cultural tour, part cricket talking tour.
Yeah, no, it was really good, but it's a hell of a lot of travelling.
And how
it's
did
a
you cope
long
with the
way.
language? Did they understand you?
Well, yeah, they managed with me all right. I
Oh,
do
good.
struggle sometimes. Some of them talk so fast, and I had to ask them to repeat themselves quite often. But I was doing the speech, so
Ah, well, true.
all right.
That puts you in control, doesn't it? Simultaneously translated, was it?
yes. on a big screen.
In comes Stark over the wicket. Oh, that's a bit uppish and he's gone. He's caught at backward point. Who else? It's David Warner. Well, it would be, wouldn't it?
Does a little jog.
And he jogs on the spot, but the third wicket has fallen. It's 22 for 3. Markram has gone for 10. He's been caught by Warner off the bowling of Mitchell Stark. And things for South Africa, well, they are looking a bit dire.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Oh, Russ, and not a flicker of emotion crosses Russ's chops down there in ponds.
David Warner celebrated on my behalf. He was very excited, did a little jig.
He did. He did.
Pretty bad shot from Markham. I mean, he got a 4 early in this over. He obviously looked unsettled, like he felt like he needed to start hitting out, and he's got a wider ball, but again, it's moving around enough that he's got the outside edge, and all he's basically managed to do is glide it straight to gully.
Well, I suppose if you think of it this from the sort of South African perspective, they got exactly what they wanted: win the toss and bat. But probably atmospherically speaking, this is the worst of the conditions of all the batting, all the times they've chosen to bat first. This is probably the toughest because there is a lot of movement out there. It is very oppressive. There is, some rain mooted. And it's not been easy, has it?
It's not been a tournament that people who win the toss win very often either. So
it's not gone to form always, has it?
No.
It's catastrophic too if it does rain and they lose 20 overs at this point, because 3 for 22 and then suddenly you've got a 30 over game, then Australia's going to get an absolute gimme of a total.
Well, don't forget there is a reserve day tomorrow, so
but
they'll get the full 50
what I mean
in.
If they went off and lost 20 overs and then Australia had to bat for whatever the total was that they managed to get from there, because I know Savary doesn't like to chase, but it was kind of a pitch that given the rain, that it might have made sense to try and chase the total you're chasing.
Tough choice. I mean, you've won all your games batting first. As we wait for Stark, who's going to be into the new man, Klassen. Actually, let's jingle up Klassen. That was slanted across him. And
You think he's going to replace the capital forms of the game? And baby, you're insane. What's this guy's name? Klassen.
2 wickets for Mitchell Stark, 2 for 14, 22 for 3 after 11. Australia, successful wicket. Over. Far away, Annie.
Yeah, so Messi says, get that Tony off at once. 4 from his first delivery is unacceptable. And Brian in Brisbane says, Shelley can't be nearby if South Africa are losing these wickets. And Messi says, oh, Annie, you had to, didn't you? I didn't mean it that way. I honestly didn't mean it that way. Anyway, Armchair Cricket Podcast says, just 1 boundary hit in the first 10 overs. South Africa going under 2 runs per over. What a performance this from Aussie Crits. It's almost as if South Africa have just 40 overs to bat.
Well, it is now. We're looking at the successful Mitchell Stark. The 2 slips go down. His partner in crime, Josh Hazlewood, is in, who bowls slightly short of the wide of the off stump, and it's defended by Van der Dusen, and there is no run.
Armchair Cricket Podcast also says from ESPN's Cricinfo, it says South Africa's 18 for 2 is their lowest total in first 10 overs in men's ODIs since 2008.
I'm not at all surprised. Actually, if you look at the form between these two teams, it's pretty close, although it tells a different story recently. I think it's 55-50 in South Africa's favour over the years. That one's defended again by Van der Dusen. I mean, there's been some famous games in that time. 1999, probably the most famous of all at Edgbaston. The famous Donald Klusner run out. That was a tie, and of course, but then how did
what
they
was the score?
I can't remember, but the scores were tied at the time.
12, 211, something like that.
Yeah, 211, I think. That's right. And that was also, wasn't that the same match where Herschel Gibbs dropped Steve Waugh?
No, that was the Super 6 in the previous game where Australia needed to beat South Africa. And Steve Waugh went on to make 100 and something lots.
He did. You've dropped the World Cup. Whether he did or not, or didn't say that one's pulled away fielded by Travis Head at mid-wicket. They will take a single.
The standout in the semi for me was Warren's bowling. If you'll remember, he got an absolute ripper of a delivery to get rid of Gibbs, and then another edge almost immediately, and then induced so much panic that there was a run out as well. So it was, I mean, that was one of the best spells I think Warren ever bowled in that context.
More recently, though, I think they've won 15 or 16 from the last 18 since 2016, South Africa. So they've really got the upper hand. Form-wise, that's edged just wide off second slip. There is a third man. It's Mitchell Starc, who picks it up and throws it almost like a man who goes, look, I've just taken wickets. And now you have to get me to field. He looks sort of strangely reluctant to get back involved there, but obviously he had to. There's another single, though.
It looked quite close to slip, actually.
It did. It would be interesting to see it again. It was played down pretty well by Klassen, to his credit. Hazelwood will hitch up his trousers. We don't want another De Kock episode. And in he comes over the wicket. Edged! Taken!
Oh dear!
Van der Dusen's gone now. Hazelwood's got him. He's been caught again at second slip. And Steve Smith, I think it was, who took the catch. And, well, the wheels have come off the South African clown car, I'm afraid. They are spiralling all over Eden Gardens. It's 24-4. It was a beautiful delivery from Hazelwood. Just really line length and just that bit of additional nibble, Russ, to be honest, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's almost identical to the previous ball, but he didn't manage to keep it down. He played at it with hard hands. And
he did.
Very comfortable catch for
straight into
Smith.
the breadbasket of Stephen Smith. And it means that they have lost.
Is that where you keep your breadbasket?
Well, 24 for 4. Van der Dusen has gone for 6 off 31 balls. Well.
Wow.
Now I know Shelley is working today. She had loads of things she couldn't get out of, but she must be. This is the reverse. This is the anti-Shelley going on here. She wouldn't be trying to use her witchcraft, wicket-taking witchcraft on her own team, would she? So I don't know whether she's able to listen to us, but it's not going your way, Shelley, is it? Rather sadly. 24-4. We're not 12 overs in. Under 2 and over in the power play. They were going about 1.9 there. Remarkable stuff. Now here is a man coming to the crease who can do something about that, has the power to do something about that, but
he does.
Don't think for a moment he will have been expecting to come in with the game situation the way it is. It's this chap.
Next is a real life wire. David Miller.
Hazelwood in, edged on the ground. It bounces in front or between first and second slip. He will start with a boundary. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Indeed. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Well, he was lucky. Well, I think Russ, that was a legitimate edge. He was lucky. It just kept it down, wasn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say that the trouble for South Africa, these are the hitters who are supposed to come in at the end of the innings and get quick runs. They're
That's right.
Really the sort of players you're going to play well defensively against a moving ball. And you'd see his hard hands on that first one going across him, and he's immediately got the edge. So this is a worry for South Africa. They're basically, well, they've lost all their batters you'd expect to bat the innings. It get very ugly from here.
How's Miller been going in this World Cup? We'll have a quick look in a moment. We'll wait for Mitchell Starc. We didn't give you a chance to do some.
No, you
jump
didn't,
in,
no.
Annie. I was very remiss there.
I'll just say, Mog, Jesus pissing Christ, Afghanistan did better than this. Also, calm down, Russ. You'll give yourself a stroke.
In comes Starc. That's rather edgily between cover and extra cover. He's going to get himself a run, is Klassen. Move on to 2 and bring Miller back on to strike. Again, that was a tad uppish, though. It didn't look like a fully controlled shot.
Absolutely terrible shot. He's just waving it outside of stump, bunted it. He's so lucky there was no one at the short cover because it would have gone straight to them.
He's
lucky he didn't get an edge too. No good could come of that shot. He should put that one away.
Jay says if ever there was a time for the porn bot to chime in, it's when Annie is talking about getting de Kock out. And Mog says de Kock slaps. So here we are, we've done the de Kock jokes now.
You'd think it would be a bottomless reservoir, though, wouldn't you? I mean, it's so rich with smutty opportunity. And
you can't have a name like that, can you?
It's a bit sad that we just don't get tired of it either, as that one is down leg. That's going to be wide. Yes, indeed it is, says umpire from Inderay.
There you are, Russ.
You
were suggesting that he has done a lot of wides. So.
Stark got very lucky in the last over. The ball that he bowled was just inside the blue lines. I probably would have given it, but yeah, that one was quite wide. Interesting, he's bowling such a long spell. Even in Test matches, he normally is 4 or 5 overs. So they've obviously decided that while it's moving, just try and
while
cash
they're
in.
doing so
while you're
well,
on top,
yeah.
you're working your way through their top order. You've got next to no runs on the board. I mean, you might as well just go for the throat, mightn't you? As that one is worked away to leg, out towards square leg indeed, and there will be no run. Miller, let's have a look. 39 not out against Sri Lanka, 43 against the Netherlands, only 5 against England. He missed out that day, victim of Topley. Bangladesh 34 not out, Pakistan 29, New Zealand 53, India 11 and Afghanistan 24. Interestingly enough, there's no big ones there, which is what I think you were saying, Russ, wasn't it? And he's not really, or was that you, Annie? One of you was sort of suggesting he's not really gone big yet in this tournament for sure.
Russ.
Stark in, that's on the leg stump. And English, not English. He's very swift about his work. He rips off his gloves and sprints over to ensure that no run is taken.
These are the two that, like Russ said, you want in nearer the end of the game or the middle of the game. Well,
if you're 250 for 2 or 3,
yeah, exactly,
and you've got 15 overs left, you go, this is your dream combo, isn't it? So
but not right at the moment.
It's a very different situation South Africa find themselves in.
What,
we won't
30 for 4?
We won't use the C word, but it's in everybody's mind. And that one is a little bit of extra lift and played down by Miller down to long leg. He will get a single on that occasion. Eden Gardens not completely full. It's healthily well attended, but I would say that those upper tiers that over the shoulder of the batsman, right shoulder of the batsman that we're looking at. I don't know if that's the pavilion end or the high court end.
Must have one hell of a capacity there.
I don't think it's
used to be over 100,000. I think it's a bit lower now, about 60 something.
Yeah, I think it's about something 60,000. 1934, the first Test match. And that was against Douglas Jardine's England. So it's got a rich history.
Yeah.
In comes Stark, defended off his hip by Klassen. They'll take a single. Had a big, huge renovation in 2011, so much so that the game that England played in 2011 at Bengaluru against India, that was a tie, should have been played at Eden Gardens, but they deemed at the time that Eden Gardens wasn't ready, so they shifted that fixture. So there you go, a little bit of history.
Bit of knowledge there.
A bit of history about 2011 Eden Gardens in the World Cup. I do like the strip lighting that sort of flashes off and on at the top of the...
Do you?
Yeah.
Seems like it'd be very distracting for a batter.
Well, who was it? There was a batsman who had said precisely that about some of the various things going off on and off the pitch. That's defended into the onside. There will be no run. It's the end of the over. It's 32 for 4, and I'm not going to miss out on the opportunity to get Annie straight into the game here.
Thank you. Messi just says it's important to understand that if there is rain today, any recalculation under DLS will only take account of time available today, which is 90 minutes more than previous days in the tournament. Only used tomorrow if reduced overs cannot be completed today. Thank you, Messi. You are a font of all knowledge.
So they can reduce it today, and then only if you can't, having made a reduction, if that's still not possible, you use tomorrow.
So that sounds like
I prefer that thought. I don't want to be re-rotoring tomorrow. The thought fills me with dread.
I'm not sure I want to be up 90 minutes after the scheduled close of play if I'm going to be on.
I can't remember when you're on, Russ. You were very prescriptive in your when you're available.
Farong has sent us a picture of Heavenly Wang And he said...
But hang on, Cummins is in, and it's driven. Oh no, it's driven actually past and through cover. That's going to go all the way.
I think that's a boundary.
For another one of these, they're going run crazy. I should also say, of course, that was the first ball from Cummins. So he, having watched the destructive pair of Stark and Hazelwood do all the damage, brought himself into the attacker's first change and has gone for a boundary first one, which is not so great. In he comes again. Better ball. Played off his hip, past square leg. They're going to look to come back for 2. They are. 6 off the first 2.
Okay, let me just get this Heavenly Wang through. Right, okay, so...
Heavenly Wang.
Farong's just wondering if Tony had a Heavenly Wang while at Shanghai Airport on his recent travels.
No, I don't think I did.
Ah, well, there you are, Farong. That answers that, doesn't it?
It's a popular chain, though, in Singapore, for those who...
Okay. No,
Is it?
Yes.
At sort of close to midnight when I got my flight, I was more interested in just putting my feet up and reading a book. As that was defended by Klassen back towards Cummins. His
Did
first
you have a
dot ball.
wonderful time, by the way, Tony?
I did. It was a treat to meet an Indo. We had a thoroughly pleasant
Yeah.
night out, watched some cricket, watched Kohli make 100.
How lovely.
Had a lovely Indo-Chinese curry, which was also very excellent. It's not a place I'm a stranger to, mind you, Singapore. I counted it as, I think, about my 25th trip there, so...
Wow.
I've been there a fair few times, it must be said. 38 for 4. Cummins is going to be bowling to Henrik Klassen on middle and leg and pushed back down the ground for a single. They're starting Russ just to look a little bit freer, a little bit more comfortable. Maybe the change of bowling has helped as well.
Maybe there's not... Cummins doesn't seem to be getting much movement at the moment. Although that first one, the 4, was... They left a huge gap through cover and the 2 slips, so they obviously want him to play that shot in the hope that if there's any movement, he'll edge it. But
It'll go aerial, yeah.
we'll see whether, if Cummins isn't getting much, whether they'll pull the slips out pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, they're still persisting with the 2, I think. One of which is Steve Smith. They are indeed. That's uppish! Dropping. Oh! He's going to get more runs than he should. He's going to get 4 for it. It was spooned up. It looked as though it was heading straight to mid-on. It just evaded the diving man at mid-on, and there was no one behind him. And it's got a rather fortuitous 4 runs for Miller, but I wouldn't say it was convincing, Russ.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
It was Hazelwood, wasn't it? Could he have put in
Yeah,
a dive there?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think he got caught in 2 minds of whether it was a catch and kind of didn't either field it nor catch it.
Dabbed down. Oh, that's going to go down to third man.
2 boundaries off the over. This is incredible.
The destroyer that is Adam Zampa is the man at
Right, I've got
third man.
I've got quite
44
a few
for 4.
on
End of over.
YouTube. So, Stephen Kelt says, "Greetings, Tony, Annie, and Russ, Lord of the Suppressed Rage and Optimizer in Chief of Urban Transport Systems."
Hi, Stephen.
Is that you, Russ? I was trying that. I didn't think that can't be
I
me
think
or
that's
Annie.
right.
No,
Yeah.
there's an ongoing joke that I'm angry underneath.
Mog uses the C word, even though you won't, Tony.
Did he? Oh dear.
Kalitza says, "By the C word, do you mean can't? Because that means side in Afrikaans."
No, that isn't the
No?
word I had in mind. No,
I think Tony meant challenging conditions.
didn't know. That wasn't it either. No, no.
Oh dear, I'm not very good at telling jokes. Right, Stephen Kelt says there's a lame joke in Dutch. When someone rings the doorbell, you call out the window.
It's the way I tell him.
Stadje-
It's the way I tell him.
I'm really bad at telling jokes. Stadje aan de good kant. Are you on the right side?
Well, Annie's just come back from a tour of Scotland where she's been entertaining people with her one-night comedy
With my
stand.
jokes.
She was due to be
Hey,
up there
you
for
finish
10
the
nights,
joke.
but they suggested she come home after 2. I can't think why.
If they say no, then you say, "Well, I'm not letting you in." Then, if they say yes, you say, well, there's no need to open the door then. Still don't get it. So.
That's sort of a Catch-22 themed joke, isn't it?
And it's a true
Roughly.
rib tickler, and Mulk says powerful comedy.
Yes. Okay, good. Well, don't give up the day job, as they say.
Might be lost in translation.
Well, it's certainly got lost somewhere.
That's where it comes from, my jokes, that saying, lost in translation. Oh, Mulk says GPL closes in 20 minutes, currently 76 pounds.
Yes, guerrillacricket.com/competition. You'll just find it on the website. For competitions, it's dead easy to do. You register, it's £1 to go. You have to guess how many runs are going to be scored in the match.
Only it's raining.
And, oh Lord, is it raining? Are we going to have a little...
Well, they were taking drinks, but now they're all walking off, so I'm assuming...
They are, the covers are out, and I have bad news for you.
For Australia.
Well, in a way, bad news for Australia.
Bad news for Australia. As long as they get back on.
Yeah. Well, we did know that this was a threat. South Africa would look at this and go, it might give us some time to regroup. Who knows what the rain does to the pitch conditions, though, even with a cover. You know, there's sweating and moisture and stuff like that can have a big impact. So you could look at it either way, really. You could say, if you're South Africa, well, things couldn't be much worse. Let's go and have a cup of tea and figure out what to do from here. If you're Australia, you've got that momentum going, Russ, haven't you? That you'd want to be maintaining, really.
Well, yes and no, because one of the interesting points of this is that now Stark and Hayes will get a big rest. So, and they've already bowled quite a lot of overs. So depending on how many overs they lose, they might be in a situation where they can't bowl anymore, or even a situation where they've already bowled above their quota. So there are certain points at which this actually helps Australia. It depends how long they're off for. Certainly if they lose 10 or 15 overs, which is obviously we need a big delay for that to happen, but so we're in deep trouble. Because
it won't help them if they're off for the rest of the day, though.
No, but if they come back tomorrow morning...
and at the same
they've got
point.
fresh bowlers to bowl at South Africa.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Does anyone know about the sort of the differences between the East Coast and West Coast? We're sort of right at the top of the Northeast Coast here on the Bay of Bengal, aren't we? Up in Kolkata. Whereas yesterday's game at the Wankhede is sort of very much on the West Coast. I don't know if that has a difference for weather.
It will, because
we need
there's also this
for
enormous mountain range right above them. It has a huge impact. And quite a lot of mountains actually south. They're not as big as Himalayas, but there's large mountains.
I'm looking for a conspiracy theory.
The weather,
is that what you're looking for?
Yeah. Were India given the best of the conditions to play in? That's what I was trying to angle for. But
I wouldn't think so, Tony. I think it's just bad luck that there happens to be a...
But nice try,
Is it a typhoon
Tony.
or a cyclone at this time of...
Cyclone, I think they called it, yeah. Right, so I don't know who Bershers Kurz BN is, but he says, "Hi Russ, sorry I can't attend the watch party in the Box of Dreams. Also, don't you want to migrate the live streams over to the YouTube channel?"
I think that's Leah, by the way, if you're looking at YouTube.
Oh, it's Leah, is it?
Yeah, it's Leah's YouTube persona.
Okay, so because Annie has seemingly forgotten about the existence of Twitter over the YouTube chat. But I haven't. I've been looking at... I've been doing Twitter. I just thought I had loads here. I can't do anything right.
It's a it's a big game, and everyone wants to talk to you. You're going to have to be selective.
Yeah.
Drop some of these nonsense comments.
And Stephen Coates says, Annie really adding something to the joke there with her perfect timing.
The secret of great comedy. Timing, yes.
And
it'd be the Edinburgh Fringe for you next year, I think.
I can't wait.
Well, no, neither can they.
Neither can they.
They can't wait to book you. I'm sure they've been on the phone as we speak. Get her up here. Oh, Jesus. Haven't got a clue what she's talking about.
Oh, dear. It's better than my Scottish accent. And F1 World Racing Channel says, is the C word croak?
Closer to cloak. Choke.
Right.
Choke. Oh, I've said it. There we go. Oops.
Choke.
That was the word I had in mind, yes.
Oh, no, I think...
Where were you? Where was your head going, Russ?
What you meant. I was going to be mean to South Africans, but that's not fair.
Well, anyway, look, the reason we are chuntering, admittedly having a great time doing it too, is because at 44 for 4 at the end of 14 overs, a drinks break turned into a rain delay.
That was a big drinks break then, wasn't it?
And we do not know how long that is. Klassen and Miller are both on 10. It's been a morning of almost unmitigated disaster for South Africa and joy for Australia. South Africa won the toss, as everyone knew they would, regardless of what conditions may be suggesting. They're very much the bat first side. They stuck with that. They lost Temba Bavuma almost straight away, just 4 balls. He was caught behind off Mitchell Starc. Quentin de Kock soon followed. He was caught by Cummins off Hazelwood. Van der Dusen went for 6, caught by Smith, also off Hazelwood, and Aidan Markram for 10, caught by Warner off Starks. Australia have persisted all the way through the power play with their 2 slips and attack. The power play netted just 18 runs for South Africa and for the loss of 2 wickets, 1.8. The batting powerhouse that is South Africa reduced to 1.8 in the power play. It is David Miller and Henrik Klassen happy with being attacking destroyers to really build big totals.
They just got 12 off the last over, didn't they?
Well, now cast in the rebuilding mould, aren't they? And we were saying, is that going to be their game? It's what they have to do. Needs must, as they say, when the devil drives. Speaking of the devil, there's David Warner, who seems deep in conversation with somebody.
Andrew McDonald.
It's Ronnie, is it? Okay, interestingly enough,
one umpire with an umbrella, and the other 3 are like, it's not really raining. But
yeah,
apparently this is sufficient to stop play, because cricket's a nonsense sport.
Messrs Kettleborough and Menon. It is definitely raining, though. You can see it. The camera will keep panning around to the floodlights, because that's where you get a decent view of the fact that the rain is pretty persistent, if not heavy. So we shall see what transpires. I suppose probably we should take about. Tell me a little bit about Ronnie McDonald, Russ. You don't never see much of him. He's more the Mott style coach, only successful.
He's a fairly quiet and unassuming. He was a fairly quiet and unassuming player, although a very good one. Should have played in the 2009 Ashes, in my opinion.
Right, okay.
Selected. He was selected for the South African tour beforehand, when he was averaging around 40 with the bat and 25 with the ball, and then they decided they didn't need a seamer and an all-rounder in the English conditions, which was, I thought, a little bit strange. But anyway, other than that, very short career for Australia, very accomplished Shield player. Don't know much else about him. He's fairly quiet and unassuming.
Well, okay, well that's yeah. He's he's not a Brian Clough type football manager, is he?
In how he, manages the team. Of course, Jason's been a very good coach at different places. Yeah, that is very true. Very true. Well, we should probably. I know what I can ask you both. Standout player so far of the tournament for either of you. Annie, let me start with you. Who's tickled your fancy in this World Cup?
Well, I think I've really enjoyed watching Kohli have a bit of a resurgence, and that is probably an unpopular choice because they do so well, India and everything. But I've always been a bit of a fan of Kohli anyway, because he's a test match. He loves test match cricket, and I think while India have got someone who loves test match cricket, then that's a good thing. And I think he's just batted superbly, and I just enjoyed watching him.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, actually. I mean, big tournaments need big personalities. In the past, if you look at it from an England perspective, you've had Botham, you've had Flintoff. If you want to go back in history, you could take Dennis Compton. Take a player whose persona is so big.
Yeah. And he's done everything.
Yeah.
to make the tournament as amazing for India as they hoped it would be.
I was sort of with Kohli. I think whilst we all do tease him, and it is amusing to non-Indian fans just how much time the camera spends on him when he's got absolutely nothing to do with the action.
It's like Tiger Woods and golf, isn't
But
it?
yes, exactly. In a way, you kind of look past that, and there's a reason. And I'd go along with you. I think he's generally comes across as an all-round good guy. What about you, Russ? Who's been your super standout performer so far?
It's always the young players who catch my eye. I think something new. Ravindra for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
He's another one.
Madashenka for Sri Lanka as well.
Hair of the tournament.
Otherwise,
definitely.
terrible tournament for them. Those two are really good.
Yes, no, that was the second one. Was a very interesting choice. But he was leading wicket taker for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And now is Zampa up there as top wicket taker now?
Zampa's just behind Shami. Shami and Bumrah.
Oh, Shami, of course, after his 7 yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been quite impressive as well, hasn't he?
I think he's only played 6 games too, Shami, when I looked it up,
right.
which is he's so far ahead of everyone else in terms of wickets per match.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I think we probably will.
Do you want me to just run through some of the?
I think you should, and then we'll probably have a little hiatus.
Okay, so Armchair Cricket Podcast says conditions almost as if it's Headingley on the morning of a test. A tough choice in such batting conditions to hit and risk getting out or wait a bit longer. But I think South Africa have let Australia bowlers get on top. Now it could be a one-way procession. And Supan Ambiepitiga, I'm so good at pronunciation. South Africa all out for under 50. Is there a GPL today? Yes, we have talked about that, but so this is
that was a while ago, because I don't think 44 for 4. It would be some collapse to be all out for 50 from here. And there is a GPL, and it's over in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Regardless of the rain delay, I think.
Armchair Podcast says before the weather interruption, Clarkson and Miller had begun to play a few shots. A pity weather set in. Exactly. Will be interesting to see if South Africa re-evaluate during the break or just go berserk after weather clears. And Andy Kenner says the whole of South Africa have taken to doing a rain dance. Lots of men stomping around a fire in their pants. This was always the plan B.
Well, they need 2 days of rain, though, don't they?
Yeah, they
Not
do.
Just one.
Really long.
Because if they lose today and they come out tomorrow, let's imagine it's sunny tomorrow. They're essentially coming out 4 for 44 in a 50 over game.
With, like you say, fresh bowlers. Anand says, I think Clarkson will plan to stay longer while Miller might take his chances. Miller usually takes his time before he goes on the charge. Interesting time and shows how good teams are with their adaptability and playing in different modes.
If you were South Africa, you'd probably be thinking, well, you know what, 250, 260 from here, that's bowlable at, even against a terrific, a very good batting lineup. But with a little bit of helpful conditions, chasing, what would cause Australia concern total-wise, do you think, Russ?
I think 250, 260 would cause them concern, but I'm not sure how they're going to get there.
Because one of these two goes big and the others chip in, and that could still get you there. Admittedly, what now 35 overs left?
They could have a Maxwell. They could. I mean, there's a lot of random possibilities when you start getting players in who are very good at hitting and not necessarily good at playing long innings, isn't there? So you could be out for 100, or you could make 250, or you could just end up somewhere in the middle. So I think 250 would be a very good total for Australia from the position they're in, for sure, because it's essentially saying 6 and over from here with 6 wickets in hand. Australia's going to show 210. They'd be pretty comfortable, because not least because they picked Smith and Labuschagne, who are their grinded out players, and not Stoinis, who's their trump card when you need a hitter.
Stoinis always seems to be, something of a utility player. Bats a bit, bowls a bit. Always never seems to let you down. But I suppose if you've got Maxwell, you've got the extra, with the spin and the power hitting, then you can probably afford the luxury of more accumulative players, which is where I guess Labuschagne might be. But I mean, he certainly didn't just accumulate against England. Admittedly, we were shocking and gave him every opportunity to shine. But He definitely made runs in that game, didn't he? And pretty rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, there's in this World Cup, though, rapid is 400 totals, right? And Labuschagne's never going to get you 400. But I think Australia's read the conditions and said, well, it's probably going to move around. They probably went out there with some practice balls and saw it hooping everywhere and said, right,
yep,
Manus, you're in.
Not many attacks you'd want, bar India's attack. If you've got a ball that's, you've got conditions that are likely to help a bit of swing and movement. Stark and Hazelwood is not a bad duo to have. Southey and Bolt a couple of years ago, you might say, but I've got a feeling that Southey's not the player he was. Although Bolt probably still is, but I don't think they're the duo that they were by any manner of means.
No, actually, Afghanistan was the one who impressed me the most in those hooping conditions. The Asmat and Farouk, I think, were really, really impressive early, and of course then they can pass it on to their spinners and just go at you with Mujib and Rashid Khan and Nabi. So they were a side that really impressed me overall. In the end, and their batting was much stronger than was expected. In the end, obviously, they didn't make the semi-finals, but they were a bit of a revelation in this World Cup.
They really were, yeah.
Well, the umpires, as of, a little while ago, let's see if we can update that. Hold on 1 second. Is there any updated news? No, the only updated news is the umpires were talking with the head groundsman. The rain's still coming down, but not too heavy, which is kind of what we saw when they showed us the view of it over the floodlights. So I think we will have a short break and regroup, still based on our over allocations, I think.
Okay, so we need to keep an eye out.
So essentially, keep them peeled, as what's his name? Was it Sean Taylor? No, it was the guy on Police 5. Why am I asking you? You're way too young. I think it was Sean Taylor. keep them peeled, he used to say.
Okay, we'll keep them peeled.
I just don't think it was Sean, but I'll have to go away and look now. I'll tell you when we come back. For now, we're going to give you some highlights to listen to, and we will see you in a wee while, hopefully. High up, I think he's gone all the way. Surely he has. Yes, he has. What a shot that was, right in front of his middle stump. Nidmanaroo just stepped back and shoveled it really up over extra cover, and it went all the way for one of these.
2, 4, 6.
Shami back into the attack and is guided very nicely by Logan van Beek down towards third man. And they will take a single. And the 200 has been up. It's actually 201 for 6. Has he bowled him? Has he got right through? He has. He's complete. Van Beek was looking to launch him high, handsome over mid wicket, and Kuldeep has got right through his defences, pinned back his off stump, and Logan van Beek, I'm afraid, will not make the great Van Beek off in this series because he's gone. Yep. Had a swing and a miss. It was actually his leg stump. He was trying to haul Kuldeep high over deep mid wicket, I think, but his head was in one direction, his bat in another. And I'm afraid, with the score on 208 for 7, Van Beek's gone for 16 off 15, and he's been bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. Oh, that's full. That's up in the air. Roloff's absolutely murdered that. Roloff Vandermurdered it, and he's Vandermurdered it all the way over deep mid wicket for a huge 6. That's launched again by Van der Merwe. He's done the same result He's not messing about his roll-off. My word, he's hammered that. Jadeja. Well, I don't know what Jadeja's... The only question Jadeja can be asking is, was that in the top tier or the lower tier of the stand? Not quite sure what he thought else was going to be different. What a mighty shot from roll-off that was. And he's launched that high. I'm not sure he's got that far enough, has he? Oh, no, he hasn't. He's been taken at long on by Mohammed Shami, I think. Jadeja has his man. And Roelof van der Merwe, he came for a good time, not a long time, has gone for 16 off 8. He's been caught by Shami off the bowling of Jadeja. But you'll travel a long way before you see a more entertaining 16 than that little cameo from Roelof. Very well taken it was too, I have to say. So he goes, does van der Merwe, caught by Shami, bowled Jadeja for 16 off 8. The score 225 for 8. And that's in the air. Is it going to be taken? No, it's going to evade that man at long off. And Nidmanarua has got himself a maximum and done it in a fine style as well. And he's bowled him. Bumrah has got right through Aryan Dutt, the wannabe opener. And if he's going to be an opener, he's not going to play shots like that and get away with it for very much. He's had his middle stump pinned back. His feet were planted. He had a swing. He missed. Bumrah hit. And Aryan Dutt's also entertaining little knock, probably based on its variety more than its style, has come to an end. He's been bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. He's gone with the score on 236 for 9. He's bowled 4-5 off the 11 balls that he faced. That's launched. He's going to get that in the grand manner. He is, I think. It has been absolutely climbed into. The 250 is up for the Netherlands. They're 250 for 9. The 50 has been struck by Tej Nidmanarua with a maximum over deep mid wicket. Roger has been it's being Rohit, thank you, has been utterly clobbered, and it's all happening. But well played, Tej Nidmanarua. He has his 50. He's launched this one again. I'm not so sure he's got quite as much this time. He hasn't. He's holed out, I'm afraid. The very next ball, he gets a patch from Rohit on the shoulder. 250 is where they got to. They won't get any further because the Netherlands have been all out. Shami takes another catch, rather easier than the last one he took. And so Nidmanarua is 6 out, but with a 50 to his name. India have won by 160 runs. But the Netherlands, well, that's not at all a bad effort from them. They did take some hammer with the bat, as you would expect. But they came back pretty strongly and with some pride as well. We'll just watch that dismissal. Yeah, he didn't go... Just a little bit of inside edge, wasn't it? He just didn't get as much of it as he did with the previous ball. Rohit's celebration is possibly a little over the top. But good enough. Game over, 160, but well played Netherlands, Kate.
Well, I mean, it's almost sort of what I expected. I thought they'd put up something and not crumble to 80-something or 86, I think it was, that we scored against Australia. I'm about to be corrected, I know. But, you know, India weren't totally there today. I think we can all admit that. They bowled fairly sloppily at times. Their fielding wasn't great. I think they just cheered for the bit of the party, really, for Diwali. Yeah, why not? But you know, I'm very proud of the guys from the Netherlands. Yeah, I can't. I think, you know, I tried to get through to people how small a sport it is here in the Netherlands. And when you're actually beating countries like South Africa and then Bangladesh in the same tournament, it's absolutely huge. It is bigger than the Faroe Islands beating the Netherlands in football. It is massive. We have a turnover of less than what one player. I mean, I was discussing this against the for the England game. Is that what Jos Buttler earns in 1 year is more than the entire turnover for the KNCB, which is funding youth cricket, women's cricket, men's cricket. That's how little money these guys have. 3 of them are employed full time. Paul Van Meekeren's out of a contract now, so I don't know if he's having to go back to delivering for Uber Eats. I mean, it really is that ridiculous, the gap between of the absolutely don't haves and the next tier up. So,
well, those 2 wins are they're going to have to cling on to, and those 2 wins were, well, the South Africa game certainly was a magnificent performance.
Yes.
And that's one you'll hang on to, I have no doubt. But
both of them I'm going to hang on to for the rest of my life. I really will do.
Well, you absolutely should.
I don't know where 50 over cricket's going from here.
Well, that's a discussion for another day, but it's one that we continue to have, I can assure you. 250 is what the Netherlands were all out for. They've lost to India by 160 runs. India remain unbeaten. They're 9 from 9 as they head into Wednesday's semi-final to play New Zealand. Hundreds for Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul. 50s for Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli. That took them to 410. Was never really a realistic target for the Netherlands, who have been bowled out for that 250. Commendable efforts from Max O'Dowd with 30, Ackerman with 35, Simon Engelbrecht, who's the top Netherlands scorer, I think, for the tournament, with 45. 54, a splendid 54, 2 off 39 from Teja Nidmanaru. The not-out batsman in the end was Paul Van Meekeren. 250 the bowling. 2 wickets for Jasprit Bumrah, 2 wickets for Mohammad Siraj, who went off and came back after getting a ball in the neck that had slipped through his fingers from a steepling catch. 2 for Kuldeep, 2 for Ravindra Jadeja. 1, wait for it, drum roll for Virat Kohli. 1 for 13, 2. Shubman Gill as well had a little bowl. Surakumar Yadav had a bowl. Rohit Sharma had a bowl and got the final wicket. Game over, and an entertaining one too. Al, any final messages?
There are just a couple of final messages. So let me just whiz through these. Let me make sure I don't miss any. Patty talked about the Scottish animal was the haggis. Ravi Jura, it would be nice if Indian Cricket Board gives some assistance to the Dutch team, just like they did to the Afghans. Leia said, I am indeed listening, Tony, and I will have you know Rohit has an IPL hat-trick. He's no slouch.
That's what I thought. Yes,
about is over. Jay Grover, thank you all very much. Happy Diwali. I'm off to drink chai and stare willingly at the liquor cabinet. And that's it. You are completely up to date with just the semi-finals and the final to come to.
Guerrilla Cricket. Revolutionary cricket commentary.
Sports Social Podcast Network. podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's nearly over the group stages of this World Cup. It's game 44. It's is it a meaningless game? It's virtually meaningless. England are playing Pakistan at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. It looks very hazy. England have won the toss and they have decided to bat, which really puts the mockers on Pakistan's chance of getting through. Because whatever total England set, they'll have to do in about 1.2 overs. I'm sure someone can do the maths when it's over, but it's virtually impossible for them to qualify. And so we go into this game hoping that maybe it'll be quick, maybe it'll be slow, who knows. But I'll give you the teams and then I'll introduce our fellow gorillas for the day. England, having decided to bat, are going in unchanged. Johnny Bairstow, Darren Milan, Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Harry Brook, Joss Buttler, Moeen Ali, Chris Wokes, David Willey, Gus Atkinson and Labuschagne. They seem to have settled on their best team in the last two games of the tournament. Really fucking sensible. Pakistan have just made one change, I believe, but I can't remember who it is. They go Abdullah Shafiq, Fakhar Zaman, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan, Saud Shakil, Iftikhar Ahmed, Afghar Selman, Shadab Khan, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Haris Rauf and Mohammad Wasim. I think Agha Salman's just come in. Shaheen comes in for the first ball of the day. It's a little bit of an away swinger. Darren Milan pulls his bat inside it. It goes through to Rizwan. And that's that. No run. And we are off and running. Well, that's a filthy ball. England's first runs is going to be wide down the leg side, a massive wide. And the camera focuses on Babar Azam. What the fuck was that?
Would have gone through second leg slip.
It would have done indeed. Afridi is in. And he's been caught. No, he hasn't been caught and bowled. Should have been caught and bowled. He's played that back past Shahid Afridi. Just looped up. Should have easily been in a caught and bowled, but he missed it on his follow through somehow. It's gone down towards mid-off, and that's England's first run off the bat. In the third over, 7 for 1. That's a nice drive. Finally, the first four of the morning. Johnny Bairstow manages to get one of these balls, a little bit fuller by Haris Rauf, outside the off stump, drives it through backward point, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, and England are 12 for none. Freely in. I think he's going to up-ramp that for 6. He has indeed. Wow. I think that's gone all the way, hasn't it? It's short. Yeah. It is. It's short by Afridi across Bairstow, who just lets his bat come up and let it come off the face of the bat, off the middle, goes over the slips and down to third man, a very fine third man, for 6 runs, first of the day. Back goes Bairstow, cuts that nicely behind square. There's no one out there, there's only 2 men out. So that'll be England's 50 as Bairstow cuts that for 4 out behind square. And England are 53 for none after 7.1 overs. Milan is 11 off 16 and Bairstow is 31 off 24. So that's worked down to deep backward square leg, and it'll be a single to end the first power play. 10 overs are done. England are 72 for none. Milan is 27 off 28. Bairstow is 34 32. The run rate is 7.20.
This time, Iftikhar spots that Milan has tried to premeditate the reverse sweep. He follows him, and Milan can only find the top edge, and there's a lovely catch anticipated by the wicketkeeper, taking it almost in front of the wicket. Yes. David Milan has gone for a 39 ball 31. David floated up to Bairstow, who this time steps away, gives himself room, cuts it gently out to the deep backward point boundary. It's the deep backward point boundary for 4 runs.
That was also Johnny Bairstow got to 50 off 52 deliveries, and England 96 for 1. That's also the 100 up for England. 100 for
Ralph in again. This time driven.
He has taken a wicket there.
Bairstow. Was he dropped?
No, it was taken, caught. I think. Yes.
Oh, what a fantastic catch that was at extra cover.
Well, I think he hit it straight to him, but it was hit hard, definitely. He stood there because of the disappointment of having hit a full bunger straight to extra cover. Hard it might be, but straight to him. Well done.
Very hard, was slightly early on the shot. It went straight to extra cover where I didn't think that I saw something completely different in real time than what I saw on the replay, but it was taken beautifully in the midriff at extra cover, ducked down about waist height. Simple catch in the end, but simple catch off a very, very hard hit ball. You expect players to take them, but that doesn't detract from it.
That's another drop cut. I thought that was I thought that was a replay of what he did to Darwin Milan.
So soft.
It was a very soft caught and bowled. Afridi bowled to Ben Stokes. He did exactly what Darwin Milan did earlier, and sort of patter-caked it back to Afridi. This time he got both hands to it, but it still didn't stick. It just went into the deck. Well, it didn't even go into the deck. He just palmed it off towards mid-on. That's a nicely played shot by Stokes. Beats mid-on, who is pretty wide. Beats mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. And that'll bring up the 150 for England. 150 for 2. In 26.2 overs. Root's 24 and Stokes is 21. Lovely shot. Reverse hoik by Stokes down at the deep back square leg. Full toss by Shadab to end the over. Probably should have stayed the right way around and could have hoiked it over Cow for 6, but after 30 overs it's 170 for 2. Root is 31 and Stokes is 34.
Salman, so it's a reverse sweep this time for Stokes, and he does beat the field. He gets the 4 and Stokes goes to...
And we're back, and I'm joined by Russ, a very happy Russ.
Happy Russ, happy that his
Yes.
rain delay was short and he won't be up till 6 a.m.
Well, yes. Well, with a bit of luck, it could go on longer though if they can give them rain delays and somehow South Africa manage something. Zampa is into the attack at the start of the 15th over, and here's bowling to David Miller. I'll just give him a little jingle. He sounds like this. You won't be able to hear it, of course, but I've got to find him now. Here he is.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear.
Second ball is driven out to wide long off, well, via cover, and I'll get through for a single.
I'm here.
So who's supposed to be on?
Me?
Yeah.
Tony. And and
Yes,
Russ.
that's right. Okay, I'm on because Tony said, oh, can you wait a couple of minutes? He'll be here shortly. He's clearly doing something next door.
It's an interesting choice to bowl Zampa. I was actually not sure whether Cummins should just keep the pace bowlers on. And
well, yeah, go for it, you mean?
well, now they've had a little break, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
bring him back.
Well, that's driven by Klassen.
Yeah, but they were doing
Not too
such a
long off.
bad job, Russ.
Yeah, for a single.
Well, there's that. And the ball's going to get really wet now that Zampa's bowling on the
Yeah.
wet outfield. So obviously you want the spinner bowling.
Yeah.
I love that photo of him with his little sort of boxing stance, looking like a twat. Zampa. Oh, that's beating the outside of Miller's bat as he prods forward, and it goes on with the arm rather than turning. And the bails are taken by Inglis. Right, I'm off again because Tony's now going to come and sit in for me.
It's the sort of ball that makes you think they should put a slip in for Zampa, Annie.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what? I was sat downstairs keeping my eyes peeled, as Tony said I needed to do, and next minute I know they're coming out, and it's like, hey, hang on a minute, I didn't get any warning of this.
This ball from Zampa is just on a length and pushed out the square leg by Miller for no run. Wait for Tony to sort himself out. We might get through the rest of the over.
Right then. The Bear said he's
Last
had to
ball,
go
yeah.
to Sydenham, so to go to Tesco, so prepare for everything to break. Zampa in, a little bit of turn, worked off his legs by Miller to backward square, where Captain Cummins does the fielding.
What I want to know is how everybody else knew that we were coming back and I didn't, because I was having to watch Peterson.
Well, no, they cut very quickly to the players walking
Yeah.
out.
My Channel 9
I was
brought
keeping my
cast-
eyes peeled. I was prepared and everything.
It said at the top, it said coming back at 9:25. So I was
Shaw Taylor.
ready
It was
and
Shaw
waiting.
Taylor. Sorry, Russ. Sorry, I was completely cut him off in his prime. That was very rude of me. But I remembered it was keep and peeled with Shaw Taylor, 46 before. You were mid-flow on something there, Russ, before I completely rudely
No,
interrupted you. So where
not at all.
had
I
you got to?
I was in flow, so that's okay.
You were
I love the lights here. They're like big candy canes with giant.
They are, aren't they?
Technology
Hazelwood
there.
is going to continue, or he's back into the attack. I think they clearly want to get that extra breakthrough early doors after that rain delay.
Well, he has been bowling
competently
incredibly well
defended.
as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Stark, and Cummins went for 12, right? So you take him off.
Yeah.
But if you've South Africa were just not getting on top by any manner of means. Good Lord, they're a million miles off that. But they were just establishing
but they'd hit 12 up and over.
They were establishing a bit of a base camp, weren't they? And so, and then there was the break. So now would be the time, with that disturbed concentration, for Australia to nip out another 2 if they could, and that's beaten the outside edge of Class, and a very indeterminate waggle of the bat outside of his off stump to one that just nipped away enough.
And importantly, as I mentioned to Annie before, Tony, having Hazelwood fresh, because he's now had a half-hour break, means you can just bowl him out.
Well, yeah, I think that probably is what they're going to do. They're going to hold Stark back and use Zampa in the meantime, who bowled a very, very tidy over. Just went for 2 of his first. It's difficult as a batting side. It's an extremely difficult situation they've got themselves into. That's defended by Klassen out towards cover. It's too early to go hard. You're going to have to rebuild, and yet they're running out. They need to start pushing the scoring rate. They don't have the wickets in hand, and now they've got to. They were rebuilding anyway. Now they've got to restart the rebuild, having come back out again. It's a thorny spot to be in.
And get used to spin bowling one end and fast bowling the other.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing for Australia, because they probably want to avoid bowling Marsh and Maxwell if they can, because they'll just get milked around.
Hazelwood, that's sweetly driven, but driven straight to cover, where a sharp diving stop is affected by Marnus. He's a decent fielder, Marnus, isn't he? I mean,
he's very good. He got a couple of run-outs in the previous game as well. But if Australia can, you say, well, we're not going to give South Africa any of the weaker bowlers until over 40. We make you get to that over and have wickets in hand. So it really forces South Africa to kind of press on against strong bowlers. Because they can't afford to wait now.
In comes Hazelwood, left alone very carefully and watchfully by Klassen through to Inglis. They're going bang in tune with each other, these two. 11 each, pretty much the same number of balls. I think Klassen's faced one more ball than Van der Dusen. But we're watching. Sorry, go on. I was just saying, we're watching a sequence of rapid order Hazelwood deliveries, and he's just
incredible
nibbled it both ways, pretty much pitching it on the same spot. Dare one say it's almost test match bowling. Defended. That was slightly fuller. Back to
it's
him.
A little bit Glenn McGrath as well in the monotony, the metronome.
The corridor.
He's always been very Glenn McGrath, hasn't he? Not a lot of movement in that over, though, so possibly things might be easing off.
Well, yeah, South Africa will certainly hope so. I mean, Australia, I'm sure, will have been rather hoping that maybe the rain and a little bit of sweating under those covers might just give that a little bit of extra life to the time that they do expect the ball to move. Anyway,
I think we need to have another person as well as just me, because we get so many on iPlayer now as well as Twitter. I don't know even where. iPlayer? What did I say? YouTube.
No wonder you're struggling. If you're looking for our social media messages on iPlayer, you go, where are they all? Where's everyone gone? Anyway, well now,
oh God,
Zampa's just bowled that ball, and it was another dot. Pushed into the offside by David
and he's missed
Miller.
her window completely.
The window's gone while she's been scrabbling around on iPlayer, apparently. Zampa, down the track comes Miller, flicks it wristily away down to deep mid-wicket. There will be a man down there, and they'll take a single. So
hopefully my session will be over before...
well, hopefully, that's... Imagine, I don't know who's coming, who's following you.
Yeah, they're going to have
That's going to be harsh on them,
Messi
isn't
will
it?
sort it out.
Messi will figure it. I won't say what you
Most
can do.
of the messages are from Messi, actually.
Well, Annie, I'll tell you what. We will get to the end of this Zampa over, because he rattles through them, and then you have a free run, and you can also interject, assuming Hazelwood bowls the next over. This one is sweetly steered, quite defensively, out to long off, and they take another single. 48 for 4.
I think it is Messi's. I see why Messi can keep up, because most of the messages are from him anyway. So he doesn't message himself.
Might not be true on YouTube. On YouTube, remember?
No, they're all from Messi on YouTube.
Oh, right, okay. That's defended by Miller out into the
You ignore the
offside.
YouTube conversations. They all just wittering away to each other.
I wouldn't say that. Don't forget.
Not always, but sometimes.
We look for the super chats. They're always hugely important and gratefully received, I might say, as well. The run rate is accelerated to a massive 2.8. That's going to help it because that has been launched by David Miller up and over long on for
the first
six of the finest. And A, it's the first 6. B, it's the 50 up. It's 54 for 4 with that 6 from David Miller. And I press the blue button triumphantly at the right time and the right place.
Australia are doomed, aren't they?
I certainly wouldn't say that.
They've always been doomed.
I mean, this partnership
is
is pretty hugely important. Goes
Yeah.
without saying when you've already lost 4 early wickets. In comes Zampa. That does turn. It's a decent leg break and it's defended a little outside edgily towards point. It's the end of that over. It's gone for 9. 55 for 4 after 17. Right, Annie, over to you.
Messi says, I think the decision to bowl Zampa is to explore exactly what is in the wicket for him. He's aiming to break Stark's World Cup record of 27. Mog says, welcome back to the shit show and look at that gorgeous girl. And Annie, thanks very much. Leah says the current record is 23 though by Shami and Murali. And Messi says, for the first time in 2 months I've broken into some of the beverages so kindly provided by Brian in Brisbane. That's even just starting on all of the ones that are on YouTube. That's the word. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, in a chase. Oh no, that's just replying. Right. Arnold says, easier to chase, agree. However, they need to stay at the crease to score, so they would hope to get 250 plus in the hope that their bowling attack can put pressure under lights. Not easy to be
Left alone.
Not
Off
easy
the
to be
first
left
delivery
alone.
by Hazelwood.
No, it's not, no. Not easy to be in South Africa's camp right now.
No, that 6 will have lifted spirits as Miller carted Zampa away over long on. I think we're all agreeing that 250, 260 is the target mark, and anything above that would be a magnificent comeback, really. 250, 260 is the level we seem to be jointly figuring out is at least keeps them in the game. That one is wide and again left by David Miller.
And
it's almost like they're looking to see Hazelwood off here, isn't it?
It's funny that. Ananda says that Bavuma ain't no Kolisi. And cricket South Africa is not Springboks. It will be drag now. That's it then. 2003 finale it is. Redemption or repeat.
Well, yeah, we shall find out. Hazelwood 2 for 12. He's in his 8th over and he has bowled absolutely magnificently as our Reg. That one is defended into the onside and there'll be no run. Just forcing Miller back that little bit, not giving him space to free his arms. Every ball from Hazelwood has been on the money. He's wiping his brow and flicking the sweat onto the seam of that ball, trying to extract every last little ounce of life and movement from it.
You don't really think of him as a short form bowler, but he was really good in the T20 World Cup that Australia won a couple of years ago.
He
and
was.
He's been
Joshua Reginald
in this one as well.
He's going to be bowling too, the left-handed Miller. Just the one slip now, and that really does nibble away on a 4th stump off stump line. Miller chooses to leave it. The run rate, remember it was 1.8 in the power play, wasn't it? It was practically doubled it. It's just a shade over 3 now. Hardly rocketing along, but represents a bit of an acceleration. 55 for 4.
One from Cummins and one from Zampa, which has helped.
That is true. Hazelwood over the wicket to the left-hander, who I think rather glovily plays that straight down to his toes. Hazelwood very quick to follow up off his own bowling.
Is that a
it's
word,
another
glovely?
dot ball, glovely.
Hmm.
It is now.
Words, Andy.
Oh, I quite like it.
Yeah, Yeah.
We use that one.
Glubbly.
All of these short balls are interesting. Batters don't seem comfortable against them at all, and we've seen Klaasen a couple of times kind of bunt balls that held up on him. That one, again, kind of held up, hit him on the gloves as he was a bit early on it, so kind of implies the pitch is not coming through quite right when it's short of a length.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy to read, is it?
Hazelwood in again. That one catches him on the thigh. Wasn't it Eliza Doolittle from My Fair Lady? Wouldn't it be Gloverly?
No.
Thanks.
But it was, yes.
Oh, well, 55 for 4 at the end of 18. It's a maiden over by Joshua Reginald, who is in fine form, and we can go back to Annie for more messages.
Matt Lee says, woof, morning primates. I tried to have a lie-in, but Griselda decided to get in a pissy mood and puke because she wanted to binge eat. TV interview fell through, so you have me for the duration while I work on D&D plans. Love and sausages.
Was there a
Always
picture? Do
lovely.
we know who Griselda is?
No.
I'm assuming
There's
it's
no
a pet
picture.
rather than Mrs.
I'm
Marley.
hoping so, yeah.
I think it's a cat.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says, due to Annie not reading my tweets, I'm going to break my week of sobriety and neck a litre of whiskey in my flat this
You see,
afternoon.
you've driven a man to drink.
She's an enabler of my self-destruction.
That was
Hey, look, Jay.
WC Fields, that was, wasn't
Let
it?
me
It was
just tell you, I've put a magazine ready to send to you, even though you haven't
fantastic.
paid me. So there you are. That's how much I love you.
Oh, that's fabulous. Well, hopefully you're not really driving him to drink. It was WC Fields. It was a woman that drove me to drink. I never did write and thank her. 55 for
There's a
4.
slight delay where they look at the gloves of Miller.
It's the Gloverly,
who
see?
was hit.
Hey, I'll just do some YouTube then. What's par on this deck? 250-ish.
Seems to be where we're. I can give you
it could be lower, really.
I can tell you 274. 274 is the average first innings score for the tournament of the 4 games played here. Dragged down somewhat by the first 2 games, which was Netherlands and Bangladesh, who got 229 and 204 respectively. India dragged it up with 243. England, funny enough, 327 against Pakistan. Though 274 is the tournament average first innings score, allowing for the loss of wickets and the weather conditions. I think we'd still feel the 250 is about right. The conclusion. Stop waffling, Bishop, and just get to your point, which is, Annie, that I think the 250 is about right. As that's defended in front of his off stump by Klaasen. But he will get a single, which are there for Zampa, Russ, aren't they? If you just keep playing that. I mean, it's not going to rattle the score rate along massively, but that little nudge out to long off or mid on is always going to net you a single, isn't it?
Yeah, and he drifts quite a few balls just short of a length like that, where you can just step back and play him. Especially this pitch is a little bit slow.
Annie, you did not sound like my other half then.
Did I?
Yeah, you did, as this one's defended.
What's the
back
conclusion?
No.
Does she stop you waffling?
Well, yes, exactly. She would just roll her eyes and go, just get to the point. Okay, well, there's a story to be told. You can make it sound more interesting. No, just get to the point. That's what I'm always told. In comes Zampa. It's a leg break. Flicked down onto his toes by Miller. English Fields, no run.
As long as you finish your stories before your stint, Tony. That's the.
Well, he often doesn't.
I don't know that I've ever left him hanging, waiting to carry on the story in my next batch of overs. This one worked away towards leg. Again, there is no run. Good tight bowling from Adam Zampa. Just a single off this over. Last one was a maiden. Really has been tough going for South Africa, who, remember, won the toss, followed what's worked for them so well in this tournament, and that was to bat first. Oh, that's launched.
Oh.
That's huge by Miller. That is most of the way down Kolkata High Street. Well, it's actually about 7 or 8 rows back, over deep mid-wicket. Up go the men on arms, that well-known pub, and it will be 6 of the finest. Got hold of that all right, didn't he, Russ?
Yeah, Temper's just occasionally drifting into that spot that Miller's decided if anything's in that particular location, he's going to put it somewhere into the stands. He's done it twice now.
Which is exactly where it went. It's rather let down what had been a great over. Zampa, that was a much better ball. A leg break that does turn and forces Miller to jab down on it pretty hurriedly. It means that after 19 overs, it is 62 for 4. These two are proving stubborn. Australia would be desperate to try and break through them. And we can go to Annie.
Farong says, earlier reference to lights or objects distracting the batter. Someone 2 miles from the ground, but in line with the bowler's arm, catches the attention of Eagle Eye Marnus. And that, I wouldn't be surprised, actually. Jay Grover says, me dad just read that over my shoulder and said, you were going to do that anyway, you pisshead. Possibly true, so don't blame me, all right? Josie Oakes says, back to Wet Wang again.
Oh.
The guy under the sign could be Nestler's. Where is his bike? And it's a sign with Wet Wang and some very old-fashioned looking guy standing under the sign. Muttley Von Erich says...
in comes Cummings. Defended back to him stoutly by Klassen. No run. Annie, carry on.
Muttley says, this is where the culprit is currently while I'm sat at the gaming desk listening to you lot, and I think it's a dog.
Ah. Oh, but you think it's a dog?
Oh, no, it's a cat. Sorry, it's a cat.
Is he watching iPlayer, the cat, or dog, whichever it might be?
Shut up. At least I don't have long stories.
Except when you're doing your stand-up show in Edinburgh and Glasgow. Cummings, in he comes. Defended again by Klassen, very watchfully, very mistrustfully. I mean, he looked at that like it was about to explode on him, didn't he? It didn't.
Yeah, again, the ball just holding up and bouncing a little bit more than batters would like. I think that's part of the reason Hazelwood's been so hard to play. It'll probably make Cummins quite difficult to play as well.
Yeah, he went for a few in his first over, though, Cummings. It's almost like there was a sense with the two South Africans, well, thank God for that. At least we haven't got Hazelwood and Stark. We better do something, and Cummings was the man they chose to do it to. That's defended out towards extra cover, and they'll take an easy single.
Well, he's definitely more expensive than those two, that's for sure.
Number 13 for him so far.
He was just a bit full in that first over. They managed to drive him a couple of times. I'm sure he's had an opportunity for that little rain break to check at least stats and work out.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over. Gary's going to slide into my chair and press blue buttons and generally be in charge of all things. So
blue?
All things blue. Everybody needs one. All things blue. In comes Cummings. Defended back to him by David Miller. There's no run.
And this is nearly me for the World Cup, so that's good. I'm hoping that I can be some of India Test Series and
I hope so.
Also
hopefully some of the West Indies. We will do that by
I really would like to do some of the West Indies.
The Bear's not sure, but I think we'll find a way.
Well, he's exhausted at the moment, and him and Messi.
An exhausted bear is a grumpy bear.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yeah, just give him some beer and he'll be fine.
No one better than me, let me tell you. 63 for 4.
Well, I know you have a.
Oh, that's nicely flicked. A bit uppish, but it's way through mid-wicket, and it is going to get 4 runs for David Miller. Played that quite beautifully, and much needed too.
Yeah, it's a tempestuous marriage you have, you and Bear.
A tempestuous marriage? I don't know about that. That one is eased away. There's a ring of 5 with the 2 slips again for Cummings, and a cover and a gully and a backward point. So they're really squeezing that area. But it means he's gone for number 17. It's the end of 20 overs. The score is 67 for 4. And I will move out. I will let Gary take the controls, and he should be joined by Cameron.
Can I just say one thing before you go, Tony?
Yeah.
I'm entirely with Annie and with Vivian. Get to the point is a really good line.
Get to the point. Get to the point. Messi, we are on Josie Oak telling us South Africa are doomed. And now
Well,
we're
thanks
not
for that,
doing
Messrs. Just
Okay.
stick the knife in before I
Sorry.
fuck off.
I couldn't resist. G'day, Cameron. How are you travelling?
Not too badly, thanks, Jez. How about yourself?
Very good. I should confess, I'm having my first beer in 2 months. I've been on a diet, but Brian in Brisbane's provided sustenance that I felt it would be rude not to take. So I'm on my second IPA. And I'm feeling pretty
Here's Maxwell in. This is just pushed into the leg side, and there is no run.
Sorry, Gary.
Yes, hello. Maxwell's in again, and he gives himself room. Does Swedish footballer Henrik Larsson, and gets it with a flat bat to mid-off, and they're through for a single. Cameron, I'm not sure if we've been on together before, but I'm delighted that you're here.
I do. It's the first time, and it's the first time for me on Guerrilla Cricket.
Oh.
So welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Well,
And,
it's a pleasure to welcome you to the flange, I think, if that's the right word.
not quite the box of dreams where I come from, but I like it.
So this one is pushed to short extra, and there is no run. 68 for 4. So are you delighted with the way the play has gone today?
I am. I mean,
Maxwell in, and this is just defended. No run. Go on.
I hope for something a little bit more epic to allow perhaps something a bit more heartbreaking for either side. This does not look like we'll be delivering the true gut punch that a game like this warrants.
The South Africans are very good at finding a gut punch against themselves when they need it. As this one is pushed into the offside, this is a very tidy over so far from Maxwell. I need to ask whether Mitchell Marsh is fit, because I think he bowled well on this surface, but obviously Cummins has other ideas, as this ball is just pushed into the leg side, and one of his ideas, which is getting Maxwell on early, has paid off. Just one off the over. The score is 68 for 4. So do we know if Mitchell Marsh is fit?
Yes, he is.
Well,
And he's playing. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of overs from him at
well,
some stage.
yes, that's what I would suggest. I thought it was as good display in the field in those first 10 overs or so, indeed before the rain breakers, I've seen in a very long time. That is how to play ODI cricket. Get the tourniquet on and then tighten it. As Cummins is in, who was considerably responsible as captain for that tourniquet. This is just defended, and there is no run. South Africa 68 for 4. Klaasen has 15 off 23, and Miller 29. Distinct change of attitude, which is the right way to go for South Africa. They would be in a very long, slow death if they continue to pop and what do they call it? Prop and cock, is it? Where they just pushing forward to balls on or about off stump. But it was superb bowling on a distinctly helpful track in Kolkata. As Cummins is in again, just pushed to mid-off and hit it too well. But Cummins again getting the details right, the 1%, as Steve Waugh used to talk about. He's got Travis Head in close enough to save the single.
Yeah, it's distinctly uncommon to see teams at this point in the innings, especially against a high-powered batting line like South Africa, still relying on slips. And I think that's fantastic from Australia, showing aggressive captaincy, aggressive intent.
Well, what I've liked about it is that clearly the way the game is played these days, there are plans. Cummins is in. It's a bit short, and it's been pulled to cow corner, but he had no timing, and therefore it dropped in front of Warner, who has been absolutely fantastic in leading the fielding effort, and they're through for a somewhat fortuitous single. Yeah, they have plans, but Cummins saw what the pitch was doing, and I think he stayed with his opening bowlers, who Hazelwood was absolutely fantastic, and Stark wasn't far behind him, and he got his fields right in terms of attacking a batting order, and it's great to see that kind of improvisation and thinking on the hoof, because it's a rarer and rarer sight in cricket these days.
First time I've seen 3 slips in this World Cup, I think.
It was fantastic. I was calling for them literally the ball before, so well done, Cummins. This is outside off stump, left alone by Miller, through to the keeper.
Not quite sure, where the reference came from before, but I do love a Henrik Larsson, reference. Is there something I'm missing here? Is this?
He was a Swedish footballer called Henrik Larsson. That I think is a bit of a homophone for Henrik Larsson, it's a kind of concatenation there. So I'm always thinking of the dreadlocked Swede when Henrik Larsson's on strike, and he lets that ball go through. Rather, Miller lets that ball go through to the keeper. I also sort of picked up a couple of lookalikes here because David Miller looks quite a bit like Owen Morgan, and Henrik Larsson looks quite a bit like Paul Collingwood. So it's almost kind of like a retro of England sort of 15 years ago, I think, with these two. The way they look. Of course, they play rather differently, but there's definitely a bit of a look in the eyes and in the physiognomy of these two South Africans, who are rebuilding well here.
Dissimilar to an ancient ODI.
It does feel that way as Cummins is in again, and this is defended, and they're through for a quick single there. So well done, South Africa. You've got to take them when they're on offer. 70 for 4. Miller retains the strike on 30.
Raffles the Gentleman Thug asked, does anyone know whether Zampa has a flipper? I don't think he does. I think he has a Zooter or something, doesn't he? Cam, do you know?
He sort of has like various sort of front of the hand sort of deliveries, but he's never really developed anything sort of equivalent to the range of tricks that Vaughan had back in the day. He's more of your sort of modern style of leg spinner, more looking for sort of variation out of the front of the hand and pacing the wicket.
I felt he got a bit of drift this morning. I thought that was rather earlier on, so I thought that was quite good.
Muttley says, woof, welcome Gary, Cam and Messers, love and sausages. Thank you, Mutts.
Where would we be without the love and the sausages?
And Josie Oak corrects you, says it's a whoop of gorillas, not a flange.
Is it? Oh.
Flange of baboons. Get your not the 9 o'clock news right.
Yes, I should. Miller, it's a huge appeal there from Maxwell for the left-hander pushing forward, but nobody else is interested. And I must say, Glenn Maxwell can't help warm to his personality, and it comes through in every single second that he's on the field. And he did a very good disappointed face there, much better than Leonardo DiCaprio does disappointed in the Scorsese film. It wasn't actually that bad a shout, but probably outside off stump. And this is defended again by Miller, who's beginning to look a bit frustrated here. We're going to get a big shot or a wicket very soon indeed, as Maxwell turns back, comes in, and this is just defended by Miller. There is no run. I think Maxwell's bowled 9 deliveries and had just a single taken off him so far. That's Hazelwoodian in its parsimony.
It's a con job, I reckon. Maxwell is a spinner.
This ball is just pushed into the leg side and there is no run. They're increasingly common, I think, in white ball cricket. I call them slow bowlers. The first one was, who was the South African? Paul Harris. Never turned the ball in his life. But they get called spin bowlers, but really they're just slow bowlers. But he's doing a fine job for his captain as he's into the right-handed Clarkson, who is just getting cramped for room there, and Maxwell live wire. There was probably a single there, but they didn't take it. Maxwell fielded off his own bowling. And he's in again to finish the over, and he does cramp him again for room, dives to make a half stop, and again that's enough to prevent the single. So he's fiddled 2 overs out of his 6th bowler here as Pat Cummins, and he's delivered for him, and we have your tweets.
Well, I have to say hello to Emily, who's with us on YouTube. She hasn't been with us for a while. She's not been well, but she's back with us, and it's great to have you with us again, Emily.
It is.
Kieran Roseblake says, with all the Kohli love for breaking Tendulkar's record, it throws up the fact that you can't compare between eras, which is a very good point.
Yeah, but it's such fun, isn't it? It's
not
such
fun.
fun.
Yeah, it is. Mog says, sorry, Leah says Griselda is a cat. That was in relation to a previous tweet.
Yes, T.S. Eliot and all of that.
Yes.
Here's Cummins. This is pushed into the leg side, and again there's no run. There might have been had they gone straight away, but a run out when you're 4 down and you're not even at the halfway mark would be catastrophic.
And Mog says hello to us all. Thank you, Mog. And Stephen Kelk says Cameron has the real-time zoom filter on to hide the fact that he is still wearing a brown jumper. It never goes away, Cam.
It does not, but I've been correctly identified on this occasion. It is indeed brown.
Here's Cummins in again, and this ball is just pushed, well, not so much pushed, as run off the face. A shot we've barely seen, which shows the tightness of the bowling lines to third man. And they're through for a single. And we get now what we want in the middle of a South Africa-Australia World Cup semi-final, which is a little montage of Virat Kohli.
I feel like you're missing a trick before when you're referring to Paul Harris as being a sort of example of a South African non-spinning spin bowler. He comes from a rich lineage of non-spinners. Pat Simcox, Omar Henry.
Very good. I completely agree with you. This ball is just takes the pad, keep bowling a very tight line here, the Australians, into the pads, and South Africans are not being able to free their arms, nor are they being able to find gaps on the leg side. And I think that's because the field is so tight. What I've really enjoyed is the Australians' willingness to field well inside the circle, stopping the one and getting that kind of cage that the batsmen are cooped up in. That expression, I think Steve Waugh used to say, that making sure the batsmen knew they were not amongst friends. Well, when you see David Warner 15 yards away at backward point, you can be sure of that. As Cummins is in, and this is short, and it's hit hard and high by Klassen. It wasn't too far away from the aforementioned Warner at backward point, but it went over his head, took a couple of bumps, and it's through for 4. Any reaction in Australia? Because it must be kind of the middle of the night here. Is it getting some proper coverage down under? As Cummins is in, and this is just defended to extra, no run.
Maxwell helped with that. Would you say, Cam?
Would indeed. Yeah, I mean, as befitting the subtle nationalism of Australian media, yes, Australian games are presented here in full, but not many others.
Yeah, it's is Malcolm Conn, I think, still cheerleader in chief for the Australian media?
He is still around. Yes.
He's not the leader.
No. Competition is fierce in that category. This is short again from Cummins, who's just slightly lost that rigorous line and length that has characterised his bowling efforts, and he's hit to cow corner. They're through for a single. 77 for 4 now is the reconstruction job. 24 overs gone, and we have your tweets.
Stephen Kelk says, I'd be tempted to pay top dollar to upload a photo of my beautiful, beautiful cat Mamba, who passed away some years ago. Then I think I would cry. Well, do it anyhow. I've asked Bear if you can put the moving cats on, because I reckon Mog said his money's worth with Murderface on our YouTube at the moment.
She's very handsome, though.
If anybody wants their pet displayed, if you give us a nice super chat of at least $5, we will put it up there for you if you email it to us.
So Maxwell continues to David Hussey these deliveries into the pads, and there was no run from the first of the over. Slightly wider, which just allowed Klassen to get a single down to the man sweeping on the offside. Only the second run conceded by Maxwell in his third over now. 78 for 4 the score.
Yeah, about the first time we've seen Maxwell a little bit in line in this short spell.
Yeah, he's got a job to do, Maxwell. He's very experienced these days in Indian conditions, and he's read the pitch and he's read the line that's required. Again, he tucks up Miller, the left-hander, as he goes round the wicket, and there is no run. Cummins again being aggressive in the field. Labuschagne at least partly getting his gig today. He had a Stoinis because he's such a fantastic fielder. This ball is defended. There is no run. This is a super spell here for Maxwell.
Do you have any strong views on that about the Labuschagne versus Smith versus Stoinis?
I'd always have both of them. I'll tell you why in a moment. This ball is defended into the leg side, and there is no run. They're both going to go at a runner ball, which is old school, I know, in ODIs, but there's so many men who can go at 8, 9, 10 and over at the other end, as this ball is slashed to backward point and they're through for a single. But, how often do you need 400 to win a match? You don't really need that much more than a runner ball. And I think if they deliver that and score hundreds, and they both score hundreds, then I think they're well worth their place. Smith can still catch pigeons, and Labuschagne leads the fielding effort on one side with Warner on the other. So I'd play both of them, but I know that's a bit old school. The score at the halfway mark is 79 for 4. Klassen has 22. Miller has 33. And we have your tweets.
Ajit at Armchair Cricket Podcast says the voice of the news commentators seems to be quite far away. Yeah, you do sound like you're in a big box, Cam. I don't know if you've got a headset anywhere.
I do not.
You sound like you're in the tunnel where those poor Indian workers are trapped at the moment. It seems they're going to be able to get them out, though, so that's good news.
Muttley says, I was going to mention Cam's attire. Glad I didn't misattire him as wearing a cream T-shirt. Will Shaw says 10 p.m. on the East Coast. When we are winning, we are quick to jump on the bandwagon.
Cummins around the wickets to Miller, who cuts to Travis Head. Oh no, it's David Warner who's out there sweeping, but he got it well in front of square, so they're back for 2, 81 for 4. Carry on, Jez.
He said that there have been pretty good coverage of non-Aussie games and all on free-to-air for once. Well, the Australian games have been. There's, Channel 9 are still shit, though. They fuck it up. Channel 9 are so keen to put commercials on that after the 6th ball of the over, they go straight to an ad and then discover it's a wide or a low ball.
Oh, we get that as well. As Cummins is in again, that tight line paying off as Miller can do nothing with the ball that was coming into his hip. Cameron, much has changed about Australian television coverage in the last 5 years or so. I mean, do you welcome those changes?
How long have I got?
I rather thought that might be the answer, yeah.
Yeah, if you want an extended screed upon the slow degradation of commercial TV, I've got you covered, but I'm not sure our listeners need that, unfortunately.
In the way that you write for The Guardian, Gary, Cameron writes for The Raw. And,
I see, yes.
Expresses himself well.
He is, Cummins is in, and again it's a tight line, it's defended, and there is no run. I know Punter is doing some of the summarising for the coverage that we get here in the UK. Punter is very good on the mic, I have to say. Breath of fresh air after some of the previous Australians we've had on the mic. As Cummins slightly grabs at his glutes there, he's not going to want to go off today, and he won't want to go off if the win probability, which is probably about 85% Australia, comes through, and you'd be looking at a World Cup final. Still some way to go there as the sun sets over Kolkata, and Cummins is in again. This is short, and Miller kind of fends at that. Gets nothing on it, and it goes through to Inglis as keeper, and one fast bowler applauds the other as Hazelwood claps his captain.
I should say that we don't regard Matthew Hayden as actually an Australian when it comes to commentary.
Well, I can understand that. I can understand that. He, yes. I'll say no more. There'll be plenty of people listening to me saying, I don't think that Gary Naylor's any good either. Although less likely in a Ringo Starr voice, it has to be said. Cummins in again, and this again tucks up Miller. He's got to find a way of doing something with these balls that are angled into his body, because he has become a little becalmed. He now has 35 off 53, and I doubt he scored more than a couple off the last 10 balls or so that he's faced. This is what the Australians do, of course. They've got a lot of game intelligence. They know how to win tournaments. They've now worked out the line to Miller, and he's struggling with it. There's Aaron Finch. I've enjoyed Aaron Finch as well on the mic. I think he's good. As Cummins is in again, and this is defended again by Miller, who's beginning in his body language to show his frustration, and that will only raise the Australian effort. They are 81 for 4 now, the South Africans, after 26.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that South Africa have made 170 in the last 10 overs on occasion, so there's a long way to go yet. Adam Newman says, full-time at Amy Park in Melbourne. Australia in the men's soccer football, Bangladesh 0, defeated by Australia 7. That's just bully boy tactics in my view.
Oh, they've been worse. Didn't they beat some Pacific Islanders 38-0 or something 10 or 15 years ago?
31-0 against American Samoa.
Yeah, there we go. Who'd have thought an Australian would come back with the detail, eh?
Yeah. Oh, Jay Grover says...
I'm a follower of the beautiful game.
Well, that's fair enough. Look, I've been on 6 overs without putting a jibe in.
Well, Jay just says, did Cameron just ask Gary, do you have a view? You're new here, aren't you, Cameron?
Well, he is a happy Zampa, and he is a happy Zampa at the moment. He's back to bowl one very full, and that's a very rare concession of an easy single there in this match, because Maxwell is deep at long off, and they've just been able to push the ball up and take one. I love it when the field is tight enough to stop the one, and it wasn't, and that's rare in this match. They go to 82 for 4, South Africa, and Zampa stays over the wicket to the right-handed Miller, who also gets a drive ball, also has the man at long off, and they're through for a single. I don't know why they've suddenly started doing this. Surely, stay tight, Pat. Keep the pressure on.
Pressure takes many forms, and for a team that has lived in boundaries throughout this tournament, singles are a form of pressure.
Yeah, they are. Maybe not at 83 for 4. I do take the point, though, as this is short. It's not that short, but he rocks back, does Klaassen, and he gets it all the way over cow corner for 6. Sorry, multitasking here.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lift.
Are they targeting Zampa? Brave if they are, because he's bowled very well in this tournament.
The wicket's not offering much for him. Very little spin, very little variation in pace.
I do believe that is another 6 played in almost exactly the same way. I was hesitant for a moment, because I thought, oh well, it's a replay, but it's not. It's one of these. So the scorer has advanced 12 in 2 balls, having not advanced 12, I don't think, in the previous 5 overs or so I've been on the mic. Oh, I'm doing something wrong here. The bear is coming in to show me. Oh, I see. Zampa is in again, and this is driven, and there is no run. We always get this. All my life I've been told by techie people that it's dead easy, you can't possibly fail, and of course I do fail, but now I've got it.
Faith. Have faith in yourself, Gary.
Oh, you can't have faith. I'm 60 years old. I've had 60 years of demonstrating that there's no faith to be had. Zampa is in again, and a little bit of drift there, but it's just defended. They're happy enough to have taken 14 from the over. South Africa now 95 for 4. Klaassen has suddenly gone to 35 off 38, almost level with his partner Miller, who has 36 from 55.
And Muttley says in relation to the shirt, he meant cream the colour, not the band, but Disraeli Gear's shirt will be epic. Well, indeed it will, of course. Warren says, morning all. Raffles, the gentleman thug, says, why does the camera keep showing shots of 2 particular women sitting in the stands? Who exactly are they? I haven't been watching closely enough to notice. Have you guys spotted that particular thing?
They'll either be the players' wives and girlfriends, or some Bollywood stars who are buying into the IPL or something. There's always a reason, isn't there?
And Will Shaw says Punter could end up in Richie Benaud territory if he stays on the mic for another 40 years. The trouble is that the longer commentators stay on the mic, the more they become a parody themselves.
Oh, well.
I mean, I think Richie was pretty good at staying out of that mostly, but
I think I'm 15 years into my Gorilla and earlier Test match sofa career, so I think I'll stay out of that particular discussion. Here's Maxwell, who has bowled particularly well. Mainly line that he's been concentrating on, the South Africans. They haven't been able to find a way of decoding Maxwell as he's in again. This is a little wider though, and he jumps all over that as David Miller smashes it backward of point, where tumbling Warner, who's absolutely given everything in the field, is able to get round and cut off the boundary, but they're still through for 2. Miller goes to 38. He'll be glad of that because he's been somewhat becalmed there. Maxwell's in again round the wicket, and this is just nudged by Miller, and it's fielded well by Adam Zampa, diving just inside the circle at short third man, but they are through for a single, so Miller has been able to release a little bit of the pressure, and Maxwell now has figures of none for 7 off 3.2 overs after a positive torrent of runs, 3 from the last 2 balls. Taking an off-stump guard here is Klaassen. And then puts the bat down on middle stump, but he did take a off-stump guard there from the umpire, and that hit just to the left hand of square leg. Where Stephen Smith and Labuschagne are so good is they would have put that 5 yards further away from the fielder and got through for a single. But South Africa are hitting the ball straight to the fielders inside the circle. But he does get past the man at square leg there, slightly in front of square, and they're through for a single. 99 for 4 are the South Africans, so they're on the break of raising 3 figures, which does represent a recovery. How many were they for 2 down? It was 3 down, I should say. Very small numbers. Maxwell outside off stump. A little bit of a tempter there. That was a deliberate ball outside off stump, asking if Miller fancied taking it on, but he forewent that opportunity and gets a ball in at the pads, but he shows a little bit of confidence, does. In the previous overs he couldn't do anything with that, but he's able just to get it a single inside the circle, and the 100 is indeed up as they go through for that one.
These two put on 76. There you go.
Thank
you. Mog says, did Gary just get tonied by the bear? Indeed he did. And in relation to the women, that lady is a former Indian women cricketer.
Oh, well, that's good. Focusing on cricketers, that's excellent. Of course, there's a symbiotic relationship between Bollywood and the IPL, and that's fair enough. You know, they're 2 big international successes for Indian media. As Zampa is in again, and he's tucking up Miller, who is able to get that single, which I think it's a mistake to be conceding the single down to Mitchell Starc, who's at long off. What do you think, Cameron? Here, have the Aussies just slightly let them off the hook here?
Potentially, but I actually think the error might be with the bowling choice as much as it is the fielding. We've seen the effectiveness as seen in this, and I think not giving Marsh a bowl as yet is missing the trick.
Yeah.
Totally.
Zampa's in again. He does have the credentials earlier in this series to deserve his bowl, and the man is in shorter at mid-off, and therefore they hurry through for that single. It remains to be seen whether Stephen Smith, had he thrown down the stumps, would have had a run-out chance there. But has Klaassen been hit here? As he bumped into Zampa, and maybe the bat handle has jabbed him in what's euphemistically referred to as the lower abdomen, because he seems to be blowing a little at the non-striker's end. Smith certainly fancied his chances of the run-out there, and Inglis is rather overacting as keeper, but we've got a slight break in play, because we haven't had a break in play for about 8 overs, and you've always got to have a break in play. So, Cam?
No such thing as a keeper overacting. Keeper hits only as much as he intends to. Part of the game of being an excellent keeper is to just sell things perhaps a little bit more than one might need.
I think so. So much of the game is played in the mind, and if Zampa doesn't have as many variations as Warne, he should just talk about them as largely Warne did for the last 3 quarters of his career. We're seeing it again here, and I think there's a bit of kind of helmet jabbing into the face for Klaassen, and yes, it's a strange kind of collision. They do happen in cricket, of course. No fault attached to Zampa by any means, but he's just had a little bit of magic spray, I think, on the nose, Not that kind of magic spray on the nose. But this ball is pushed to short extra by Miller, and there is no run. David Miller's a crash bang wallop merchant, but he's only got 41 from 61, but that may well be the best innings he could play at this time. So he's adapted his natural game to match conditions, and he's trying to get South Africa to at least something they can bowl at. This is a huge full toss from Zampa. It surely slipped in the hand, and David Miller's eyes lit up, and he just belted it for 6.
Jesus.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
It may get wickets, but it also gets 6s.
Yeah, I know, but the ground has been wet, so you've got to give a spin bowler, especially a wrist spinner, a little bit of margin for the slipping delivery. As this ball is just pushed back to the A to Z man, and there is no run. Yeah, it was sort of.
Sometimes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, a bit of a baseball shot to right field. Is that right? I'm not quite sure. We're outside the baseball season, so. 108 for 4 now, South Africa, as we approach the end of the 29th over, and that's just defended back to Zampa, and there is no run. And we're going to have a change in commentary team at the end of this over. So, Cam, if you've got any further thoughts and observations, now is a good time to get them in.
Well, I wanted to sort of, raise one point with you, because you talked about, obviously, the quality that Ricky Ponting has been bringing into the box. I'm wondering, is commentary a captain's game? Like, we think of the best commentators that have sat, in the box for Australia's history, universally skippers of their side. Does that grant you an extra insight that perhaps other cricketers just don't have?
It's a seductive theory, but a hypothesis, I should say. But I'm not sure. There are some captains.
I give you back
terrible.
KP.
This ball is
and Michael Vaughan.
This ball is punched to mid wicket, and they're through for a single. And I could come back with Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton, both of whom I think are very good. It's just a strange combination commentary in terms of analysis, vocabulary, voice, all of these things. This ball is defended, and there is no run.
We have a super chat when we go a second.
Oh!
Stephen Kelk sent us €2. Just says Zampa.
Well, it's Maxwell at the moment, and again he bowls that tight line. He tries to give himself some room, David Miller, but he's reluctant to cut off a ball that's on middle stump, and therefore he plays it with a vertical bat, and he's never getting enough power to get it through the infield. Maxwell round the wicket again to the left-hander. It's a little wider, and therefore he's able to play it a little in front of the man in the ring, and it's Warner, as ever, like an over-eager Jack Russell, in off the cover boundary, and they're through for a single. 110 for 4. I'm not sure who's taken over at the end of this over. I'm sure they'll be coming in out of the green room any moment now.
Richard, so you might look to see if Richard is in the waiting room. Tony and Bear are due on.
As this ball is just pushed to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. One thing that they could speculate on...
the waiting room, Gary, or not?
No, I dare not touch anything. This ball goes down to fine leg, and they're through for a single. It's the end of my spell, rather appropriately finishing on Nelson. 1 for 4. Klaassen has 39 from 44. Miller has 48 from 67, and you'll soon hear the voice of Tony Bishop.
I'll do a couple of tweets while we go. Muttley says, Gary, you've got to have faith of the heart. If you know, you know. And Will Shaw says, when I was a lad, we had the adage was double your score at 30 overs. It was generally close to correct. What do you think the equivalent would be? Well, our own Katie has worked out that it was 32. That was 32 overs 5 years ago. I'm thinking here, if South Africa keep wickets, it's going to be considerably more than that. Right. And I shall hand you back to young Tony Bishop, who's all I can see at the moment is his arse. And Travis Bloody Head is coming on to pretend to bowl. So hello, I shall hand you back. There.
Travis Head into bowl, and he is launched first up, but not particularly convincingly. by Klaassen, but it's got enough on it to reach the boundary for 4 runs.
How are you feeling, Rich?
So much better this morning. Everything is relative.
Well, it's a good recovery from these two.
They have significant presence at the crease, and as long as they're there, I mean, just the way they walk, the way they carry themselves, they've got this kind of "we got this" look about them. Here's Head again. Klaassen backs away, spanks it straight down the ground with a flat bat. That's going to be another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So the partnership is nearing the 100 mark. And like I said, what did we have after 8 overs? 5 runs or something ridiculous?
Something ridiculous like that, yeah. No, it was 1.6, so you must have had, after 8 overs, you've had about 12 or something.
It was breaking all the wrong kinds of records in my head. Yeah, things feel good now. Heads bowls again. This one gets quite a bit of turn, actually. Klaassen backs away towards square leg. The ball follows him. He can't do much with it. That'll go down as a dot. And this one has bowled Heinrich Klaassen. It's gone straight through the gate. There's no footwork. His stumps are all in a mess. Temba Bavuma doesn't want to look. And I'm feeling bad again.
Yeah, we were just bigging it up, weren't we? And that did just seem to go zip off the pitch and go straight through him, didn't it? And just took out the stumps. We have to say goodbye to Heinrich Klaassen. And,
the one before turned, this one turned less actually, but enough. It beat the outside edge. It was actually very lazily played by the batsman, to be honest. He just hung on the crease, didn't really play a shot. The ball turned as you would expect it to, and he was nowhere near it.
Yeah, let's say goodbye to him. Can you turn the volume off on your phone, Tone?
Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
So 47 off 48 for Klaassen, and if South Africa do make anything of this innings, they will have to thank him for his contribution.
That'd be true. That'd be true. He's done a good job. Who you've got now? You've basically got Marco Jansen. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, and then whatever you can get out of the tail. Maharaj can hit a bit, but you wouldn't want him in before the 42nd over, I'd say.
No. Well, Jansen did some heroics against us. I don't think this pitch is the easiest to bat on.
No.
Got a decent bowling attack.
250, you wouldn't completely give up on watching the second innings.
No. 250 was the figure we were all working to. Universally, just about everyone we asked.
Quite reasonable.
About 5-6 overs ago was
well, you give yourself
10 overs ago.
You give yourself a chance
250,
at 260,
260,
don't you? You know.
Yeah.
But Jansen is going to have to show his hanging around ability. He's going to have to play a bit of Test cricket for at least 5 overs and make sure that the tail is not exposed too early.
Which is very much how Miller and Klaassen started. I mean, they really took their time. You know, they wanted to come in 35 overs in, licensed to thrill. But you can't do that when you're 4 down for 20 odd. So
yeah,
or 40 odd, or whatever it was.
We're ready to go again. Heads in. Oh, that one turns in sharply. Wraps him on the pad. He is given out. Jansen, first ball given out. Now is he going to have a look at that? I think it's a pretty good shout.
Looks salmon trout to me.
It looks really salmon trout to me. I think he wants to review it, but I think you'll find you're dead in front. He is going to review it. I think they've decided that purely because he's the last chance they've got, haven't they? However, I would say that there isn't a lot of luck there for him.
Is there any question of height here?
No. There's only a question of did it turn too much for me and going down leg, but I think at worst it's probably clipping leg. So, I mean, he's a tall man, but I just don't think height's an issue.
That's the straw at which I am clutching.
You can clutch at that. That's out, man.
It's hit him on the knee roll, but
I see it still could be going down leg. You know, could be turning too much.
Might have just turned too much, or it's umpire's call on leg. I don't think it's height.
It looked out, and that's the problem he's got. There's definitely no inside edge. I think that's out.
Time for South Africa to be thinking about opening with Maharaj, I think, when they get the ball in their hand.
I'm going to have a word with Messi Jez, because just before going off air he said Travis Head's going to come in and pretend to bowl. And what have we got? 2 wickets in this over. Messi Jez, where are you? Show your face.
He's hiding in his weather cave.
That's harsh. They haven't rebuilt. They've suddenly been absolutely cut off at the knees.
Oh, well, I had so much
Another
good
one
news
bites the
lined up.
dust.
Yeah.
It's going to be out, Fred.
119 for 6, and Marco Jansen goes first ball.
I
And
should not
Gary's
have volunteered
complaining.
to commentate today, actually, because the only 2 South Africa games I've commentated on, I presided over their only 2 losses thus far.
Messers is getting his own back on you, Richard. He's going, Richard's the new Shelley.
Can we get Shelley in for the Australian innings?
Well, no, we don't. We tried. She has
she works, doesn't she?
lectures or work. Yeah, that horrible
That all
work
bad.
thing got in the way. Dr. Cool says Travis moving like Jadeja. Stephen Kelk. Someone was saying a few days that these days it's double after 32 overs. Yeah, we had that conversation. I don't remember where Messi got in the last session. There was a super chat from Stephen Kelk. Zampa, 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 it said. So thank you for that, Stephen.
Yes.
And thank you again if we thanked you before.
So the new batsman to the crease is...
Rajasthan Royals replaced the ill and disloyal. They called on the young Coatsy Gerald.
Hat-trick delivery for Travis Head. Again, he's got a lot of turn. Oh, that came in a long way, but could see manages to pat it away. And he survives. It's been a dramatic over, 2 fours, 2 wickets, 119 for 6 after 31.
It started so well and ended so badly.
Yeah. Like one of my novels.
Armchair Cricket Podcast said, Head, you party pooper. Yeah, he's bowled very well. He's bowled magnificently well. But the amount of turn he's been getting must be interesting, Maharaj, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does need to get on early because the only chance South Africa's going to have from here is a lot of early wickets.
Well, I was just thinking there's no point in keeping him in the locker, but if you're chasing 140, 150, that's not... Well, South Africa aren't there yet. 119 for 6.
It's not a high-scoring wicket, but this is too few.
Stephen Kelk says, Head is the new Zampa, long live Head.
Maxwell continues to Miller, who just blocks that out. He's just got 2 runs to achieve his 50, which will be the last thing on his mind, I'd imagine. He needs to be there at the end. That's the main thing. Maxwell once more. He's beaten the bat. And there's an attempt at a stumming, but I don't think that's...
No, his back foot was well and truly lodged in place, I think. Unless he lifts it a tiny bit. No, he doesn't.
It's quite noticeable how much wear is on this pitch as well. I mean, it's been difficult from ball 1, but it's also...
Do you open with both Shamsi and Maharaj? Tabrei Shamsi, yeah.
You worry about Shamsi's potential for bowling bad balls more
Yeah.
frequently and just letting pressure off in the power play.
Depends what they end up chasing, but I could see a logic where you'd have pace at one end and spin at the other and try and mix it up a bit. I mean, you got to if you're chasing under 200.
Yeah, and back Jansen, I would imagine. Just he's the most likely guy to produce these unplayable deliveries and that will get wickets, and the conditions favour that today. He will just have to step up. But that is all in the future. Here is Glenn Maxwell, 3rd ball of the over. It's short and a little bit wide, and it is cut away, but well in front of square for 4 runs. And that's the 50 for Miller.
Yeah, 50 off how many balls? 70 deliveries, 123 for 6. Give him a shout out.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Such a rare sight to see a shot along the ground that doesn't pick out a fielder today. This one's going to be a dot ball, just defended into the covers. It was quite uncanny how good the Aussie fielding was, to be fair, but also the South African ability to pick out fielders in the early part of this innings. Not so on that occasion. This one's turned away on the leg side by Miller, and they will get an easy single. I want to come in the over. This brings Coetzee back on strike. He'll take guard at the other end for the first time. He's seen off 1 off spinner from Travis Head, which was the hat-trick delivery last over round. A word of advice in his ear now from Miller, who's run all the way down the wicket to tell him what's what. Maxwell's not paying any attention. He's chatting with his fielders, moving him around. Sense of occasion ahead of this ball. Kutsia takes strike. Here's Maxwell. He has it's wide, it's driven down to the onside, and there's going to be 1 run, so no occasion whatsoever. 125 physics is the score after 32.
Right then, let's have a look. Although we were pretty much up to date, I think, on Twitter. Let me go back to YouTube, and that's Mog's Cat, isn't it, on YouTube there?
It was Mog's Cat on YouTube.
Yeah.
No, those are Josh's. We've gone back to Josh.
Oh, we've gone back to Josh.
Back to moving cats.
Moving cats. Wilshaw says, in a lot of other sports, there's a perfect body type. In cricket, it's quite diverse. If you were to genetically engineer the perfect cricketer, what traits would you give them? 1 batter and 1 bowler. Ooh, that's an interesting thought.
Well, it depends what you wanted on a bowler, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, but I think you need to be more precise. Do you want a spin bowler, Will? Or do you want a quick bowler? Different traits arguably needed, or different physical traits.
Head to continue to Kutsia. This one's just turned away on the leg side pass, short leg, no run.
That said, there's been some very good tall spinners. I mean, thinking John Embry, say, as an example, is pretty tall.
Head throws this one wide, finds turn again. Kutsia handles it, just plays it away into the offside. It's fielded at deep point. 1 run.
Yeah, but I think mainly for being a spinner, height. You don't want to be really tall, but height isn't such an issue.
Well, funny you should say that, Bear, as an ex-spinner.
Yeah, well, it's more about hand size.
Well, it's hand size.
Rubbery wristiness.
Well, I was about to say wrists, strong wrists, obviously, if you're a wrist spinner, would be very important.
Sausage fingers help too. Miller cuts this away and is going to be just the 1.
I can comfortably say that's not the case.
Will says just the best any type.
Wasn't there a thing about Shane Warne's sausage fingers? Or?
Yeah, but he was using the wrist to impart the spin, so it wasn't so much about it. Yeah, he had little fat fingers, but they probably weren't as little as mine.
Head has beaten the outside edge that time as Kutsia tries to block it, fails to get anything on it. No harm done, though.
I mean, these days, gym strength and pure physicality counts for a lot, particularly in littered overs cricket.
This one's just bunted down the wicket, but I could see it. There'll be no run.
Whereas if you look back to players of, yesteryear, if you look at a Bradman, he was more wiry than solid, wasn't he?
And Kutsia blocks that one. It goes away behind square on the offside. No run. And that is the end of the over, although the on-screen graphics were a bit slow to catch up with it. I think we have a drinks break at 127 for 6. Any more social we want to catch up?
Well, I think I was quite taken with Will's question about, physically, what do you need? The obvious answer, regardless of physicality, speed of eye. One of the things that first goes when you know your career in any sport is coming to an end is that hand-eye coordination, or it's when the body can't do what the mind is thinking. But if you've got that speed of the way the eye talks to the other parts of the body, and can set that body, it can set the body up to be in the right position to do things, whether you're a striker in football, whether you're a batsman in cricket, whether you're a bowler, that will always, I think, set you apart and will overcome physical strength. It can be worked on, but you, to a certain extent, less so for that hand-eye coordination. So, of all the things, Will, I'd go for that above all others.
Yeah, it's almost a matter of taste, isn't it? Especially when it comes to bowlers. I mean, you think, make him tall, but then you think about your Malingers and your shorter guys, and they can also produce unplayable magic. So,
exactly.
Well, Will said the first trait he would go for is mental fortitude. Yes, I absolutely agree with that as well. There's how many players have been in it. Again, I'm not just thinking cricket. I think any sport. You might have all the capability, but if the fight's not in the dog, as they say. It can cause you problems, and cricket is a game where you get an awful lot of time to think about your failures. In football, you might make a horrible wicket, but you've got every chance in the next couple of minutes you'll make a great save, score a goal, put in a brilliant tackle, thread a brilliant pass through the eye of a needle, or whatever it is you do. Whereas in cricket, when you're out, you're out.
Well,
and it can be a long day to think about it.
Yeah, it's different for batsmen and bowlers. I think as a bowler, you've always got another chance. That's why I prefer being a bowler, to be honest.
But interestingly, if I look at your original question, Will, it was about perfect body type, and yet you've gone quite rightly, I think, for mental strength as being possibly your single biggest asset, which I agree with, by the way.
Well, that's what you find in the greats of all sports, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Where else are we? Stephen Kelk. I played cricket intensively until 17, then stopped for 25 years, and now the hands simply don't go where they're supposed to anymore. And then he adds in a second note, brackets, steady on, Pornbot.
Oh,
Yeah.
I need to speak more to Stephen. That's quite an extreme example, actually. I mean, I stopped for about 15 years, but I know what he's talking about. When you miss your prime years, whatever they may, however modest they may be, it's super hard to catch up. It's not like riding a bicycle.
I found with bowling it wasn't so bad.
Yep, exactly. But batting is a different story because there's so much instinct and muscle memory. Anyway, here's Maxwell to continue after the drinks break. It's wide outside off stump, pretty full. It's an easy one to drive away for David Miller.
I gave up for 9 years, I think, essentially.
Cricket, you gave up for it, yeah?
From sort of 18 through, I started again when I was about 27.
I think I stopped in my early 30s and then never really went back to playing. Part of the odd charity game and school matches, fathers and sons games and the like.
Yeah, I started again when I was 27 and gave up when I was 45, I think, again.
I'm 2 years away from that, and it has crossed my mind. Maxwell, once more. It is locked away down the wicket. I could see no run.
Well, the thing that stopped me was that I was playing in a team. I was probably one of the youngest players, and we were playing, Saturday league cricket against 25-year-olds. It's just ridiculous.
That's another dot ball. No, I think cricket is a lot like squash or tennis. I mean, if you can't find someone of your level to play against, it's a horrible experience. So the nice thing about England is you usually can find someone at your level. Maxwell once more. It's a little bit quicker and flatter. Good see, just defends it away. If you play in Austria, for example, where most of the cricketing population is exceedingly good expats from the subcontinent, there's a point where you just stop playing league cricket. Oh, this one has beaten the inside edge, I think, with a bit of turn. And there's half a shout for something.
LBW, I think, but he was outside the line.
Yeah, you wondered why they bothered, but maybe it was a quarter shout. Anyway, it'll go down as a dot ball. There've been 4 of them in a row since that early single, but he does edge this last one to where slip would have been, and there's going to be 1 to finish the over. So Coetzee, who has 2 off 11, has nicked the strike, 129 to 6.
And that's not handy.
Why not send Maharaj ahead of Coetzee, who can bat time, said Armchair Cricket Podcast. Muttley says, whilst the fingers are slender/normal, I can assure you they are definitely sausage fingers. Yep.
Yes, of course they are.
I can understand that, Mutters. Joe Grover says, I never got the chance to play cricket. I would have been shite mind, so I doubt it were a loss to the Commonwealth of Sport. Well, I'm not sure about that, Jade. You never know. You might have been a superstar. Right, let's go back to YouTube, where we were having an interesting discussion about the physical and mental traits that make a top cricketer. And let's see if that discussion's progressed. And the answer is it hasn't. So we were where we were.
And Travis Head starts his third over. This one is too floaty, too full, and Coetzee, who is not a top order batsman, has no trouble cover driving that quite elegantly for 4.
Actually, I'm lying. Stephen Kelk did add some more. He said, I actually find the bowling harder. My shoulder speed is slower and the snap in my wrist is gone.
Similar delivery from Head as the over continued, but Coetzee is unable to climb into that one. He picks up mid-off, no run. Head is already into his next delivery. Gosh, he gets through fast. He's Jadeja-esque. Coetzee bunts this one down to long on. There'll be 1, so Miller gets on strike for a change. But half an over left to do something with it.
He's not going anything like the turn, is he, that Travis Head was getting, but Travis Head was getting it to move appreciably, but Maxwell is really just pushing it on with the arm most of the time.
Yeah. He's trying to get. He's trying to get
away into the
overspin.
covers.
Maxi was trying to get overspin. Head's actually trying to spin it. Oh,
Ooh, that's a good delivery. Not a lot of turn there, but enough as he draws Miller forward and beats him. But Miller is looking calm about the whole business.
certainly biting this wicket, isn't there? Enough to make any spinner fancy it.
Now, when we see that, there is hope. This one is driven firmly into the offside, picks out the fielder. So Miller wasn't able to make much of that half over. 134 for 6, and there are 15 to go.
They can get another 100. I think they'd be lucky.
Can I offer some glimmer of hope for South Africa? Because about 3 overs into today's match, I started thinking of that 2007 World Cup semi-final, of course, against Australia when we were bowled out for 149. At the same stage in that game, 35 overs, South Africa were 119 for 8. So it could be worse, and history says we'll at least get past the disastrous 149 made on that day by Graham Smith's men.
Yeah.
So there's something. Maxwell, on he goes. This one is just played away, back to the bowler, dot ball. I could see it. Here he is again over the wicket, fires it a little flatter and quicker. It's turned away on the leg side, so could see it gives strike over to his senior partner, Miller, 55 off 77, who's got 2 jobs to do, of course. One of them is to be there at least until the last couple of overs, and the other is to get on with it. Nobody said it was easy. Maxwell round the wicket now to the left-hand Miller. That's going to dribble out to backward 20, no run. Skipping through these overs now, the Aussie spinners. This one's played out straight to point this time.
They are.
Also no run.
And for very cheap runs as well, isn't it?
One dares not start a sentence as a commentator because you know you won't be able to finish it. Here he is again. And it's blocked away.
Yeah, I don't know how Miller plays this. Does he just take it deep and try and smash 50 in the last 5 overs himself, and what else they can get is all good?
Well, this is a smash, and he's going to get 4 for it. It was dropped a little bit short. So, good news for South Africa there.
Wasn't that short, but yeah. 4 more runs.
Yeah, he's made it short, at least, and that's the end of the over. Decided it had to go. He hooked away on the onside.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. All right then, 90 balls to go for South Africa. Is 220 on the cards, or is the maximum? Is it the maximum that they can hope for? No, I still think the 250's inside. They'd have to go some.
Yeah, they'd have to go some, and Miller would have to pretty much take them there, I think, to get 250.
Raffles the gentleman thug. Ray, physical traits. One thing that helps with power hitting is proportionately short arms. I'll finish that.
I'll be alright for that now.
Yeah.
Head, very loopy, quite full, and could see he's able to drop the bat onto this and get an easy single down to long on. He's getting a bit better at rotating the strike. He's giving it back to Miller earlier and earlier in the last couple of overs.
Well, what is Kurtz's record?
Head to continue now, wide of the crease to Miller, who goes back, just defends it away.
So I can tell you, in this World Cup, mainly his bowling rather than his batting. He hasn't been called upon so much to do batting.
No, I'm thinking more about
nearly
his batting.
Squeezes through between bat and pad, but
I'm just looking.
Gets an inside edge into the onside.
Well,
22 off 23 against the Netherlands, 3 against England. Let me see, 10 against Pakistan.
Expensive drive.
That's pretty much it with his batting when he's been called upon to bat, so it's not exactly stellar. In fact, he's already up amongst his higher scores.
Well, his highest score is 22, yeah. No, I think he's played 13 ODIs in his career.
That's another dot ball. Could see it stays back and just drops that into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, 13 ODIs, 6 innings, 38 runs in total. Highest score is 22. Average is 6.3.
Head tries coming around the wicket to him. There'll be no run. It's a similar result. He's got 4.3 degrees of turn today, has Travis Head.
That's quite a lot.
Well bowled. Really good. All the Aussie spinners have found some, and yeah, it will be interesting for the Safa spinners as well, no doubt. 141 for 6 after 37.
Right, I'll let the Raffles, the gentleman thugs, point about power hitting. What helps power hitting is proportionally short arms. Maxwell and Chris Lynn are prime examples. It's why guys with short arms can bench press more than guys with longer arms. Yeah,
that kind of makes sense.
I sort of see a logic in what you're saying there.
I'm going to say that Kurtz's got a higher score of 77 in List A and 59 not out in first class. So
no, he can bat. He's listed as an all-rounder. Right, there's plenty of chat now over on YouTube. I might have to wait until the end of the over though.
It'll only be about 30 seconds till the end of the over. Don't worry. It's Maxwell again. None for 25. He's got through 8 of them already. Can you believe it? There's a hoik over into the onside. He's found the gap. 4 runs for David Miller.
Nice. That was a good shot. He's got to get those every once in a while, and just hope he can get the ballistic bit at the end.
Yeah, he's kind of waiting for the bad ball at this stage still. He can't take initiative. This is a very similar shot, but it's a little bit straighter and picks out long on. And he'll just get the 1 for that.
Jay Graver has just reminded us, doubtful, he says, when I said he might have made a great player. He says he once got bounced out by an 8-year-old.
Okay.
They can be tricky, them 8-year-olds.
Yeah, goof.
And they can double their speed from 1 month to the next, and you think you know their bowling, and you don't. Coetzee just bunts this down in the direction of long off. He'll trot through for 1. 6 off the over so far. The run rate now creeping towards 4. Has it been at 4 at any point this innings?
Don't think so. It might have been while they were Miller was with Klassen.
Miller grabs a cheeky single there into the covers.
See, 10 and over gets 271 still. Not that I can see 10 and over happening, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, this is literally the first time we've got close to 4 and over, according to the Worm, if I'm reading it correctly.
No, you're right.
Worm.
It's under 2 in the power play, remember?
Of having something to bowl at. Maxwell round the wicket. Now to Coetzee, not entirely convincingly played. It squirts out towards mid-wicket. No run.
It's definitely a wicket you want to bowl on as a spinner, isn't it? Crikey.
That's a great one for the tweakers. And Coetzee manages to get a single, although the stumps are all in a mess at the striker's end.
Pretty sure he's home, but he had to fling himself there to get to do it, didn't he?
Yeah, so you want to dive into all that social that was happening as he rearranges all his kit?
Yeah, we're talking about Stephen Kelk's cricket career, weren't we? And he said the trouble was he still tries to play like a 17-year-old. Will Shaw had some very good advice, which is try bowling left-handed in the nets. It really helped me focus on technique over power. Which is an interesting thought. Feels terrible at first, but it makes you focus on fundamentals because adding power makes it even worse. There you go. Jay Taylor says, wonder what Adam Donald is thinking. He also says, I bet Earlsfield is a happy place this evening. Yeah, I lived in Wimbledon very briefly, and I do recall all of my neighbours were South African, up and down the road. It's something of an enclave. Yeah, there you go. It's something of an enclave for Saffers when they come over here, is Wimbledon. Will Shaw said, it's very unlikely you'll ever bowl with your opposite arm, but it helps you understand what is important from your natural arm, which is kind of an interesting thought.
Right, we will have some time to continue with that because we finally have a fast bowler on again. Head is off, and Mitchell Stark, who has 3 left, is back on. 2 for 18, round the wicket to Coetzee. There'll be no run. A crucial moment here in terms of the bowling switches, I would venture to suggest.
Is Hazelwood bowled out?
Started really strongly.
No, I don't think Hazelwood has
got
bowled
a
out.
couple.
Oh, we can find out and score.
Well, they brought him back for 1, didn't they? For sure. John Hibbert says, yeah, 8-year-olds, it's the short arms. Well, yes, it is.
So Coetzee watches Mitchell Starc running into him. There's a scary sight around the wicket. He's going to have a drive at this, and he has pierced the inner field, and there's no one there on the boundary, so 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Is that question now? Which Mitchell Starc are we going to see? For these last
Well,
2
hopefully
overs?
the one that goes for runs.
Yeah, just to make a game of it. I mean, even if you're a neutral.
Hazelwood's got 2 left. Maxwell's got 1. Pat Cummins has got 5 left.
Here's Starc once again. It's pretty full. Targets the stumps and could see doesn't do much with it. Just pushes it out onto the offside.
Presumably, playing conditions mean that if Australia was to be rain, but Australia faced 20 overs, that's still game over today, wouldn't it? Be DLS. It wouldn't come back tomorrow in that situation.
Good question. Good question.
I think that's the game done and it's finished during the day.
Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Starc in again. This one's shortened. Could see he just bends back and lets it tennis ball bounce through the keeper. We've had South Africa's 150 actually with that previous boundary, which is a little something to celebrate.
153 for 6 and 38.4 overs. Yeah, not doing too bad. Well, they are, but hey.
It's all relative. But yeah, and the question of which Starc are you going to see, he was so outstanding in his first 5. You kind of thought 6 and 7 were not so great in comparison, and the only way is down. Nothing wrong with that delivery, however. It's just defended away into the offside by Kutsia.
Yeah, it's always. I mean, it's Starc and Hazelwood with a new ball were superb, but they were pretty much bowling sort of test match lengths, weren't they? And
yeah,
it wasn't easy to get away. There was enough in the air and off the pitch for a little bit of nibble and a little bit of swing.
It reminded me a lot of almost a Jimmy Anderson approach on the first morning of a test.
Yeah,
you know, letting the ball do the work, and it sure did. Kutsia plays it quite nicely behind square on the offside there. Just runs it down to third man. Nicks the bowling one more time. 154 for 6. And there are 11 to go.
Go.
Good morning.
Tone?
Sorry, I was checking on something else.
Okay. Yeah. Drifting away with the fairies there, were you?
I was. Yes, I was. I think we're fairly up to date. I can assure you, Leah sent an interesting picture of what looks like bondage gear.
Oh, lovely. Dog collars?
I may be wrong. Yes. Well, I found the most recent Proteas team photo. Take a look. Okay.
Oh no. I know what this is going to be.
I'm not sure of the relevance of that. Have I missed something? A story of some kind?
Is it a picture of an artichoke?
No.
Oh, chokers! They're chokers! Of course they're chokers. Yes, I've got it now. But it took me a while to get there.
Looks like he's going to bowl through into his 10th over. Around the wicket, that one's going to be a dot ball. Could see he's had plenty of strike, 31 deliveries already, 17 off him. Hasn't been too much of an effort at strike management at this stage. Maybe it's too early for such things. He turns this away behind square on the leg side. They will just take the 1. But I think until it's a little bit deeper in the innings and Miller has license to really take a bit more risk, it's okay going as it is, as long as Kutsia is getting the odd few, which he is. Probably not before the 44th over can Miller really decide to risk exposing the tail out of set. Maybe 43. This one beats the outside edge, but Miller survives. Still turn out there for Maxwell.
Might have been unjust on Maxwell when I was saying head was turning it more, because there you go. He got that one to rip very nicely.
Well, it was head that had the most degrees of turn in that little graphic that came out, if I'm not mistaken, at the 4.3. So technically you're right, but they're all turning it appreciably, one might say. This one's played away to point by Miller, no run. score predictor says 223. David Miller will have other ideas. This one's a little quicker, angled in, and worked away on the leg side. Miller will get one. So unless Coetzee can find something, it's looking like a quiet over to end what's been a great spell from Maxwell. Last ball, and it is indeed blocked away by Coetzee. So Maxwell ends with figures for none for 35 off 10. What a contribution by the Australian spinners in general, led by Maxwell there, 156 for 6 after 40.
Yeah, Coetzee 18, Miller 67. We're due to have a change.
Yeah, it should be Forthy, yourself, and Cameron.
Yep.
And whoever's on social, I think Dr. Cool is next on YouTube, and we're pretty much up to date on X or Twitter.
Okie dokie.
Well, that's great to hear. Hello there, Bear.
All right, Forthy. Hello, Cameron.
Hello, Forthy, over there.
Have we ever? We've never done this before together, have we, Cameron?
We have not. I'll be gentle.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I've been cutting together the highlights.
Cameron and I have tended to do some shift work. He's just knocking off at midnight as I take over sometimes in Mooney Ponds during this World Cup. It's been a tradition.
When I first heard you on the highlights, I thought they got Mark Taylor in for a second. My ear was a bit,
That's a horrible thing.
Well, we're carrying on with Travis Head into the 41st over, and what a fantastic job he's doing for Australia here. He's 2 for 17 off 4, and Miller gets onto the back foot and knocks it down to point. No run. These so-called part-timers of Australia, Head and Maxwell, have absolutely excelled. Of course, they've been allowed to because the wickets have been falling, although Head himself took 2 of them. And getting, as Richard said in the earlier stint at commentary, appreciable turn. That's turned down to square leg by Coetzee. He'll pick up a single.
I mean, we're potentially facing a scenario where both Head and Maxwell will outbowl Adam Zampa, which...
It's an extraordinary... I don't think anyone, even Joe Wilson, who never sees anything coming, he definitely wouldn't have seen this coming either. This is 157 for 6 off 40.2. Wow, good stuff from Head and Maxwell. Head in again. He's round the wicket on this occasion to Coetzee. Oh, my goodness gracious. Coetzee and Miller collided in the middle of the pitch. As it happens, there was time for them to sort themselves out and get to their respective ends, but that was Keystone Cops time.
Yeah, they were both watching a ball and not each other.
That's right. Yeah, extraordinary. Are you at home, Cameron? Are you?
I am indeed.
Not in the box of dreams tonight. Head round the wicket again, and he strays down leg side. But that's possibly the first wide I've seen from him for a part-timer. He's so-called part-timer. He's been extremely accurate. Again, and the other thing, of course, they're whistling through these overs. It's a bit of a problem getting the expert commentator in, so sorry about that, Cameron. That's another.
No, that's quite okay. I managed to get through my last stint with a lot of Travis Head and Glenn Maxwell. I think I might have said maybe 3 sentences, which is probably
hopefully we'll have Mitchell Stark on for the other end, which will give you a bit more scope. He drops that one a little bit short, this Head, and I think they've come through for 2 there. Oh, maybe just the single, actually. Out to the sweeper on the boundary from Miller. He moves on to 69 from 93. Last ball of Head's 5th over. Down the wicket come Coetzee, but a defensive shot out into the offside. At the end of the 41st over, South Africa 164-6, Bear.
Yeah, I don't think there is anything on socials, to be honest. Okay. I don't think we've had any tweets in, so we can talk nonsense about cricket, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Or anything else that comes to mind.
Well, of course, anything else that comes to mind.
The question that's been, just sitting with me, I guess, is how is it that Head and Maxwell have been effective and Zampa hasn't? Because Zampa should, leg spinner, front line spinner, should be getting more turn, should be getting a lot more out of this wicket, but...
Well, isn't that partly to do with the fact that actually Zampa was bowling to Klassen and Miller when they actually just started to get going, and those two are genuine batsmen, and they got their iron and they started going. Then Head got hit for 2 fours, remember, in the over that he got 2 wickets, and then he took 2 wickets, and then of course Miller has to slow down, and you got a new guy who's number 8 who's come in, so they got lucky to a certain degree.
Solar panels Pat is back into the action, and that is whipped by Miller and cut off by a diving Warner. And say what you like about Warner during this World Cup, but his fitness levels have been extraordinary. They've entrusted him to that sweeper role on the boundary, and he's not let anyone down.
I mean, the ball that Klassen got out to, I mean, it was just one that went straight on. He just played for turn. You know.
Yeah. It was a Miss Marple mystery, that one, wasn't it?
Well, he bowled it at the stumps and he misjudged it, and if you bowl straight and they misjudge it, you're going to get a wicket, aren't you? So
you miss, I hit.
Exactly.
In comes Pat Cummins again. And that one's gone straight to, I think, Glenn Maxwell. And he has a little shy at the stumps. Standers up, dot ball.
It's pretty typically fucking Australian that they're come to the right end of the tournament and it's all going bloody right. It just, as an Englishman, it's bloody irritating, I have to say.
They are I get less and less irritated by Australia
well,
every year.
You kind of have to appreciate it, but there's still a grudgingness to it. I'm English.
Of course, yes. We might ask Cameron after this ball how he feels about this Australian team. Do you feel a certain fondness? Hang on, here comes Pat. We'll get back to that. Oh, that's a weird one. It's a slower ball, goes to pull it, and he kind of freezes and then just stabs it down. Dot ball in the end. So, Cameron, fond of this team?
Fondness is probably too strong a word. I have a respect for this team in that, you know, they've proven themselves to be an effective one-day outfit whilst not being completely detestable. And I think that's probably the standard that one wants nowadays from an Australian cricket team. I'll take it.
I think it's greatly helped by this man who's bowling at the moment, being captain myself. That's cutter into the pitch, gets up over the shoulder but not over the head, so that's a very effective ball, goes through to the keeper, dot ball. Oh no, they've called it a wide.
I mean, there's players in this team who I adore. Like Glenn Maxwell, I would sell an unimportant organ to aid his fitness. But then there are others who...
even after all these years, no one's going to sell an organ on behalf of David Warner. That's off the back foot by Miller, straight to Travis Head, who fields it quite nicely out there. Dot ball. Yeah, I suppose appendices, my appendix, it's not doing anything.
No, not really. I don't think I'd miss it that badly.
No? I've got a couple of nipples I don't really use. They're not really organ, admittedly.
Nipples, but yeah.
Are there any other animals or mammals that have got nipples they don't use? In comes Cummins again, and again, this weird tennis shot. But it's played out square leg. There is no square leg. Cummins does his own fielding, and they come through for a single. They need more than singles.
So it's questions like that, Forky, that I am hoping that the mixed bunch that is our listenership will be able to cue in.
Yes, unused nipples amongst mammals would be really interesting. That presumably males, because all the female nipples are well accounted for. We know what they're doing. Suckling purposes.
Well, of course.
Yeah, indeed, that's what they're there for. I hope I'm not going to be cancelled for saying that. I don't think I said anything out of line there, but you never know what you're going to get cancelled for.
I think technically you're correct as well.
I hope so. In comes Pat Cummins again on the leg side. What do you think about the single? Decided against the single very wisely. Only came 3 steps down, and that was Steve Smith coming in. Well, that's 4 or 5 of that over. They need more than that, so they just still very much in second gear here, South Africa. Anything happening, Bear, out there or not?
Let me have a look. Sorry.
All right.
Keep getting phone calls coming in from people that are
builders.
Yeah, basically builders, and I can't respond to them because I'm here. Let me have a look. Oh, we have had a couple.
Yep.
Warner. Warner has been exceptionally fit for an ancient, fat and short dude with stubby feet, says Leah. Yeah, fair enough.
I think that is true. That's it.
That's it, yes.
So we know that like all Australian teams are hateable, obviously. Who to you both, coming from outside these fair lands, is the least hateable Australian team that you've ever sort of seen in your time? Because I've got my own personal favourites, but that's obviously tinged with my own sort of, vague degree of national pride. So I'm interested from an outside land if there's any Australian teams that have been reasonable.
Well, Zampa's come back into the action. Starts with the dot. We'll tell you the one we really liked. There was some teams in the 80s that we really liked.
Yeah, basically teams that were shit we really liked.
They were shit, and we really liked those teams. They were great. If you could serve up some more of those, we'd be very grateful. Even then, I think we managed to lose more often than not in Australia.
Ooh, wow.
That's pushed wider by Zampa, and. Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened here? I think, yes, it's gone all the way. Miller has I think that's Miller, isn't it? He's freed his arms, pushed much wider, and straight back over the bowler's head for one of these.
That was a really nice shot.
It was. Several more of those needed. Ooh, and that's much closer to the stumps. Too close to be cut. Has a cut anyway. Completely misses it, Miller. Dot ball. It's hard to. I mean, when I first started watching, I didn't mind the 70s teams. They were tough, but I didn't think they were unreasonably tough. In comes Zampa again. He launches this one, but doesn't get hold of it. It squirts out on the leg side, and they hurry through for a single. Since then, it's hard to pick. I mean, there've been loads of individual Australians I've really liked. I mean, there's several in this team. It's. Whenever you think of a team, you think, "Oh God!" But there was that.
Well, I can support. I can support Australia at football and stuff because they're not very good.
So can I.
Just can't support them. I can't support them at cricket, obviously. And it was great fun watching them get battered in the Rugby World Cup. That was hilarious.
In comes Zampa again over the wicket, and he tries to pull and doesn't get any of it. Goes back to the bowler, dot ball. So.
My
good
first experience of Australia, I went there on my year off when I was 19 or whatever, so 1990, 1989, 1990. There was the Commonwealth Games was in Australia when I landed there.
Zampa's last ball of the over, it's dot ball played out in the offside. Carry on, Bear.
And this was typically Australian, so at that time Australian were fucking miles ahead of anyone else in the Commonwealth at swimming, and they loaded all the swimming up at the front. So I arrived in Australia, got sunstroke because I fell asleep on Bondi Beach after having travelled for 36 hours and lost my passport. Fell asleep on Bondi Beach, then spent 4 days in a hotel throwing up watching Australia win gold after gold after gold at the Commonwealth Games at home, somewhere in Melbourne or Sydney it was, I don't know where it was.
True Australian experience.
Yeah. And after, and I'd grown up and we won the Ashes a couple of times as well when I was little. And of course there was the famous Botham Ashes, that sort of got me into cricket. And after that it's always been downhill. So,
do you have an England team, Cameron, that you can handle?
See, for most of my youth, making fun of England was unnecessary. They did more enough themselves.
Understand.
My favourite English team is actually the one that first beat Australia, the 2005 Ashes team, because that's one of the finest Test series I've ever seen in my life, and. That was just a great team, but they weren't lovable in the sense of the word, but they were great, and that was okay.
Yeah, Australian team's been great. That team in 2005. I think if it hadn't been for McGrath going over on his ankle in the second Test, good chance we'd have got spanked. But it turned out that really helped.
I do have a comeback for that though. Pat Cummins comes in again, goes a bit wider, and he's cut by Miller, but straight to the man at cover point. What if everything had happened except that Shane Warne had, done something stupid before the first Test? England would have won that series 4 or 5-0. Because it was only really Shane Warne who prevented that happening.
Well, he got 40-odd wickets, didn't he? He got 42 wickets in that series.
Yeah. So, it cuts both ways.
Yeah, true.
For what if?
Why was he just coming off suspension or something for diuretics?
Well, It could have, if it had coincided with the diuretic ban, for example. Anyway, that's pulled by, it wasn't, and it was a great series. That's pulled by Miller for a single out that way, cowish way, and he moves on into the 80s.
This last Ashes series is one of the best I've ever seen as well.
Yeah, it was a good one.
My God, wasn't it? Oh, my word. I so enjoyed it, I must say. Partly because I was actually commentating.
Oh, yeah, you were over here, weren't you, as well? Yeah, we had you for the whole summer. It was great.
Very much enjoyed that. There were tears. There were walkouts. It was great fun. In comes Pat. Oh, and I think he's got a little edge. Yes, he has. Kurt Sear has gone. He tried to pull it. Got right across it. Just flicked a glove on the top of the bat as it went through to Josh Inglis behind. They're thinking about reviewing, but he must know whether he's hit it or not, and I think he's pretty certain he has. So that is South Africa, 172 for 7, and Kurt Sear is out for 19 of 39 balls.
Useful innings though, like he's helped me stay alive from a bit of a partnership.
There you go. Sorry. Carry on.
No worries. Yes. I think he stuck around, didn't he, from memory with Miller much longer in the Netherlands match when they were in a spot of bother. Not much of a spot of bother, but a bit. And would have. I know. So if we got coming in next, then Maharaj, I think.
Yeah, be Maharaj. Just give him a little jingle.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
On a completely different note, I quite fancy watching that Napoleon film that's coming out.
Oh God, yeah. Well, absolutely. I love Joaquin Phoenix. Just listening to one or two podcasts about Napoleon as well. He really hated the French, evidently, which is quite funny, and could barely speak French all his life.
Oh, really?
Funny.
Yeah, he was Italian born.
Corsican, yeah. Well, Italian, yes, I suppose. Well, yeah. Corsica had only just turned over to, I think, the Genoese, I think, maybe, or the Venetians, one of those.
Genoese.
So, he had no particular connection to France at all. In fact, he hated them for the first 20 years of his life. And they all took the piss out of him in his military academy with his guttural Corsican accent. Funny.
So how did he get to be emperor then?
Well, he was...
After this, we'll do some commentary and you can give us a history lesson.
Well, I'm not sure I can. I'm not an expert. That's played off his legs by Maharaj first ball, and that will quite suit South Africa get Miller back on strike. Well, he was part of the French Empire, and he was fiercely determined. He was an autodidact, and he had terrific powers of concentration. One thing he was brilliant at was maths, which sounds bizarre, but when you're at that stage of the military, if you're really good at maths, you've got to be really good in the military because it was required for all sorts of things.
Calculating.
And, he made it. Yeah, that's right. In comes Captain Cook was very good at maths as well. In comes Cummins to Miller, and he gets another single. And so dot 1, wicket 1-1. We're just having a look at the replay.
It looks like he wasn't out, man.
Well, it looks like it hit his elbow. Can you believe it?
His shoulder. I think it's more his shoulder.
Yeah. Had he reviewed, I'm almost certain.
David Miller wants to review for himself, doesn't he? If he needs it.
Do me. Yeah.
Should have taken the chance, really.
It's so odd that he wouldn't have known. Last ball of Cummins over is coming up.
He must have known it hit his shoulder. It's a question of did it graze his glove, I suppose.
No, we didn't see a little spike. Dot ball to end the over from Maharaj. He's going to leave Miller to do all the work from the other end. 6 overs to go. South Africa 174 for 7. Anything happening out there, Bear?
I keep forgetting it's me. I wish Tony wouldn't do this to me.
I'll tell you one thing, just while you're looking, maybe, Bear. I was going to ask Cameron. It's a shame they haven't got another 50 or so runs to make a contest of it, because you would imagine Shamsi and Maharaj seeing the amount of spin that Head in particular got would fancy their chances on this pitch.
Well, unfortunately for Shamsi, he'll be watching it from the sidelines. It is only Maharaj who will be...
I missed that. Oh, I missed that. Okay, so Shamsi's not in the lineup, right?
Yes,
okay.
he is. Yes, he is. Yeah.
I thought I saw him.
Shamsi's in for Ngidi, I think. They've stuck with Kurtzer and they've brought in Shamsi.
You're quite right.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Well,
yeah, most people had a good shot on this wicket.
Zampa's in again, and that's a cracking shot, and it's gone for one of these.
Yeah, pulled out through mid wicket, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it wasn't a great ball from Zampa, but took full advantage. And really, with 6 overs to go, round about here, Miller's going to have to start chancing his arm, because it's a bit death or glory from here on in, you would think. Zampa into Miller again. Oh, he's pulled it really wide, and it's cut. And the man at long off does a good job, and it's probably Maxwell. Comes round, and they'll probably get back for 2, I should think. Yes, they have.
No, I think it's still too early for the death or glory charge by Miller, because if he gets out now, they might not hit 200. He has time to get 50, no matter how he gets there. And he'll put away the bad balls, but I don't think he's going to force just yet.
44.2 overs, 7 wickets down. In comes Zampa. Ooh, that hits the leg. They're slightly interested, but it clearly pitched outside leg, so no chance of LBW.
Yeah, nothing there.
Yep, it's 40 foot went. Yes, okay. So what? You'd leave it to about the 47th or somewhere around there? Do you think?
I think so.
Zampa in again, turns it off his hips, through square leg for a single. Yeah, I guess the only thing they can really hope for now is 7 or 8 for the next 3 overs, and then a full-on assault for the last 3, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
40, probably the aim.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's 60 off the last 5, something like that, which is a big ask, to be honest. It's possible if you've got Miller there, but if he gets out, you think it'll subside to about 200.
You'd have to hope there's a couple of miracle overs right at the end, which can happen. In comes Zampa, and that's played off the back foot by Maharaj.
It's a lot easier to have miracle overs when you're batting first at the end, isn't it? Even with the tail enders, because the fear is you're not going to lose the game. You just got to try and put something on the board.
I mean, the exception is something like Maxwell's innings the other night, when everything just goes right on that one occasion, and that's cuts by Maharaj for a single out to the man on the ubiquitous Warner sweeping. That's the end of the over. Maharaj will keep the strike, won't necessarily suit South Africa. 182 for 7.
That was 8 off that. It's over to me, isn't it?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
So we had a cut. Sorry, shit, my eyesight's getting so bad. Leah says, Napoleon was a general of artillery. Of course he was good at maths. He went to a military academy, for goodness sake. Messenger says, is so on brand. Napoleonic Wars. Yeah, that is. Napoleon also famously crowned himself as emperor. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, it did.
Most empires are based on an amoral capacity for violence and maths. Says Jay Grover. Maybe.
Thanks, Jay.
And the Shoeys says, read the likability of this Aussie team. The only smart decision Cricket Australia has ever made was making Cummins captain. How refreshing having a nice, normal, non-grumpy human person leading the team.
First ball of the normal, non-grumpy captain's over. Goes a thick outside edge all along the ground, wide of the man at point for a single.
Australia have... Sorry.
No, go, Cameron.
I was going to say, Australia have had non-sociopaths as captains in the past, but they are a rare sprinkling. George Bailey, lovely man, captain for a little while of the one-day team. Mark Taylor back in the day.
Mark Taylor's a decent guy. Kim Hughes is a nice guy, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he cried, so he was also a nice guy, yeah.
Well, that's how nice he is. He's capable of tears. Exactly. He's a lachrymose captain. In comes Cummins again. Pulled hard. Has he found the gap? Yes, he has.
Good shot.
That's gone all the way wide of the man at wide, long on.
Nice shot. One of those and over, and then hopefully 18 and over for the last 3 overs.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. If big if they could get to somewhere around 220, 230 with the amount of turn, maybe it becomes kind of, a one chance in four match. It's not impossible. In comes Cummins again, and that's pulled from way outside off stump down to long on. Maxwell does the fielding. They'll just come through for a single.
Well, they've got a pretty decent bowling attack themselves, haven't they? Jansen, Rabada, Maharaj has bowled really well in this tournament. Kurtz's been stood up, taking Lungidi's spot, really, isn't he?
And
Shamsi's the most erratic of them all, but he's also capable of taking wickets. So if they can get a score and they can get some early wickets like Australia did, middle order of Australia, if Maxwell doesn't fire, you fear for that as well.
That one's gone straight through and missed by Maharaj, so that's another dot ball. Have South Africa got any part-time spinners who might be jokers in the pack amongst their batsmen?
Markram bowls a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, Markram bowls a bit.
You're asking a lot for a part-timer with such a small total to conjure a little miracle from nowhere.
Well,
Travis Head was on a hat-trick in this match.
Precisely. And if it's only 2 or 3 overs and something happens in those 2 or 3 overs, that's it, isn't it?
Exactly. Oh, that's a cutter which comes right into Maharaj. He defends it. And the man coming in from point, probably Smith, was it? Has a shy at the stumps. No, I think Zampa. But although he did hit the stumps, they were well home, so just through for the single.
That's Mitch Marsh.
It was Mitch Marsh. We should have been able to tell by the rippling shoulder blades.
Oh, yeah.
Is he always that shape, Cameron? I can't remember him being that big in the past.
Well, he's gotten progressively Stoinis shaped over the journey. He's not quite as rugged and Greek Adonis-like, but he's getting there.
He has very triangular shoulders, though, Marsh, doesn't he? They go up from his shoulders to his neck, very much.
They do. He looks almost apologetic about his body shape. I don't know how I ended up with this. That's tennis shotted, as it were, out to Labuschagne on the boundary for a single. I think Miller will keep the strike. He's quietly moved on to 94, so he's got his own personal milestone round the corner. And there are 4 overs to go.
Oh, yeah, me again.
As a mould student of history of the game, I would love it if South Africa were to make it to 213, and that was where their innings were to end, because that was the score they reached in the 1999 semi-final against Australia. So that would be a fun little piece of history. If that's what they're reaching.
I was going to bring that because that was a pretty low-scoring game, wasn't it?
Very low scoring.
And South Africa expected to win that chasing 213. Of course, yes, Shane Warne did the business after they went off like a train.
I always think one of the funny things about that is I don't think anybody apart from possibly Klusner realised that a tie still meant that they needed the extra run, because that was days before the internet and all of those sorts of things and everyone incessantly talking. He hit 2 fours, didn't he, off the first 2 balls of that last over? The scores were level, and everyone was saying, oh, what happens now?
Yeah, I was behind the sofa. I had money on that game. I needed Australia. I needed Australia to win.
Because it was actually a tie, but because of the Super Sixes, and they got over them in the Super Sixes, that's why they went through. Right. City rule, but there it is. We're all used to city rules in the latter stages of World Cups. In comes Mitchell Stark this time. Over to David Miller, who just gets a single on the onside. Or was it... sorry, my feed broke up for 1 second. Yes, I think it was Maharaj back on strike, that's right. That was a leg by, okay. Sorry, little stutter in the seamless commentary for a second. Why have Australia got this green band across their arses? It's still a mystery to me.
Style.
Style.
That's all I've got.
Okay. Yeah, it's a weird one. It really is. Once you start thinking about it, you can't stop. It's so odd.
When did you start thinking about it?
Scotland used to play in those beach shorts when they played football for a while, and they were very odd shorts. Anyway, they'll be quite happy playing with green stripes across their arse. They'll have to. It'll be their lucky green stripe from here on in. Round the wicket comes Stark to the right-handed Maharaj, who launches it. I have a feeling that's gone more vertical than horizontal. Yes, it has. Straight to Smith, mid-off, and the 8th South African wicket falls. They are now 191 for 8. Maharaj goes for 4 off 7.
Oh, that's me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
On your bike, mate.
Still going?
No. It's just
very good.
Good timing. Good timing.
Cameron, what did you make of that? I suppose he had to start.
Bloody ordinary game management is what I make of that. Like, your job at this point of the innings is to get David Miller on strike. Trying to sort of carve a hit off 145 plus K bowler over long off ain't your strength. Know your limits. It's dumb batting.
It is a little bit. It has to be said. Maybe in the last 10 balls you'd do that kind of shit, but as you say, Cameron, at the moment you try and get David Miller on strike and let him do the hitting.
Although we joke about it, one of the most impressive innings in this competition has been Pat Cummins' support act to Glenn Maxwell. He absolutely selfless piece of cricket that was. Fantastic.
12 off 62 deliveries, wasn't it? That's classy.
He did what he needed to do.
Exactly, he certainly did. This man's at the crease.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name?
And faster than the Spanish Armada, Kagisa Rabada just knocks it down and does what Maharaj should have done and just rotates the strike back over to Miller off his first ball.
Now Rabada is a man
who was successful in the Armada as well.
Yeah. Well, Kagisa Rabada can hit a long ball. I've seen him do it in the IPL.
They'll still say in Southern Ireland that there are people with Spanish blood because of the ships that rocked up there when they got thrown by the storm coming back from invading England, and the Spanish sailors that just fell onto the land and ended up fertilising the local community. That's a terrible way of putting it. Sorry about that. The wrong word came out there. That's a single by David Miller. He moves on to 95 off 114.
The Latino lovers who came across from Spain, yeah?
Yeah, that's right, yes. In the Emirata. I don't think they were thinking of being lovers. They were just thinking of
surviving
at the time. And actually, I'm not sure there's a great deal of evidence that there were too many Spanish ships which did get wrecked there, but it's a long-standing tradition. 1588, I suppose. In comes Mitchell Stark again, and that's straight through to Josh Inglis. Rabada. Oh, it's a wide.
It is a wide. It's got to be a wide. It's well too short.
Look at this.
Wide.
Some anxious South African wags there.
Well,
not a word you hear so often these days, wags. It's very a 90s word, isn't it?
No, bloody Beckham was there yesterday though, wasn't he, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, he was, yeah. Sorry.
He gets fucking everywhere.
He looked like an actor who'd been paid to play the part. It didn't quite look like David Beckham for some reason. That's a leg stump half volley, clipped nicely by Rabada, wide of the man at mid-wicket. David Warner, fit as a fiddle, comes round and they come back for 2.
That's a good result. 2 runs off the last ball. Oh, it's not the last ball. There's one left.
No, because it's been a wide, yeah. I think with Miller on 95 at the other end, the sensible thing would be to sacrifice this ball and just let Miller have the strike for the last, as much of it as the last 3 overs as possible.
Still 220, 230 on.
Yeah, 230. Hey, you never know. Buy a lottery ticket. In comes Stark over the wicket to Rabada. Oh, it's a full toss, which knocks Rabada off his feet. And as a consequence, if they were ever thinking of a single, they don't take it. Straight to Labuschagne at mid-on. And at the end of the 47th over, South Africa won 9-6 for 8.
That was close to a no ball for me. It's me again, isn't
it? It sure is, baby.
What have we got? Leah says, the fact that Napoleon crowned himself emperor is remarkable for the fact that in the European tradition an emperor has to be crowned by the Pope. No, I didn't know that. The Shoeies.
The Pope was invited.
Well, yeah, probably was. Probably said, no, you can't do that. Whilst this is great having Cummins as captain, I still prefer the OG of Grumps, Alan Border. Probs, still better batter than most are middle order. No one be bringing coffee bloody machines on tour either. Well, there's a dig at Labuschagne there. Jersey Dingler says, hard to understand Cameron a lot of the time. Can we have a whip round to buy a mic? I'm sorry.
Oh. I mean, I can understand him. Oh, that is launched by David Miller. And what a way to go to your century. 101 off 115. Congratulations to him. And South Africa are now 202 for 8.
Let's give him his jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Hasn't had enough support, but great personal innings.
Yeah. Very much so. No, I think Cameron. I think it's for headphones. Have you got your headphones? USB headphones, or are they just jack headphones?
They're jack headphones.
Yeah, you see, Zoom doesn't actually pick them up, so the microphone never actually works on, which is annoying.
Yeah, I do need to sort of play around with the system a little bit here. It's my first time sort of tuning in over Zoom, and yeah, I'll work on that.
That is an extraordinary ball from Matt Cummins. It's a wide, but it's a wide.
So either that or a cheap USB microphone works very well, one or the other.
Nice.
But yes, God, that was a good way to go to your 100.
Wasn't it just?
15 rows back. So a little bit of something for South Africa to cling on to here. A few more lusty blows like that. And there goes another one. Is it gone all the way? No. It's gone straight down the throat of the man at cow, I think was Travis Head.
It was Travis
Miller has is out for 101 off 115. He'll be frustrated with himself, still with 3 overs to go. But as we were saying, really, from the 47th over, you couldn't leave it any later than that. So he was justified in his gamble. And he's out for 101 off 115. And South Africa 203 now for, I want to say 8.
8.
Now, they will check it just in case that back foot touched the toe ground, but I'm almost certain it didn't.
No, it didn't.
203 for 9. I was right to hesitate.
Well, yeah, now how many balls down? I mean, if they can get 10, they'll be lucky. Shamsi doesn't like batting, does he? He looks scared of quick stuff.
Yeah, sorry, Cameron, go.
No, it's delightful. You can see David Miller there talking to Tabrou Shamsi, who's just coming onto the field. What on earth could David Miller be telling him that will at all improve the odds of Shamsi playing bat on ball?
Nothing.
Waste of time.
So he's telling him, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, exactly. Positive affirmations.
Exactly. That's about it.
Yeah, how much batting coaching can you ram into passing a man on the way to the wicket? That is a very good point. Well, Rabada and Miller have been entrusted. It's not their job. Rabada and Shamsi, it's definitely not their job. But they have been left with the task. It would seem so unfair in cricket that you pick for one job, but as bowlers, sometimes you make your name in these kind of heroic last few balls of matches. So many instances, of course, over the years. Cummins coming into Shamsi. Doesn't matter whether you crossed anymore. If you're out, you go back to the new batsman facing the new bowler. And it's Pat. In he comes. Digs it in short. Welcome to the match. Shamsi, he ducks underneath it. I don't think it was a wide, just a dot ball.
No, that's a shame. Now, this 200 should never be enough against this Australia side. Although at the beginning of the tournament, they couldn't get 200, could they?
You know what? I think he did put his foot on the Toblerone, but he had the precaution of throwing it into the air as he did it.
Yeah.
So, that was fine.
Yeah, I think he was aware of that.
Cummins in again. The Shamsi, and that's the full ball, the short one, then the full one to the tail ender, and he plays and he misses, but it also misses the stumps. Another dot.
I mean, the problem you've got at South Africa, isn't it? I mean, Miller's got 101, Clarkson's got 47 or something, just short of 50. So you've got 150 runs from 2 batters and 53 or odd from the other 8. It's a bit shit.
Looking at a couple of Indian innings where they've had 2 centuries and 3 half centuries. There's the contrast. In comes Pat Cummins. 5th ball of the over, 5th legitimate ball of the over, and digs it into the ribs of Shamsi, who gets in line but does no more than that. Defends it, dot ball.
Didn't like that at all, did he?
No. I mean, I wouldn't like it if I was a bowler having that coming at me either, but I suppose, I don't know. Do they get taught how to be brave as well as everything else these days?
No, but they probably get a lot of fast balls up them. They're better than the average person, and it's still, if you don't like it short and fast, you don't like it short and fast.
I suppose Chris Martin was the last of the absolute rabbits in international cricket, and that is a very full ball. Arguably, they haven't been given it as a waist high no ball. It must have been very close, but it's defended by Shamsi at the end of the 48th over. South Africa 203 for 9.
Well, we have a GC Naked Pawn Butters give us $9.99 contribution to Cameron's Mic Fund. Oh, thank you very much.
That's very nice.
That's very generous.
Over on Twitter. Pirate Bradshaw, he's obviously our man in Dublin. The Spanish Armada is on the primary school history curriculum, though I can't remember much of that curriculum other than Neolithic dolmens. So I can't add to Forty's story. Fair enough. Messi Joe says, when the Bear says I've seen him do it in the IPL, it relates to one of the 2 IPL games that the Bear actually remembers. I don't remember a lot of them, but I do remember seeing him hit out in one and getting like 40 or something off not many balls. Leah said, the Pope was indeed invited, but only as a big fuck you. You probably know the famous painting of Napoleon crowning Josephine. No. It's someone else who was a builder fucking ringing me. Over to you, Forty.
Thank you very much. It's going to be Mitchell Starc. He's going to come into Rabada. Of course, that Spanish Armada, we might just go back to that for 1 second. Flitting around our historical precedents during this spell. Has a big old wahoo at it, Rabada. Completely misses it. Goes between his legs and the stump. Stop ball. Had there not been a storm in the English Channel, had the Spanish Armada not been scattered all over the place, had the Spaniards beaten England, let's imagine it, in that battle, then the whole, what a fortuitous storm it was, because the whole of history would have changed. England would have become a Catholic nation again and part of a greater Spanish empire, etc., etc.
Bit like the man in the high castle.
Well, yes, quite. In comes Starc again, and he bowls it fuller and wider. Rabada jams his bat down on it, but squeezes it out only as far as the man at covers stop ball.
Well, I think South Africa have got to think here. We've given ourselves the slimmest of chances. Come out, all guns firing. Hope they can get some early wickets. I mean, they haven't got enough runs, but it is possible to beat someone with 200 on a board. So,
It is. Maybe throw the spinners in if the quicks haven't done anything after 6 overs. So just think a little bit laterally. And Rabada launches that very high and all the way. Fantastic
Told you.
Shot.
I remember his innings in the IPL.
Over the square leg for one of these.
That was a lovely shot. 3 more of those, and they get to virtually 230.
Yeah. It's one of the higher sixes, and certainly one of the longer ones.
Well, you got the pace with Mitchell Starc, don't you?
You do. Just get some bat on it. saw a ridiculous mishit 6 last night from Williamson. He was just defending himself and it hit the bat and went for 6. And he's gone for another massive 6, but completely failed to connect. It's gone between his legs and the stumps again and through to him. This big smile on Big Mitch's face.
Yeah, well, the one from Kane Williamson was a massive top edge that went straight over the keeper.
Yeah.
Went a long
That's
way
right.
over the keeper as well, didn't it? It was
That's right. I mean, it was absurd. It makes a bit of a mockery of the game when that happens.
Yeah, I thought New Zealand they were kind of in it, weren't they? Right up until Glenn Phillips got out, and then you knew it was never going to happen after that. And those two had to stay there till virtually the end.
I think in your heart you always knew where that one was going. Pushes that one wide to Big Mitch. Don't know why I'm calling him Big Mitch, but he is big and he is a Mitch.
Yeah.
And,
well, there you go.
And missed again by Rabada. I don't know. They just need to eke out as much as they can here, I guess, Cameron.
Well,
yeah, I mean, going back to your earlier point about Big Mitch, it doesn't really feel right calling Mitch Marsh Small Mitch, though. Yeah, that doesn't quite work for me.
We had 3 Mitches in the Australian team at one. Who was the third one? We had Marsh and obviously Stark. Well, there was a third, wasn't there? Who was that? And that's played as a full bunger that goes out to square leg. And I think that's Warner maybe doing the fielding. At the end of the 49th over, 1 over to go. South Africa 210 for 9.
It was Swepson.
Oh, yes, Mitchell Swepson. It's easy to forget Mitchell Swepson.
Yeah, I had to really search through the memory banks there. Yeah, fortunately, I had filed away cricketers called Mitch in the immediate memory banks.
There's a lot of Mitches.
Have England ever fielded a Mitch?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's not very English now. You don't come across many Mitchells.
You might come across someone with a surname Mitchell, but never a first name Mitchell.
There's quite a lot of David Mitchells kicking around. There's a novelist and a comedian.
Yeah.
There's another one.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Daryl Mitchell playing for New Zealand right now.
He played well last night.
Yeah, he played really well yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players in this tournament, as ever, who didn't deserve to be on losing sides.
A lot of English ones did, though. Unfortunately.
Really, you'd only maybe Milan and possibly Rashid are the only English guys who really come out with much credit from this tournament. That's pulled Ben Stokes towards the end.
Well,
that's
Ben Stokes,
pulled by Rabada for a single down to deep square leg. Travis Head does the fielding.
Stokes when he played, but we missed him for the first 3 games, didn't we? You know.
We did, yeah. I mean, these finely tuned athletes. He was looking good, and he pinged something in the gym, didn't he? He's overtuned, like one of those cars that's been over-engineered.
I quite like one of those. A big fat V12 or big V8 and a couple of turbos. That sound like fun to me.
I don't think my Volkswagen Polo's been over-engineered. It's fair to say. Done a lot of miles between Burwood and Mooney Ponds over this tournament. Where are you based in Melbourne, Cameron?
I'm in Fitzroy.
Okay. Cummins into Shamsi, who backs away but gets some bat on it, and they scurry through for a single. That's a pretty nifty short trip to Mooney Ponds.
Oh, man, 20 minutes, not too bad.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's even that. Yeah.
I sold encyclopedias in Fitzroy.
Happy day.
Happy days.
Glory days.
I owe any knowledge I have of the Spanish Armada to your work there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
In comes Cummins again. It's the slowest of slow off cutters into the pitch, and it is so slow it completely bamboozles Rabada. It's the best sort of ball to bowl when you've got a guy who's winding himself up, going to use the pace to get it over the stumps, and it's a dot ball.
Oh, come on, 213 is on.
It is as well, isn't it? It really is.
Please. Yes, there it is.
It's come up on the screen. 213 plays 213, 1999 all over again. Tonight we're going to party like it's 1999, think Australia. But will South Africa poop? And that's been launched by Rabada.
What a catch.
Good catch. diving away to his right at long on. That is the end of the South African innings. South Africa are 200, not 13, but 212. And it is 213 that Australia need once again, 24 years later. How history will repeat itself, we shall see. I imagine it probably will.
Well,
Cummins ends on 351.
Let's give it a quick jingle.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And of course it will, in this iteration. I don't know what happens if they get to 213, because South Africa would go through if this game was rained off on better net run rate. Does that come into it, or do they go to just do a super over if it's a tied match? I think they go to a super over, don't they?
Yeah.
It was only if there was no play that South Africa would go through on a better net run rate.
I think it's very, very unlikely. I don't know if anyone wants to summarise what we've just seen.
Shall I just? I'll just run through the card quickly.
Yeah, please do.
Australia, South Africa won the toss and decided to bat, and it all went horribly wrong from there. Stunning opening spell from Hazelwood and Stark, it has to be said. Really good bowling. Quinton de Kock was caught, Cummins bowled Hazelwood for 3. Temba Bavuma was caught, Inglis bowled Stark for none. Rassie van der Dussen was caught, Smith bowled Hazelwood for 6, and Aidan Markram was caught, Warner bowled Stark for 10. There was a little bit of a rebuild then. Heinrich Klaassen and David Miller put on a good partnership, nearly 100 I think, before Heinrich Klaassen was eventually bowled head for 47 off 48 deliveries. David Miller carried on, was out right near the end. Caught head, bowled Cummins, 101 off 116. Marco Jansen was out first ball. LBW bowled head straight after Heinrich Klaassen. That really took the stuffing out of South African batting. Keshav Malsharaj was 4 off 8. Caught Smith bowled Stark. Kurtzu was caught Inglis bowled Cummins at 19 off 39. Kagiso Rabada hit 1-6 but really couldn't get hold of anything else, and a brilliant catch there by Maxwell ended his innings off 10 off 12. Non-out batsman was Sabraj Shamsi. Not out 1. There were 11 extras. The total was 212. The bowling: Mitch Stark 10 overs 1 maiden 3 for 34. Josh Hazelwood 8 overs 3 maidens 2 for 12. That's fucking good bowling. Pat Cummins 9.4 overs no maidens 3 for 51, doing some donkey work there at the end. Adam Zampa 7 overs no maidens none for 55, the most expensive bowler funnily enough. Glenn Maxwell bowled really well, 10 overs no maidens none for 35, and Travis Head 5 overs no maidens 2 for 21, and that brings you up to date with the scorecard. Back to you, Forthy.
Great stuff. Yeah, no worries still. Thank you so much. Cameron, you want again after the break, or are you going to hit the hay?
No, I am resting my head. I'll leave it to the fair folks over in the land of lighting.
Okie dokie.
Excellent. Well, hopefully I'll be seeing you next, maybe on Sunday night for a World Cup watch along.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there at the watch party for a bit.
See you in Mooney Ponds, and thank you very much, Bear. We'll be back with you in half an hour.
Okie dokie. See you all shortly.
A very nice 50.
Well done, sir.
Wasim comes in again. Starts wide on the crease, then goes in narrower. Stokes is pulling him this time, and he's pulling him for a gloriously timed 4.
Lovely. That brings up to 200 for England, 202 for 2.
Well, this time he says fuck you to anyone who's suggesting that I'm uncomfortable, and reverse sweeps that. As though like a rag and bowman has fallen over in the street for a 6, but he is limping.
That was
drugs have worn off.
Incredible shot.
Root faces up. Son takes over from Dad. He's going down the leg side here, hits his leg. There's an appeal from Wasim.
That's quite close to me.
I think just going down. They're thinking about it, definitely. Rizwan cupping his hands. Baba looks quizzical. His bowler, he's trying to nod his head. They're going to wait for 2 or 1 seconds, and then they're going to review it, aren't they? 3.
I think it's just reviewed, doesn't he?
That's the most half-hearted review signal you're ever going to see in your life. It looked like he was doing a kind of mini Mick Jagger hand clap, but in an embarrassed way that he was going to be called out for it with the great man in the crowds himself. I thought it was just going down leg, but am I being...
I thought Root went across his... He has a propensity to go across his stumps as a routine.
Well, we're going to see it here now. What do you think, Bear?
Oh no! Now I think it's going down. I think
Too much movement. Too much. I mean, movement from Root, but too much movement from the ball. I think
it might have even. It might just be hitting him. Umpire's called in line with leg stump. I think that's going way down.
I think that's going to be the best that he's going to get here, isn't it?
It's only going further. It might just clip the outside of leg stump.
Let's see. We're going to see here once and for all. It is missing by a stump's width in the end, I would say. Nice attempt by Wasim. Maybe there's not so much brain underneath that magnificent pelt of hair. Haris Rauf gets ready for it again, hides the ball jealously as he comes up towards Root. Root is playing this out onto the leg side, and he will steal at least one, maybe two, but that will take him to his 50.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
End of the 40th over.
Well, Stokes is going to face up. Freedy has gone for 45 in his 7 overs. He's 7 and over. He's coming in to bowl to him. He's bowled him. First ball. It's full. Stokes is trying to swing it away onto the leg side. He's missed it completely. It's gone onto his off stump. It's been taken out of the ground. And Stokes goes for 84 or 76. And England are 240 for 3. Tosses that up, slog swept by Root. All on the deck, out towards. That's a great shot. Wide, long on. Long on's not that wide, and mid wicket's too wide too. And in fact, Root gets himself 4 runs. And that brings up England's 250. They are 250 for 3 with 8 overs and a bit of this over to go. That one is an outside edge, and Butler, no, that's Root, has been turned around this time by Freedy. There might have been a little bit of a cutter, and he finally goes 60 off 72. Not the quickest of innings, but a good innings, and England, probably not a bad time for him to go. England are 257 for 4, and we have to say goodbye to Joe Root. That's more like the Butler we know. It's gone a long way up in the air, but I think it's gone a long way back. Oh no, it hasn't. Oh no, no, that'll be interesting. I'll have a look at that. It didn't go all the way. It was caught down in the deep by, I think it's Iftikhar down there. But I think when he caught it, it's actually his foot was on the sponge, and it's going to be 6 runs. He realised latterly that his foot was on the sponge, then threw it up the air and re-caught it again. But I don't think he realised he touched the sponge before he threw it up. We shall await to see. The umpires have sent it upstairs to have a look. It did go a long way up from Butler.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to be close. I suspect you're right.
Oh, well, you're ahead of us then, because we haven't seen a replay yet.
I've just seen it.
Oh,
I've
right.
just seen the
real thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. He caught it. He steps back. He's in his hands when he steps on the sponge. So Josh Butler is going to get away with that, and then he realised, and then he threw it up and then caught it. He clearly steps on the sponge there. The ball is still in his hands. He hasn't thought to throw it up yet, and that will be 6 runs. Brook is going to face up to Haris Rauf. He's got 2 overs left.
And the other thing is, I would imagine that if India want to rest anybody, they will do so tomorrow.
I expect Shardul and Ashwin and everybody to come in.
Did he get hold of that?
Yes.
He did. Okay, I thought I saw something going down behind his pads, but no, he did get down, fall over and scoop it, did Brook, to bring up 4 runs. That also brings up the England 300 in the 47th over. England are 300 for 4. Brook is 28 and Butler is 22. That's driven, and good catch by Shaheen Afridi at mid-off. It was drilled pretty hard. Who was it was out? Was it Butler or was it Brooks? It was Brooks.
Butler, it was Butler.
No, it was Brook.
It was Brook.
It was Brook. Drove it hard. Didn't get enough elevation on it, but it was still pinged out in the middle of the bat. Shaheen Afridi had to move a couple of yards to his left. He did, and plucked it out of the air. So Harry Brook goes for 30 or 15, I believe. England are 302 for 5.
Oh dear.
Right, he's trying to run himself out there, and he is run out. Well, he was run out by Moeen Ali, actually. He's trying to swat it over the leg side, and it's come off his pads and gone down to short third man. Moeen's called him through straight away, but Butler was very slow getting off the mark. And it was a direct hit, I think, from Harris Ralph, who was at backward point. If he'd have missed, he'd have got in, but with a direct hit, I'm sure he's 2 or 3 yards short. We'll have a look shortly. But I don't think there's anything to worry about here for Pakistan. The ball comes in, hits. Yeah, he's not even got his bat on the ground, and he's 2 or 3 short. So Butler goes for, I don't know, how many did he get? 30?
27 from 17.
27 from 17. There you go. Wasim in, pulled. Oh my word, that's gone all the way. That's in Moeen's slot. And he's deposited it into the stands for a beautiful 6 runs. Oh, Moeen's been bowled round a wicket, Harris Ralph.
See this?
Trying to hoik it into the leg side. He missed it completely, and it's typical end of an innings. They've got runs to play with, wickets to play with, but he's been castled by Harris Ralph, and we have to say goodbye. It's pretty incredible to come in, face 4 balls, and he's hit 3 of them for big boundaries. But that one's gone straight up in the air, and he should be out. Surely he's going to be out. Long on is coming in, and he does catch it. Wow. It's Iftikhar coming in from long on. So great innings from Willie, though. 15 off 5 balls in the end, and the wicket falls England at 336 for 8. Run rate is 6.77, and we say goodbye to his last bat in international cricket, to David Willey. So Gus Atkinson is a new man out. I don't know, we might even have China to Palmer jingle. I'll play it and talk over it. He faces up. Well, no, I won't, because he's been bowled first ball. He's been sent straight back to the hutch by a very full, quick 90-mile-an-hour delivery from Wasim. Castles is off stump, so Atkinson goes for naught, having faced just 1 ball. 336 for 9 now, and only 1 wicket left, and only 1 ball left. Down leg side, though. They should go through for a single. They will go through for a single. And
he'll be very disappointed. It went between the legs of the batter.
It did, and it went through to the keeper, and it will
the bowler will be very disappointed.
Yeah.
But they finished strong. Pakistan finished strong. At least they'll have something to look forward to when they go into the dressing room, rather than, a gloomy, thankfully we're out of here sort of situation.
Aye, indeed. So England finish on what, 337?
Yeah.
Or 9? At the end of their 50 overs, as Ajit says, maybe 50 above par. We'll just give you a quick rundown of the scorecard, and then we'll have a little break. If I can get anything to work in this bloody studio, it'd be a genial thing. Right, a scorecard. England decided to bat. Dawid Malan was caught. Mohammad Rizwan bowled Iftikhar for 31 off 39 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow caught Aga Salman and bowled Harris Ralph for 59 off 61. Top order did all right here. Joe Root caught Shadab Khan, bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi 60 off 72. It wasn't the quickest, but it was a decent innings. Ben Stokes shone for a while. He was bowled Shaheen for 84 off 76. Good delivery. Josh Butler was run out rather daftly for 27 off 18, and Harry Brook hit a sprightly 30 off 17, was caught Shaheen, bowled Harris Ralph. Moeen Ali was bowled Harris Ralph for 8 off 6. Chris Wakes was not out 4 off 4. David Willey 15 off 5, caught Iftikhar, bowled Mohammad Wasim. Gus Atkinson bowled first ball from Mohammad Wasim, and Adil Rashid not out 0 off 1. There were 19 extras, and the total was 337 for 9. Bowling for Pakistan was Shaheen, bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 72. Harris Ralph 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 64. Iftikhar Ahmed 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38. And Mohammad Wasim 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 74. Shadab Khan 10 overs, no maidens, none for 57. And Aga Salman just for 3 overs and none for 25. Abdullah Shafiq is facing up to the first ball, though. Willie just bowls it, he just defends it out to the offside. There is no run, and the Pakistan innings is underway. Willie is in, that's got to be out. Big shout for OBW. Abdullah Shafiq has gone second ball. It's a classic left armers in swinging, trying to clip it into the leg side, misses it. It's going on to hit his leg stump, no doubt about it. It's full, it's certainly not going over. The best he can hope for probably is that it's going to hit the outside of his leg. Well, it's going to have to be missing, isn't it? But it's been given out. Has he reviewed it? I don't know if he's reviewed it.
No, he hasn't, and he's out of time.
He is out of time, and he is trudging off. That did look pretty plumb to me. So we say goodbye to Fakhar Zaman in the second ball, and Pakistan are 0 for 1. That one is driven nicely though by Babar Azam. Is he going to get 4? Probably. The outfield is reasonably quick. Goes down towards long off. Nice shot. And that's the first boundary for Pakistan. Moves first runs as well. So they get 4 runs here and 4 for 1. Willie. Down the track comes Fakhar Zaman. He's gone. Straight to Stokes, who is at cover. At mid-off. That's a poor shot. He's trying to get it over the top, trying to be attacking at the top of the order. That's what Fakhar Zaman has done this whole World Cup. But he's failed today. He's got 1 off 9 and looked to take a big shot. Hasn't got hold of it. Pakistan fall to 10 for 2. Fakhar Zaman is gone. Short wide. Babar smashes that out through the covers. Gets himself another 4, 2 in a row. Wokes in, slow ball, clipped nicely by Babar, but presumably out to a deep square leg. It is. It'll just be the 1 run, and that ends the first power play. 10 overs are gone. Pakistan are 43 for 2. Babar's 32 off 33, and Rizwan is 9 off 16. Yeah, it was. Target is 338.
Pushed this last ball through to deep cover. Babar will retain the strike. He's on 34, and at the end of the 11th over, Pakistan have reached 50 for 2. Jabbed down to third man by Babar. Take a single. At the moment, there's no real push, is there, to be too expansive. There's just been the 1 shot sweeping Rashid away, but
that's the 50 partnership, is 50, that? 65 deliveries.
Balls.
Yeah.
Short all the way and straight to short mid-wicket, which I'm sure will make the Bear very, very happy.
It will indeed. Babar is the man out, 38 off 45. Pakistan are 61 for 3.
This one, a beautiful fine lap sweep by Shakeel, almost over the top of his own shoulder, and that will race away towards fine leg for a second one of these.
2 and 2 balls.
This one just on middle and off stump, turned again towards square leg. Rashid will do the fielding. There were 7 runs off that over, and at the end of 20 overs, Pakistan are 89 for 3 as we have a bit of a shuffle round in the commentary box. As this one turns down the leg side, there's an appeal, but this is going to be signalled. It went down the leg side. It's going to be reviewed by Butler because the umpire feels that there was nothing of Shakeel that was hitting the ball. He's given that as a wide, but Butler is reviewing that because he believes it to be a catch by himself down the leg side.
Shakeel looks a little nervous, I think.
Rizwan looks happy, but then again, Rizwan has a permanent smile on his face. As we see some slow motion replays, and that is nowhere near anything. What not? This ball is miles away from the bat. It's miles away from the glove. It's miles away from the body of Shakeel.
It's a full bat width away from the ball.
Yeah,
I suppose you can't see it.
There is a vast yawning chasm between ball and anything else.
Just bugger off, Butler, you silly twat.
Oh, and he's bowled him. Rizwan has gone down with crab, but that will not matter. Get yourself off the pitch and out the ground. Rizwan comes down the track. This ball's pitched on middle. It's hit middle. Rizwan has played all around it. He has gone down with a big pace of cramp, so it might be a while till we get a different bowler. But he's out. 100 for 4. This has gone miles up in the air from Salman, an attempt at sweep shot. Now, will this be caught? No, it will not. Atkinson can't make up the ground from mid-on down to long on, and that has 1 bounce and goes for 4. This is slow and loopy, and I thought it was going to be wide, but it must have been the wrong, and it's bowled him behind his legs.
Yeah, either he dragged it on.
Yeah. He tried to sweep the ball really fine. So it either dragged on, or it's the ball that spins the other way, and it's the 5th wicket down. No, it's just the googler. Ball behind the pads. Brilliant work by Rashid.
Yeah, and the score is 126 for 5. Is that live? That is live, and that is out. We have another wicket. It is, who's that? Dim Livingston's on the pitch. No, it's Dawid Malan, sorry, at mid-off. It's been bowled by Moeen Ali, and Iftikhar Ahmed has tried to smash him out of the ground once again. It's gone straight up in the air. Dawid Malan was on the edge of the circle, so he had to backpedal a little bit. It was a complete miss-hit by Iftikhar, and it's gone way up in the sky. Fortunately, Malan didn't have to go too far back, and he's able to catch it whilst falling over. And another one bites the dust for Pakistan. We should give it a little jingle, and they are 145 for 6. Cut behind square down to the boundary for a single. That's 150 up, by the way. Shadab is on 4, and Salman is on 36 off 34. Pakistan are 150 for 6 after 31.2 overs. Oh, that's bowled him. That is an absolute genius ball from Adil Rashid. He's given that one a load of flight outside the off stump, but it's the googly. And Shadab Khan has gone to give it the big heave-ho through the offside. It's cut inside his bat and knocked over a stump. And having got to 150, only gives some mouth to Rashid, but I don't know why. Maybe because he couldn't do it himself, but that was a cracking delivery. And we have to say goodbye to Shadab Khan for 4, and it's 150 for 7. Okay. Wow, that's gone a long way though. Shaheen Afridi has smashed that. He's picked it up with the spin. Whoa. A long way over the mid-wicket. And we haven't had one of these for a while, and it's good to see. It's 6 runs, and it's 156 for 7 at the end of that over. Hit. Is it going to be out? It is going to be out. Salman goes now. He's trying to hit it over the top of Ben Stokes at mid-on. He's up inside the circle. They're trying to entice him to do it. It was a miss-hit. Shaheen Afridi managed to get top edges, and they go everywhere for 4. The player in 4, Salman, comes down the track, tries to hit a legitimate shot over the top of mid-on. Can't get enough of it. He has fallen for 52. Pakistan are 186 for 8. Bold Willie caught Stokes. Oh, that's got to be out. Surely. Big appeal for LBW. Yeah, it's been given. He missed it. It's pitched in line. He'll probably review it, but I think it did pitch in line. It's definitely going on to hit the stumps. It's very full.
Don't review it. There's nothing to be won by you staying there.
Well, decision has been reviewed. Of course it's been reviewed. Shaheen Afridi doesn't want to leave. He's having fun. But he is going to review it.
It doesn't look like it.
It's one of these.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
There we go. Full. Definitely pitching in line. Definitely missed it. Definitely going on to hit middle and off. Definitely out. Is my. The only thing that can save him is if he got a bat on it. Certainly pitched in line for me.
Well, the reason he was enjoying it, that's his highest ODI score.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Let's have a look. Nothing on the bat.
No.
It's quite close, but no cigar. And it's gone on to hit the back pad. You can see the off stump behind his pad, and it's going on to hit inside the line of that. That looks very out to me. Question is, did it pitch in line? In line, hitting, out. Yep. Pakistan lose the review. The 9th wicket is down. Shaheen Afridi goes. For a well played, I'd say 25 off 23. Had some front, swung the arms, but I don't even know if Pakistan will make it to 200. They're 191 for 9, and we say goodbye to Shaheen Afridi. That short has gone up. That could be 6, or it could be out. It's 6. Wow, good shot from Haris Ralph. I think that brings up to 200 for Pakistan as well. Big shot over square leg, beats over the fielder, and does bring up to 200. So that 6 takes Pakistan to 203 for 9 in the 40th over. Swung. Has it gone up? It's gone long. I'm sure it's gone enough. It has gone enough. There you go. Haris Ralph reaches his highest ever ODI score with another 6. It's gone over the top. And he's having fun out there.
Atkinson in, short ball pulled away by Harris. Wow, and that's gone over deep square leg for 6.
Fucking hell. Maybe the GPL is on.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Do you know the way that it's like, because they've got the helmet on, that you might not be able to tell people apart? Do you reckon one of them's just... Last wicket stand of 53 can be broken before we can get to Ombre Nuevo's GPL total. This has gone high over. Has it gone over long off? As the ball comes down. No, it has not. Ben Stokes takes the catch. Safe as you like. Wokes takes the final wicket. Pakistan are all out. And England have won this penultimate game of the group stage by 93 runs.
Textbook commentator's curse right there. That ball was so high. That was a great catch because it honestly that looked like it had snow on it.
It was
so high up.
It was up for a really long time.
They were always the least favourite ones to try and catch, the high ones.
Right, let's run through the Pakistan scorecard. First wicket to go was Shafiq, who LBW bowled Willie for no score. Then Farquhar was the next one to go. Stokes bowled Willie for 1, that left Pakistan at 10 for 2. Barber, third wicket to go. Court Rashid bowled Atkinson for 38. Rizwan was bowled Moeen Ali for 36, that left the score at 104. Shaquille was the next wicket to go. Shaquille was bowled Rashid for 29. Iftikhar was the next to go. Iftikhar was Court Milan bowled Moeen Ali for 3. Shadab was bowled Rashid for 4. That was 150 for 7. Arga then went Court Stokes bowled Willie for 51. Shaheen next out LBW bowled Atkinson for 25. And then this absolutely...
And we're back with Australia needing 213, I think it is, to win and go on and take on India in the final, which from an English perspective sticks a little bit in the craw, doesn't it, having Australia and India in the final. I'm joined by Messi Jez. He's turned up. Are you there, Messi?
I am indeed. I'm not confident of Australia getting
really.
This. I think
I
they
think
can fuck this up really well.
I think that my terrible pessimism over the years has seeped its way into the weather cave and has infected you. I think you're infected.
Let me explain.
Yeah.
There's 3 big hitters at the front of the order: Warner, Head, and Marsh.
That's all you need.
Are hopeless on a wicket like this. Their best hope is Marnus and Smith. And then you got Maxwell, who may or may not come off, and Inglis, who's really done very little. But I think they could well be, 40 for 3 within 7 overs and be really struggling.
Well, 40 for 3 from 7 overs wouldn't be that bad because they'd be going well with the rate. I mean, they certainly have. It's not a big total, is it?
The rate's not an issue at all.
No.
It's the wickets. It's definitely the wickets.
Well, they've got to be bowled out from a South African point of view. South Africa have got to bowl them out. The men going out to bat in the guise of Australians. They may even be Australians. Are these men?
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a stick in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the start. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stick in the start. David Warner's got a stick in the start.
And this bloke.
He's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
And of course, Travis Head just sneaked in with a couple of important wickets himself in the South African innings, opening the bowling for South Africa. A man who got a golden duck and was one of the victims of Travis Head. It is none other than this man.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
Now, I had a strange idea that we were waiting for Forthy as well, but I see no sign of him.
I've just sent him. Oh, there he is.
Has he arrived? All right.
Don't worry,
he's here. Forthy is here. He's obviously been having some, I don't know, curry or something
dinner
this time of night in Australia. It's going to be Janssen then to bowl to head. He's got 2 slips. He's in. Oh, and he has a thrash at that outside the off stump. And it rather loops through to the keeper. And there is, unfortunately for Australia, no run, but no edge either for South Africa. And I think I've done my first split job of the day. Let's just check that I've done it properly. There we go. First ball is negotiated. Whee! Absolutely. I'm in control of everything. I'm in front of the complete Starship Enterprise in front of me, as well as watching the screen where the cricket is going on. In comes
no doubt that the bear will come and shut up.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Oh, he's driven at that. He's smashed that over the top of extra. Has that gone all the way, or was that just inches short?
Rope,
I think it was just inches short. It's the first of these. And I think that shows us that Australia are not going to stick around. They're going to try and blast South Africa away early on. And
no, I think that's probably the right strategy.
I think it is. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Because also, if they can get to 50, 60, 70 before the spinners come on, they can almost relax.
Next ball is a good leave by head. It wasn't that far from the off stump, and to indicate that, Marco Jansen has just put his hands on his head and thought quizzically, you're a little bit fortunate there.
You're in front of a big bank of screens there, Hendo. Did you ever watch Pointless, the quiz program?
Unfortunately, I sometimes do, yes.
Well, you know that, what's his name, Richard has his laptop open. There's nothing on it. It's just there for show.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, head throws everything at that. There's a little bit of a way swing, and he's unable to lay bat upon it. He could have got out quite easily there.
Yeah,
but certainly I think he is showing South Africa and the world in general what the Australian tactics are.
Yep, and in the sense it's sort of a dress rehearsal. You'd imagine they're odds on to get to the final, well they are, so treat this as a dress rehearsal.
Absolutely.
I think it's the only way head knows, to be honest.
Janssen in again, bowls onto the front foot, plays this defensively. It's a good length ball. It was probing around in the corridor. Into the covers it goes, and there is no run. Australia 4 without loss. Well, two of my friends, I say two of my friends, one of my friend's husbands, I've known him for a long time. And
not classified as a friend?
Well, yes, I think so, yes. And their daughter are on Pointless at the moment. We're not expecting to see them until we're not expecting to see them until May. Apparently, so that's how far ahead they are. Janssen in again, 2 slips running. Oh, it's a horrible ball down the leg side. Needs Quinton de Kock to go diving across to his right.
They do four Pointlesses a day, don't they? Back to back.
Well, I'm not 100% sure, because obviously they didn't win the first time, and I think you get 3 goes unless you win it, don't you? Now,
yeah.
And they were due to go back on Monday, so I'm a little confused about that. Anyway, there's still another ball to come because of the wide. Janssen is in once more. He bowls, brings this one back a little bit into Head, who defends it. It was a good length as well. It's the end of the first over. Australia have advanced to 5 for none. That's the rate they require, or more than it. And one of you's got some socials, hopefully.
Yes, I have. James on YouTube says, "Damn English fans still salty." I'm not quite sure of the meaning of that.
Oh, it's probably about me, because I was basically saying at the beginning that it sticks in the craw a bit. Not so much because it's India and Australia and all right-thinking English people hate successful teams like that. But I just wanted to see. I wanted to see a team from outside the big 3 in the final.
Yeah.
I think it was important for cricket. But there you go.
Yeah, I get that entirely. Jay Taylor says, "Start the Ute, boys." He's obviously an Australian. A Ute is not a common phrase outside of Australia.
What is the Ute? What is it?
It's an utility vehicle.
It's called a pickup in America, although they tend to be smaller than pickups.
Okay, well, it's going to be Kagiso Rabada to start. He's got 2 slips in attendance as well. He's bowling David Warner, who looks to fiddle that behind, but actually makes no contact. It's a slightly dangerous shot to be playing to a man of Rabada's ability. So let us jingle up the bowler.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Well, Warner will already have the name marked on his wrist, I think, as much as anything, because he got turned around by that terribly. Had absolutely no idea where it had gone. It had gone towards third man rather slowly, bobbled away, I think. And
great balls first up from
it was, and they did eventually come through for the single. He's looking out towards mid-wicket. It's gone in completely the opposite direction. Rabada into head for the first time, head onto the back foot, aims a forcing shot, but picks out the man at cover point, and there is no run. 6 for no wicket. Warner off the mark then.
As I was just thinking back to previous quiz games. Do you remember the Generation game with Bruce Forsyth? No doubt.
Of course.
He often used to say, "Oh, such a nice audience, so much nicer than last week's." And of course, the joke was it was the same audience as last week's because they used to shoot them back to back.
Rabada in again outside the off-stump, edged! Oh, but edged wide of the 2 men in the slips position, and the man at third man is too wide, puts in the dive but can't get there, and disappointingly for South Africa, it's one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
You say edged, I say guided.
Guided, would you say guided? I would say... Is it worth, with only 212 on the board, having a third slip at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, it looks that way now.
Yes, indeed. Rabada bowls again. This is outside the off-stump, but it looked a bit quick for head. He seemed to sort of do a double take as it went past him there. Through to the keeper, and there is no run.
And the only way, obviously the only way, if it isn't 1999 anymore, you can't hope to defend this total. The only way you're going to win is by getting 10 wickets.
Yeah, yes. Absolutely. So they're already into double figures with 1 ball remaining in the second over, and all is well in the Australian camp. In comes Rabada, bowls, and that's met quite a full delivery up to mid-off. Bavuma does the fielding. It's the end of the over. After 2, Australia are 10 for no wicket. Messi.
Muttley says, woof, afternoon primates. I'm with Hendo on the pessimism. Seen Australia dick over too many sides too many times. It's going to be a pointless Australia versus India final. And then he says, no Paul today. Marco Jansen is just inches short. Click here to see. Yes, Paul hasn't joined us yet. I'm sure the Paul will make an appearance shortly. Doesn't disappoint the Paul as he's went to say.
So you say. Absolutely.
That's it. We're up to date on tweets at the moment.
There's only an Well, we had a bit of an interruption for rain early on this morning, didn't we? But we've only got an 8% chance of rain according to the latest bulletin. Although it doesn't come from the weather cave, so what do they know? I'll ask the weather cave in a minute. Jansen into Warner, who goes up and over cover. It wasn't particularly well hit, but again, this is the way that Australia are going to play. Let's run away for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It looks risky, but it isn't, in the sense that if they lose 2 wickets early on, that's okay. Just regroup, and the run rate's so low, it's not a problem.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Why wouldn't you do it in the power play when there's only 2 men back? Jansen in onto his legs. He tries to whip it, but rather falls over or overbalances as he tries to whip it away. Makes no contact. There is no run. Now I'm a bit confused about what's happening with it. I was trying to clip the last 4, but it doesn't. I don't know. It's doing strange things. I think I may have killed it. I may have killed the blue button.
I only wish I could help.
the Bears push the blue button in the green room.
I don't think he can do that, can he? Can he do that? Is he allowed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It saves him shouting at you so much.
In comes Jansen again, bowls down the leg side, poor direction from the tall left armer. That is going to be another of these. Yeah, it's not a good start this from South Africa, I'm afraid. They desperately need a wicket.
I can tell you from a weather cave point of view, it's difficult. If I was to believe the radar that I see right now for Kolkata, it is currently raining.
Is it?
Which obviously it isn't. Yeah.
That's
I mean,
strange.
the data is just all over the place, so it's really hard to know.
Jansen in again, better ball. He's got edge to that. No, just thought he might have feathered it. He was trying to whip it away. Or sorry, cut it away with his wrists, but very close to getting an edge through the keeper. But no joy yet for South Africa. Well, as I should say, Messi, I think it was on what day are we now? Thursday, Tuesday, and I was looking out at the pouring rain in grubby South Wimbledon, thinking I need to go for a walk. And of course, so I turned to the weather cave for information, and you told me that the sun was coming, and it did, and I went for a walk down the leg side. Brilliant take by de Kock, but again, poor direction from Marco Jansen. Another one of these. So the Australia total is advancing without much effort from them at the moment. Brilliant take by de Kock.
Yeah, outstanding. He's had a great tournament. We were saying earlier, there obviously, as ever in these tournaments, there have been many individual performances of brilliance from losing teams, and de Kock's had a great tournament.
Yeah, another one yesterday from Daryl Mitchell, a great 100 and a losing cause.
What an innings that was, yeah.
Here's Jansen again. Oh, it's terrible stuff from Marco Jansen. His range is way off, and it's another one of these.
Get him off.
Well, look, this is the kind of thing you really don't want. You don't want Australia in attacking mode, trying to hit while there are only two fielders outside the circle, and then one of your, leading strike bowlers to just keep pinging it down the leg side. I mean, they'd be decent enough balls to right-handers, but to left-handers, they're absolutely hopeless.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I know South Africa are a conservative lot, but I think they ought to be thinking about a spin option early.
Might be worth it. In comes Jansen again, outside the off stump, and well, Warner aims a drive at that, but he's well outside it. Goes between bat and pad. Again, thought that there might have been a little bit of a feather. Have you ever noticed that when we're watching cricket and you think there's a feather from an Australian batsman, it never is. But if it's an English batsman or their opponents, it always is. It always is. It's the law.
Another thing we were talking about was, have there been any Australian sides that, even as Englishmen, we grudgingly respect in the last...
Jansen in, bowls, and defended up to mid-off. There is no run. Is Jansen ever going to finish this over? Still got one ball to go. He's bowled 8 deliveries so far, and with the 4 and the 3 wides, he's conceded 7 runs, which is perfectly acceptable for Australia. But this will not be pleasing Bavuma, his captain, will it?
Australia conceded 8 runs in their first 7 overs of bowling.
Yeah, what was it? 18? Was it 18 for 2 after 10 overs in the power play? Extraordinary. Jansen in once more, bowls, and a little bit circumspect there. I think David Warner, he was coming forward. He looked as if he wanted to thrash that one, but then decided against it, played it more defensively up to mid-on. It's the end of the over. 3 bowled, Australia chasing 213, are 17 for none. Messi.
Well, true to form, this thing is reliable. The Porn bot tweets,
"Yay!
Somebody turn on the bot signal." Ooh. Yes, indeed, I did. Thank you. Dara Aziz is with us as hi all. Jay Taylor says, good news is that Warner and Puffy Smudger will be retiring after they beat the Indians. Dara Azizi says, Safas are choking. That's the first time I've heard that.
Rabala starts new over, and Head has a little push at that outside the stump. There's a little bit of movement off the pitch, and it goes through the keeper. There's not much swing there. There's a little bit of movement off the pitch. I haven't seen the ball really swing yet. And... I understand. No. Well, I didn't see it, but was Hazelwood getting it to swing, or was it mainly movement off the pitch?
He got a bit of swing early.
Okay.
A little bit of swing, yeah, it was a bit of swing. The most noticeable thing was Travis Head got the most amount of spin of any bowler in the entire World Cup.
Oh, that's extraordinary. This is laid down to third man by the aforementioned Head. They will get a single. Looked like Rabada might have fallen over there after he finished his follow through. A bit Mark Wood-like. So just one more to the total.
There's a very important logistics question here for you, Hendo. Brian in Brisbane is asking how many grillers will be inhabiting Gorilla Tars for the final, and you know why Brian in Brisbane would ask that.
Oh, does that mean they're going to send us lots of tasty stuff? Maybe. I'm hoping. Rabada into Warner. Warner pulls. He's smashed that. That's a really good shot. Backward a square. It's gone all the way for one of these. And I'm fulfilling my contractual obligations. I've got a list of things to do, and that was the latest one. First 6 of innings. So
see, the problem is here really is because Australia will be out of the gate and away before South Africa have had, you know, the Plan B into notion.
Well, the thing is that they had to start well, didn't they? They had to be on the button from the word go. This has Warner jumping about a little bit, defending off the back foot. But he's got to do more than get him hopping about. He's got to get him out. Yeah. Full stop.
You've been on the button from the word go, Hendo. We're pleased to see.
Yeah, I'm a pro, aren't I? You can just give me any task, and I'll be on top of it. South Africa have got a 15% chance of winning, according to the win predictor. I think they might be overstating it slightly.
I think that's a bit optimistic.
Yeah, Rabada in again, and it's guided to backward point by Warner.
On the other hand, we all recall when Australia were 80 for 7, what the win predictor was for Australia. I think it was 0.2%, was it, or 0.4%?
I think it was 0.02.
I'm trying to think now. I haven't looked at the tables, but if Australia had lost that, would they have ended up playing India, or would they? Anyway,
that's one for Messi.
Onto the back foot goes Warner, jabs it down to square cover. There is no run. End of the 4th over. Australia 24 for no wicket. Yes, Messi.
So we're very quiet on Twitter. Oh, sorry. Nice. Leah says, I think South Africa should give their permanent ODI status back. They're never going to win an ICC knockout match, and what use is the ODI status anyhow if you can't do that? Well, that's a bit mean. You've got to live in hope. Dara Azizi says, why have there been so few close games in this World Cup? The pitches, perhaps? Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I look back at the previous World Cup. There weren't that many of them there either.
Yeah, I think it's just become something for all those people who don't really like ODI cricket to slate about this tournament. We've had some great victories in this tournament by teams you wouldn't have expected to. This is chipped by Head quite nicely. New over from Marco Jansen, but picked up nicely and put away straight of mid-wicket for one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, he's got a bit of a problem, Bavuma. If Marco Jansen is going to bowl like this, he's got to go to curtsy early, or he's got to risk it with a spinner in the power play.
Yeah, but there's not much risk when you're going to lose anyway. So
True.
Risk it.
Onto the back foot goes Head, crunches that into the ground, and if he'd got a little bit more bounce out of the ball, he would have got it over the man at cover. As it is, he stretches up his hands and grabs it, so no further damage done to the scoreboard.
I mean, it's a funny concept, risk, isn't it? Because people say, "Oh, put your money in the bank." That's the most risk-free. It's the riskiest thing you can do because it won't put on any interest, and everybody else who's put it into gilts or bonds or property will be 10 times better off than you when you need to retire in 40 years' time. So it's an incredibly risky thing to here. Very risky. Just continuing with Jansen.
Jansen in again. Oh, he's clubbed that. He didn't really time it. It wasn't a full half volley, but he's got enough of the toe of the bat on that. To take it down to long on for another of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
2 4s already from this over. Yeah, Bavuma's got to do something very quickly.
I mean, if it's a 15-year-old in club cricket, yeah, back him. He'll come through a baptism of fire. It's a semi-final of a World Cup. He shouldn't still be knocking this over.
No. 32 for no wicket halfway through the 5th over. It's all looking very grim for South Africa at the moment. What can they do? We need Shelley, don't we? We need Shelley to take a few wickets. Janssen in again, bowls a horrible shot by Head, but why not? Head went right up in the air, literally, and came away from the shot, really. But fortunately for him, it didn't go aerial. It went straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
I imagine that Australia are already about 40 ahead of.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Also, that thing about money in the bank, you're absolutely right, because of course, if the banking system does collapse, you're only guaranteed to 87 grand if you've got lucky enough to have that in your account. Janssen
right? Okay.
in bowls, waited for by Head, played nicely, watched that right onto the bat, and he almost crafted that down to third man for a single. 33 for no wicket. Yeah,
I did not know.
87 grand is all that's covered. Anything else you could lose. So.
Well.
So
and banks, there was a run on the Northern Bank, was it?
That's right, Northern Rock. Was it Northern Rock?
Northern Rock, yeah.
Northern Rock, I think it was in 2008.
I don't think I know anybody's got 87 grand in the bank.
Well, what if you were moving money, and suddenly
Queen Houses or something.
Yeah, exactly. Janssen picked up beautifully by Warner. There's nobody out there. It's as gentle a 6 as you could ever see, but a 6 it surely is.
Oh, I say, chap, you're getting lip.
Well, I think anyone who's on after overs 30 might as well go home now.
Go home.
Yeah. Well, I'm not on again until the 31st over. So after I've finished here, I might as well scoot home.
So Brian in Brisbane says best to get Bear to approve the delivery for Sunday. No Carling, no Guinness, only Gold Blend coffee, right? My estimate is there'll probably be 5 people in Gorilla Tars on Sunday, something like that.
Well, I'm going to do my best to get here.
Very
I'm going to try and get here in time, but I'm struggling with my health at the moment, so it may not be possible. 8 for 1 South Africa were at this point, and Australia have got 39 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean that's everything you need to know about the match in a nutshell. We'll be we're congregating in Mooney Ponds on Sunday night.
Lovely.
Watch along. We're going to get some Russ. Quick shout out for Russ, who's been brilliant in Mooney Ponds. He's done a fantastic job there, and he's been with me sometimes at 4 a.m, and sometimes he's been there when I've not been there at 4 a.m. as well. He's done an amazing job.
Yeah, it has. And we should shout out for the Bear. I mean, doing all these highlights for us.
Yeah.
Fantastic work from him. And he was in here on Saturday.
A huge amount that he's done.
He was here all on his own all day on Saturday for the England-Pakistan game. Yeah. So he tells me anyway. Anyway.
No, it was.
Rabada is going to continue. None for 12 off 2. He's only got the 1 slip in now, so already going on the defensive, South Africa. This is just nurdled away down to fine leg by Head, who goes on to 19. 19 from 18. Warner now down to face has 17 from 13.
Yeah, it's pretty risk-free stuff, isn't it?
Spinner on. Yeah.
Pretty risk-free stuff, this, from Australia. It's not as if you wouldn't say, oh, what's on earth? There's not even a reverse paddle or anything crazy. It's just picking it off.
One thing I would say is that I seem to remember Travis Head being quite disrespectful to Moeen Ali during the Ashes. In comes Rabada bowls and chopped away by Warner, but straight to Markram, I think. Or was it Van der Dusen at backward point? 40 for no wicket in the 6th over.
You're right, Hendo, but what have they got to lose? I mean, they
wickets?
Carry on like this. It's the old Einstein thing. You can't expect anything to change it. They don't look like taking.
No, I suppose. I mean, I think I might have thought something slightly different if they were 20 for 1 now, rather than 40 for no wicket. Yeah. But I think there is nothing to lose now, really, is there?
I think, as we said at the beginning, if they get off to 40 or 50 or 60, then there's nothing more.
And that's absolutely launched by Warner. I think it was a slower ball, but it was a little bit in the slot, and he's hit that pretty much dead straight. Gone all the way for one of these. I'm going to... I was going to clip that. Because I wanted to make sure that my voice was heard on the highlights. But I think the Bears. I think the Bear may be playing with the be playing with the blue button in the green room. It's doing all sorts of strange things on this screen. It was a no ball, and then he follows up with a full ball on middle stump. But Warner has come inside it, and he's picked it up really well, and he's got another of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 6.
And consecutive sixes for David Warner. I think that's worth a clip, isn't it? Yeah, I'll do that again. I'll get on there twice. That's good. 81 metres.
There's a 260 in a row clip.
I can't see it on this here. It's somewhere. It will be here, but I didn't pick that one up immediately. Into the pads of Warner, and it hits those pads, and he this time just jogs through for the simplest of singles, the simplest of leg buys, I suspect it was. Yes, 54. 54 for no wicket of 5.4 overs.
That's what we said. Look, if they get to the danger for South Africa is they'll come out of the blocks and they'll get to 50 or 60 before they've even begun thinking about what the alternative strategy is, and that is exactly what's happened.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Who's on next? Bennett, maybe? Don't bother. Well, no, you can, of course. Full, driven by Warner. No, sorry, head on this occasion. Straight up to mid-off.
The ramp, well, not really a ramp, shot was very reminiscent of Stokes at Lord's from Warner, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. You've got to time those just right, though, really.
Oh,
there's no margin for error. You know, he's clean bowled middle stump if he doesn't get that cleanly, really. Anyway, it seems like a man's coming quite short square on the offside. Rabada is in again, bowls. Head gets the front leg out of the way. Full swing of the bat. Comes through. Over long on. It's another of these. So, what's that? Lots of runs off that over. I can't even count them up.
Well,
3 sixes for a start.
Yeah.
And this is Rabada. This is Rabada.
21.
I mean, this is crazy. This is one of the great.
21 off that over.
Well, he's one of the great bowlers of the modern era, really.
Yeah.
Oh dear, 60 for no wicket after
Leah
6.
says you can't see Australia losing this by anything less than 15 wickets, winning this by anything less than 15 wickets. Why aren't you displaying the score anymore? Says Winnie Grundling, because we think it's one of the reasons we might get a copyright strike, so we've had to take it off, I'm afraid.
You may notice, I'm glad that you managed to notice that, but you might notice that we're actually commentating on a bed of cats.
Yes.
Also,
indeed.
to ensure that we don't infringe
Very
anyone's
nice
copyright
cats.
of ground pictures, basically. So 60 for
Jay
no wicket.
Taylor's sticking the boot in, says the rugby team shouldn't have got past the semis either. That's a bit.
But this is the thing. You see, I want cricket to kill off rugby in South Africa. Well, not kill it off, but I want cricket to be the main sport in South Africa. And unfortunately, this team is not helping me. We're going to change of bowling into the attack. Comes some spin, but it's not the spin you might have expected.
No, it's not.
Aidan Markram. Bowls, he bowled him! He bowled him with his first delivery! Oh my word, what a start for Aidan Markram. He's absolutely left David Warner's stumps in a complete heap. And the first wicket has been taken by the turn to spin. And it's Markram who has his man. Brilliant stuff from South Africa. Okay, well I think I've snipped that. I hope I've snipped that, Bear. But I'm not sure whether he's actually doing it himself. But anyway, who needs Shamsi? Who needs Maharaj when you've got Aidan Markram to bowl a straight one, which you miss? 60 for 1.
I'm going to say it wasn't entirely straight. Pitch middle and off and clipped the top of off. It was actually a pretty good ball.
Yeah.
And
it was.
Travis Head did a similar thing, of course, when he came on in the South African innings.
Oh yes, he was the surprise package, wasn't he? Now, Quinton de Kock, who's not actually captain of this team, seems to be the man leading the South African, I suppose, he's the kind of town crier He's to the rest of the team. He's
The booster
rung his
squad.
bell, and he's got them round in a little circle, and he said, "Now we just need to do that 9 more times." And then, and also before they've got 213, just a reminder. New man coming to the crease is none other than the man who got 170 the other day.
He's not Jeff, he's not Sean,
He certainly isn't.
he's not Rod, he's not Daniel, he's not Jack, he's not Jamie, he's not Lisa, he's not Paul, he's not Adrian, he's not Andrew, he's not CJ, he's not Christian, he's not Dean, he's not Eric, he's not Edward, he's not John, he's not James, he's not Laura, he's not Paul, he's not Reginald, he's not Steve, he's not Wilshire, he's not Amelia,
I think you get the impression that he's none other than Mitchell Marsh. It's a very long jingle. Aidan Markram. I mean, I guess the reason they brought him on is he's bowling off breaks to 2 left-handers. Well, he isn't now.
Yeah.
He's bowling to a right-hander. Is he staying around the wicket? He is. He's staying around the wicket. Marsh goes back. Just stands up for him a little bit. Punches it. God, he looked in good form with that shot. It was nothing more than a push back to the bowler, but it had real intent in it.
Yeah, he took his hand off.
It was the kind of ball that stuck out its chest and said, "Here I go." He's gone back to that one though, and that just turned a little bit, nibbled a bit, and there's always danger when you go back.
He's a starter, isn't he?
That's right.
He's either under 10 or over 100 in his Test career.
Yeah.
So Markram again in outside the off stump. Oh, he's let that hit his pad. It was ever so slightly risky, but it didn't turn enough back to be worrying the stumps, so I suppose it was well judged.
Very well sculpted, Aidan Markram, isn't it? He looks like a statue or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind looking like Aidan Markram.
He's also
he might not look as good as that when he's 60. Markram in again outside the off stump, finds a little bit of turn for a moment. Marsh looked to be lining that up for a big shot, but then decided against it, let it go. Thought, I'll have a little look at this, and it is turning. It's definitely turning.
Also, the last glimpse of a palindrome we'll have at this World Cup, which is nice.
Nice or upsetting? On he goes to his back foot and plays this one into the covers. We have a wicket maiden, would you believe, from Aidan Markram after 7 overs. Australia are 60 for 1. Wow.
I have to correct Forthy. If Nitin Menon umpires in the final, we'll have a palindrome.
Oh yes.
No, it isn't. Well, first name. Nitin.
Yeah, Nitin. There you go.
I was thinking of surname. I'll let you have it.
The Pawmbot says Bear fiddles with Hendo's button remotely.
Certainly does.
Leah says the very definition of a golden arm, indeed. Parrot Badshaw's a very hard line. He said, "I'd like to kill off rugby globally and golf. Though professional cricketers appear to spread the golf disease, sadly."
Well, actually, I would be in favour, as Rabada continues, despite a really poor over last time out. This is flicked by a head, but well stopped by Markram. You can't keep the palindromic man out of the game at the moment. Dives to his left.
I've got a question about rugby with the 4. I can see how you could tell who's a good bat player, but when they're all in the scrum together, how can you tell who are the good ones and the bad ones?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the referees are they called referees in rugby? I think often they're just guessing. I mean, the balls. Someone's got the ball over the line, but whether it's been grounded or
no
not,
idea.
No one can tell. You need
you
need cameras under the ground. Rabada in bowls and back goes head, tries to crunch that through the offside, but ends up just hitting it straight back to the bowler. Now, Tony has just run in with my bag, and the reason he's running with my bag is because my phone is making a hell of a noise, and the noise it's making actually is my alarm. I'm going to snooze it. Shut up.
I don't know. Get rid of it. Up now, have you?
It's got a good tune, though.
Wake up,
it's a fabulous tune. I do like it. It sort of brings me out of sleep in a rather nice way, rather than. Let's turn it off. Back goes head, crunches that square to the boundary edge where Miller is fielding. They'll only get the single, 61 for 1. I imagine that no one knew how to stop the alarm, so they brought the whole bag in without investigating further. Australia 88% chance of victory, and yeah, I think that's about right, with 61 for 1 halfway through the 8th over. The target is a pretty minuscule 213. They really need Rabada to find his range, get a wicket, get some confidence, get some consistency outside the off stump. Smashed! Oh, it's been caught, has it? Yes! What a catch! Van der Dusen at cover point has dived to his right. It looked a pretty good shot from Marsh, but he'd not allowed for the fact that Rassie van der Dusen is a very fine fielder. Oh, and suddenly, is it all changing? Because Mitchell Marsh has gone, and Australia are 61 for 2. Amazing stuff.
Oh, that is a magnificent catch. He leapt like the proverbial salmon.
I'll just say this.
On your bike, mate.
Marsh has gone for a duck.
About salmons.
What's that about salmons? I've told you this before. We can't always use the leaping salmon. We've got to find something else that leaps. What else leaps?
How about impalas, since it's South Africa?
Leaping impala?
They leap.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm getting a bit bored with the leaping salmon. I mean, how often do you see a leaping salmon? It's not that often, is it?
But you do in Scotland if you go up in the right time of year, and in Canada.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Saying.
You've got
yeah, but it's not like
you've got to go. You've
see
got to
an impala.
Oh, well,
you go to Kenya on holiday.
Have you never been to South Wimbledon? It's full of them. 61 for 2. Steve Smith has come to the crease, would you believe, with suddenly Australia from 60 for none to 61 for 2. And it's the 34-year-old right-hander who has now got to lead or take this team home. In comes Rabada, who's just got the one slip. Bowles left alone outside the off stump by Smith, and there is no run. And this is the very man himself.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the fielders like they're not really there. He hits the ball in the air across the boundary line. He ain't going nowhere.
I hope he's going back to the pavilion very shortly. Onto the back foot. Rabada just did the hop at the end of his follow through there, as if perhaps he did something to his calf as he delivered. It's defended by Smith into the offside. There is no run.
I'm going to say quite quickly, salmons are leaping for a reason. They're going upstream, I think, to their spawning grounds.
Well, it's not a case of, it doesn't matter whether they're doing it for a reason. It's just I'm trying to find other creatures that do it.
I was drawing a
Wombles,
contrast.
I'm sure. Wombles leap for catches.
Well, if I can just draw the contrast with impalas who aren't leaping for any reason, they're leaping for fun, which is nice.
But have you ever psychoanalyzed an impala? You say they're doing it for no reason, but there may be very, very good reasons. Markram bowling to Head, and Head stays more or less in his crease and defends a foolish straight delivery back to the bowler. Just
I get a feeling that dolphins might leap for fun too.
Oh yeah, yeah they do. But no one uses dolphins leaping like a dolphin, do they? In he comes again. Onto the back foot goes Head. He's crunched that. Well fielded though by Bavuma at cover point. Have they managed to get through for a single? No, they didn't. So just turn.
Mr. P says, I assume Shelley just arrived.
Oh, she must have done. She must be somewhere. Her aura has brought some success to the South African team. She must be listening somewhere and sending evil thoughts to Australia. In comes Markram again, round the wicket to the left-handed Head. Head drives, but doesn't really time the ball straight up to a very wide mid-off. Oh my God, it's going off again. The alarm, I can't turn it off.
Maybe it's the lucky alarm which goes off and South Africa get a wicket.
Maybe that's the point, isn't it? Yeah, that'd be great if it worked like that. Markram in, onto the leg stump. There's the peel from de Kock, but I think it was probably going down the leg side. I might just leave it on because I'm only on for another nine balls. I might just leave it playing in the background.
Yeah, why not? See if you can buy another.
What do you think? It's a nice tune, isn't it?
I can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, you can't even hear the jingle, so you're not like to be able to hear that. Markram in again. Bowles. He's brought out the sweep. Is there someone back there? No, there isn't. That's a very flat 6 indeed. Brilliant shot by Head. So brilliant that it's going to be one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum.
Yes, indeed. Very good shot,
Yeah,
and that's
that
released a bit of the pressure that was
didn't
building.
Get more than 10 metres off the ground.
Nah. First run scoring shot off Markram. Next delivery, he finds the man deep at long off and will keep the strike by taking a single. 9 overs bowled. Australia chasing 213 are 68 for 2. Messi.
Frankie Boulian says, I usually listen from the Guerrilla Cricket website, but I had an urge to look at some cute cats, so here I am. It's a surreal experience, but it feels within the old spirit of cricket, says Nick Vickers. Brian in Brisbane says, bloody hell, Shelley go home. Jay Taylor says, the golf tournament at Sun City last week was superb on a beautiful course. Mr. P says, come on, the chokers. Will Shaw says, perfect game for Smith and Labuschagne. Well, that's what I called at the outset.
Yeah, you're right.
Lima's leap, says
Oh,
John
do they?
Hubert. And Lord's leap at Christmas too. Ha! There you go. Yes.
Rabada starts new over. Bowls to Head. He smashed it. Is there anyone down there? No, it's just got over. Well, I say just got over. It's got over by some distance. The man at mid-on who was chasing back. So that's why I thought it was going to plug. But in fact, it's just pitched and continued on its way to the boundary. It's one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That's risky, but it's good also from Head in the sense that he's not allowing South Africa back into the game at the moment. 72 for 2. Rabada in again. Oh, now he's played that quite well in the end, although he took his eye off it, I think, and then was trying to dab it down to third man, and it wasn't far short of the man at the backward point, Kurtzer.
Yeah, I think he let his adrenaline get the better of him there. Just followed through too much on it. Nearly just gave catching practice to
did, didn't he?
Gully.
Yeah. Oh, his eyes must have lit up, Kurtzer there. And then, oh goodness, it's just going to be short of me. I don't know, could he have dived forward?
Could he have dived forward because he saw it all the way?
Yeah, you do wonder.
I
Maybe.
often see that though.
In comes Rabada, bowls to Smith, who tries to tickle it down the leg side. Now, the way that De Kock, the way that De Kock reacted suggested to me that he might have got a little bit of bat on that, but the umpire has signalled one of these, so I guess not.
He may have just been trying to avoid the wide.
Absolutely, but I mean,
pretending that he did get a little nick and he put it down so that the wide didn't get called.
But they're too wise for that. They're too long in the tooth, these umpires. Rabada bowls to Smith. Smith defends on the back foot. Outside off stump. He's still waiting to get his first run.
Is it horses? Because humans don't really get long in the tooth. They get long in the ear, but they don't really get long in the... Our teeth don't keep growing.
It's not so much the ears that get long, it's the hair in the ear. They get long in the hair in the ear, if that makes sense.
Yeah, hourly, yeah.
And the nose as well. You get some big... I mean, it's a nice thing to talk about, isn't it? Old men's...
Lots to look forward to.
Oh, yes, indeed. No, I'm already there. Oh, he's edged that one, I think, has he? Well, Rabada is asking for it. The umpire is saying no.
Moved a long way.
He certainly seemed to move a long way, and he was kind of...
The cock is touching his upper thigh.
I was going to say, he got fronted up by that as well, didn't he? So maybe it was just flicking the waistband or something as it went through. But it was encouraging for Rabada. It was encouraging for De Kock and Bavuma. He's missed it by a wire. A measure, really. Fair measure. Rabada in again. Got one wide slip. Bowls to Smith. Hits him on the pads. Wants an LBW. Won't get it. It's too high. No. Ball runs out into the offside. But Rabada just finding a little bit of the ability that we know he has in this last over. But it might actually be his last over for a while. I'm not sure whether I'd keep him on for one more.
Several leaping suggestions for you.
Good.
Lords, Lemmings, Leapy Lee from Tony. Leaping Much Hair, Mad Much Hair.
Oh. That's not bad. That's not bad. So I'm expecting commentators to make full use of that vocabulary. Rabada bowls again to Smith. It's full. It's fairly straight. He defends up to mid-on, and that is the end of the power play. South Africa were 18 for 2 at the end of the power play. Australia have also lost 2 wickets, but they are 74 for 2. I'll do a little bit of marketing, and then you will hear from Bennett, Tony, and someone else.
The best things in life are free. Just like gorilla commentary, we need money. That's what I want. .com/gorilla cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer gorilla commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want. Or just buy a t-shirt.
Well, I see no sign of Bennett. Russ, hello, Russ. So I don't mind. I don't mind hanging around for a little. Oh well, we've got Tony, so we don't need 4 of us. I shall head off. By the way, just lastly, years leap as well, or they can. Bye for now.
What, do?
Years, leap years.
Years. Oh fuck.
Missed the first ball of marker, which was short of a length, and punched my head out to cover for no run. This is the second ball, and he tries to dab this out in the offside. It goes straight to point for no run again. Hi, Tony. I'll let you take over now.
Well, it's supposed to be Bennett.
It's supposed to be Bennett.
I don't mind doing that. Do you want to just carry on for this?
I can do it if you want. I don't mind.
Carry on for this over if you're up with the speed, and I will
Sure.
text Bennett with a WTFY message.
Here's Markram again into head. He's just driving softly down to mid-on for a single. Takes the score on 2 for 75. Fascinating start from Australia, isn't it, gents?
It is.
It's like
Sort
they're in
of
a hurry.
predictable in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, we saw South Africa so bogged down, right? And they're already 57 runs in front after 10 overs at the same time.
Yeah. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting Warner to get as many as he did, or Head, to be frank. I thought they'd both be going very quickly. South African bowling helped.
He's marking around the wicket to Smith. He's on the back foot and pushing it out to square leg. They're going to get a singles. Hands on Heads. They thought they might have got past him for LBW, but seemed fairly safe from here. Head was very dangerous, playing very dangerously in the last over, and I don't fully understand why. It's like they've just said, well, we've got to just keep going hard.
Yeah. It didn't work in the last game at all for him.
No, his marker, it's full to Head, and he's pushed it out to mid-wicket for no run. Ball to come in the over. 39 off 35 so far, so it's worked a bit for him. This one's short outside off stump and cross-batted it out to mid-off. I'll pick a single, score 2 for 77, end of 11 overs.
Leah says you need to invest heavily in a pneumatic system and structural improvements to make an Impala leap. Just look at it; it's absolute land yacht. And she sends us a picture of a Impala motor vehicle. Farong says those wickets make things interesting. Warner's stupid shot first ball from the new bowler, which it was. And as for Marsh, well, he couldn't help himself. West Australian innings tonight. Well, yeah, it was an amazingly good catch. Muttley points out that horses get long in the face. And over on YouTube, Nick Vickers says Tim and Poles foresaw an epic Proteas win on that podcast. Look out, Australia.
Is that Vlad the Impala?
Brown in Brisbane says Hendo's getting very excited at Australia's troubles, making me nervous. By the way, Brown wants to know how many people you think will be there on Sunday for supply.
Oh, Brian, what a kind question.
Oh,
shall I tell you what? Hold on.
Kurt said wide outside of stump, and it's dropped. It was cut by Head deep out into the outfield. It was in the air for a long time. There was a big dive down there, and it's been fumbled. I can't see who that was. Maharaj, was it? But it was an upish cut to a wide short ball, and he's just got the hand underneath it. Hendricks it was down there. and fumbled as he hit the ground, so Head will get a single, but he continues to live very dangerously. Coots is an interesting bowler. He's very quick. He gets a lot of bounce. So players always struggle with him in this World Cup. This one's a Smith is just short of a length. He pushes it out to square leg. He'll get a single as well.
I think the answer for Brian is 5, but I'm doing the rotors after this game because it may vary slightly depending on who's playing. Yeah, but that sounds about right for an estimate. Yeah, and that's very kind, of course. Right, shall I call the elusive Bennett, who's gone full Dave on us? Give me 2 seconds.
His Coots wide outside the stump, and Headers again cross-batted it straight through Coots' arms in his follow-through. He didn't have a chance to get a finger on it and has raced down to the fence for 4 at mid-off. 2 for 83, Head to 45. We're going to get nothing of an excitement from Travis Head by the looks of it.
Yeah, it would have been impossible to catch. It was coming back so hard and just to his right.
He had barely got his head up, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Here he is again, still around the wicket to Head. This one's short. Head's again cutting high, and it's in the air, and it's going to bounce twice and go over the rope for 4 between the fine leg, the third man rather, and the deep point. So he'll pick up another boundary. Takes him to 49, score 2 for 87.
Well, he's obviously just convinced that better get some runs fast because I won't get many if I try to stay around, and Marnus can come and do that if he needs to.
I guess
it's dangerous,
so.
But it's effective.
This Kutzer again outside of stump, and this again is pulled, and again it's going to be a 4 from Head. It brings up his 50. 53 off 40 balls. A beautiful pull shot over mid-wicket, and score 2 for 91. Jingle turns.
And he's got himself a little milestone, so we'll celebrate that with one of these.
That's precisely what Australia wanted, really, from him. Even if he gets out now, he will have done his job.
Yeah, the backflip one was Marsh, wasn't it? Because hitting on the up on a ball when you really need him to kind of
50 up or 40 balls for him.
His Head again cutting the outside off stump, and again he's found the gap, but it will be picked up by the sweeper. So they'll just pick up the 1. Score 2 for 92. End of the over. 15 off it.
Messrs, are you doing socials or am I now? Because I'm now confused. I think I was doing socials.
Yeah, go for it, Tony. I was waiting until you'd done your phone calls and stuff.
Well, Bennett's disappeared, rather worryingly. I hope he's all right. Bennett, come back to us if you can hear us. Right, where did we get to? That'll be the question.
Brown in Brisbane on YouTube was the last one I did.
Okay, did you do an Indo? He said, after 24 hours of reflection, I have come to the inevitable conclusion that 724 runs and 1 wicket in 100 overs to a spinner is a good outcome after doctoring a pitch to win a semi-final. Well done. I think tongue firmly in cheek for that one.
Yes. Yeah.
And let's have a look over on YouTube, which thank goodness is still called YouTube. We're not referring it to as a sort of iTunes. The artist formerly, Annie's calling it iTunes for some strange reason. Let me see. Did you do Jay Taylor and the Prawns?
No, I didn't.
I can jump in there. Henry making yes, Jay Taylor and the Prawn. The Prawns, great line from some Safa film. Also, you can come hear something about Lethal Weapon. Yes, Dara's easy. I hope the Formula 1 race in Vegas, which I'm going to, is closer than this game.
Markram's around the wicket again to Head, and again he flat bats it out to mid-off for another single. Takes the score in at 2 for 93.
Goodbye, Sam. Hello, Samantha, who's joined us. Samantha G, hi to you. Mr. P says, wickets in the toilet, Stephen. What? WC World Cup. I mean, the World Cup. Someone else had put WC World Cup. Got it.
Markram around the wicket to Smith, who pushes it to mid-wicket for no run. I'm surprised not to see Maharaj bowling.
So am I. I thought either he or Shamsi would be on very early.
This marker wide outside the stumps to Smith, who's driving it beautifully past the cover fielder. He made a valiant effort at diving, but he doesn't get there and it races to the fence for 4 more.
Strangely, after all the reservations a lot of people had about having both Labuschagne and Smith in the Australian team, this is the perfect match to have them both in, isn't it?
Yeah, and it really makes it easy for letting Head have his way, doesn't it? This one's into the pads of Smith, who pushes it but straight to square leg, no run.
You nearly said it, didn't you?
What's he not supposed to say?
He nearly said letting Head have his head.
Oh.
And then realised he couldn't.
2 heads are better than 1.
Again, this into the pads of Smith, and he's pushed it past mid-wicket. He'll pick up a single to the deep man down there, take the score on 98.
Yeah, well, I think it's safe to say that run rate's not going to be an issue for Australia.
No, not unless there's a... Well, Marnus could make it like that if there was a quick wicket here. His head, like Markram is defending. This defensive shot we've seen in a while. End of the 13th over.
Messi, jump back onto socials.
Oh, right. Okay. That's all being dealt with. So's Twitter. Oh, no, sorry, Leah's back with us. She says, yesterday was such a good match. I talked over half an hour about it. And then South Africa have to soil their pants on an international broadcast. And I fear my podcast will be 15 minutes of profanities and requests to feed them into a wood chipper. I could listen to that sort of broadcast entirely. 15 minutes worth of profanities is actually quite a lot. I don't know if you've ever tried, Leah, but after about 90 seconds it gets quite hard. Without repetition. You have to do
got multiple languages to work with, though. So.
That's true, that's true. And some of the German ones are probably very long.
Oh, well, we are going to get...
So we've finally got a change. Shams is on.
Indeed he is. Where is he? Tabrez. Here he is. There you go, Russ.
Thank you. This first ball is swept by Smith and almost to the player at square leg. He took it from wide outside off stump, got a little bit of a top edge and it bounced past the fielder for another single.
That was a crazy shot.
Nearly another wicket with the first ball of a spell.
Yeah.
We haven't got the stats to back it up, though I'm sure they exist, but quite a few of us have had that feeling, Russ, that somehow in this World Cup, first balls of spells seem to have quite often got wickets.
I think I've seen that a few times myself. That ball's a taller person than Bavuma might have caught that because it bounced about a foot in front of him.
Which is everybody.
That's true. Heads on straight to Shams. He's bowling over the wicket to him. It's short outside of stump and he's cutting it. It'll be straight to the sweeper. I'll just pick up 2. 2 for 101, the 100 up.
Oh, 100 up. Thank you very much. On after 13.2 overs, 101 for 2.
Blue button pressed.
There you go. How did you guess?
His head and he's dropped it slip. He went to cut it again. It was far too close to him. He got a big outside edge through the hands of the slip. It was very high, very hard for him to get his hands up, and it races to the fence for 4. Klaassen was there. Not sure if he actually got a hand on it because it was going high and just past the tops of his fingers.
Well, it's 4 runs, but boy, were they streaky.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
That's 2 wickets he could almost have had in 3 balls.
Yep.
That's right. Here's the 4th ball past the outside edge. That was not so far away from a wicket too. It's turned away.
You can't cut a ball that close to your body unless you're cow or who, I don't think.
Well, actually,
I'm not sure it was really a chance though, because it's almost impossible to get your hands up that quickly.
Well, I think it was because de Kock stepped back And Klassen probably thought de Kock was going to take it, and Klassen was almost falling out of the way.
This ball's full to head, and he's just pushing it past Shamsy to mid-off. He'll pick up a single. There's one ball to come in the over. Bennett's joined us, which is...
He has.
Hi, Bennett.
Good.
I'll let you take over the ball by ball in the next over.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah, sure, Russ. Go ahead.
Messrs,
Okay, and I should
can,
mention there is a super chat from Warren who said enough cats, photos of the pups being emailed. So we might ask Bear to come in and put the pups on.
Can you email a pup? Okay, that'd be lovely.
Thanks, Warren.
Smith on strike, and Chesney's still over the wicket. He's into his pads, and he's going to push it to mid-wicket. They don't take a single. End of the over, 2 for 106.
I'll catch it.
Thank you, Messrs, for stepping in. Welcome to Bennett. And where were we? Some messages then, I suppose. Leah, I have been described as sounding like a longshoreman with Tourette's if she wants, Messi. Not quite sure what that is in response to. Leah had also said, yes, it was such a good match. I talked for half an hour about it, and then South Africa have to soil their pants in an international broadcast. I fear my podcast will be 50 minutes of profanities and requests to feed them into a wood chipper. Oh, well, I don't know. All is not yet lost.
Missy said that Leah couldn't swear for 15 minutes, Tony, but Leah...
Hello there, Russ and Tony. Hello. Greetings, all of us, all of you there, viewers, listeners, wherever you are. Welcome to our ball-by-ball commentary, and apologies for the slight disruption there. Thank you, Tony. Right, so it's Maharaja who's a change bowling there, and he bowls
first
him
of a spell.
with his very first delivery, flighted outside the off stump. Travis Head playing all over that. And Bennett Oligosegram comes into the commentary box with a wicket.
Well, 20. He does. 106 for 4 now. Head has gone for 62. He'd been the mainstay. That is 106 for 4, isn't it? First ball of a spell once more. Well. Let's do that. There we go.
Well, with it. Sorry, have you done with the jingle? Sorry,
I have. It's all done.
Yeah, lovely. Russ, what an amazing start! It's not the first time we've seen in this game where somebody picks up wicket from the first ball, right? Aidan Markham did that earlier on as well.
Well, we were just discussing exactly that.
Well, that and also where was Maharaj for the first 14 overs of this game with Head was going nuts because he's such a good bowler and he gets such a lot of turn. And that was an almost perfect first ball, just outside of stump, pitched exactly where you want it, straight through the gate.
Yeah, Travis Head goes, and Australia lose the third wicket with the score on 106. Chasing Australia still need 107 to win off 35.5 overs. Plenty of time, Russ. Plenty of wickets intact. The only way South Africa are going to come back into this game is by taking wickets. And now the new batsman in is Marnus Labuschagne. Let's welcome him to the crease.
Well, here he is. You can talk over it, Bennett.
Maharaja bowls with a loop and flight with his tail up. He's flighting that through. I mean, he knows that that's the only way that the wickets can be purchased, and Labuschagne, equal to the task, tucks it away on the onside, and the batters go through for a quick single. 107 for 3. We are in the 15th over of the innings. Keshav Maharaj certainly now being ranked as the number 1 ODI bowler. Flights and driven on the onside. Goes straight, almost straightish towards the short mid-wicket fielder placed there very cleverly by the skipper, David Miller. Picks up. He's a sort of short mid-wicket fielder. No chance of a run. Maharaja comes in once more. Again, looped up. Nice little flight and good rhythm there. Driven towards the deep extra cover area. And Smith picks up another single. These two, quite similar in nature. They're more accumulators. Russ, you reckon is an interesting passage of here play? These two batters, right people at this moment of time for Australia, you reckon, Russ?
I'll just wait for this ball.
Maharaja comes, flights, and respectfully played back to the bowler. And
I feel Australia made this their aim to have these two kind of anchor innings in the top of the order, just to hit out and hope they could get a quick start.
over pitched and driven past the extra cover area. The batters go through for a quick single, and the score moves up to 109 for 3 at the end of 15. We'll come back to the thought in a second. Tony, we got Labuschagne on 2, Smith on 9, target of 213 at the end of over 15, 109 for 3. Tony, media.
Yeah, certainly is a fair bit. Will Shaw is saying, I watch a lot of channels that do exactly what guys do and have no issue with showing scores and stats. I reckon it's a DMCA music that's getting you shut down, but we're pretty sure it's not, Will. Definitely not the music, says the production and facilities department. To be fair, all of us men love looking at puppies, which is true. Sven the fisherman from Swiss Cottage, says Jay Taylor. I don't know who that is. Sebastian says, hello all, been loving the coverage this tournament. I don't think I can go back to regular TV commentary. I came for the cricket, staying for the tunes. Oh, Sebastian, we're delighted about that. And Stephen Kelk agrees. He says, nice to hear, Sebastian. And Messers has just typed, gorgeous pups, Warren. Take that as you will, but I think it refers to the dogs on the screen.
The Shamshi beginning a new over number 16 down the leg side. Certainly will be called a wide here, Russ. Russ, you were going back again about these two batting together.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of discussion before the game of whether Stoinis would play or Marnus, and I think Australia looked at the conditions and said Marnus is a good choice, precisely for this sort of situation.
Shamshi bowls this one shorter on the back foot, goes Labuschagne, places it towards mid wicket, no chance of a run. I don't agree with you fully on that, Russ. I really think Stoinis would have been a better choice, only because these two batting together through this position in this state, but then a bit of firepower at the back end. Stoinis can bowl as well. Again, outside the off stump, good turn there. Back to the ball, no chance of a run. Thoughts on that, Russ?
Well, I just think if it's a lower scoring game, you want that insurance that you've got two players that you think you could bat.
But these two batting together in this sort of a
3 and over now, minute. So hence the reason to go hard at the top.
Indeed. Sort of, yeah, good to hear. Oh, this one's a reverse swept as it was flighted, looped outside Labuschagne's off stump. Labuschagne improvising and reverse sweeping it towards third man area, and the batters come back for 2. A bit of a risky shot there, Russ.
It was a bit of a funny shot, wasn't it? He's almost dragged it back from outside off stump back towards his own.
Yeah, I'm not sure
with the reverse sweep.
This is the kind of role that Australia would expect from him. He's known to be steady and build up and sort of, and this is the time Australia need to make sure they don't lose any more wickets. South Africa coming back strongly with a quick few wickets. What can Shamshi do? He's known for his wicket taking. This one's flight looped, and it's a beautiful turn there, and that's Labuschagne on the crease as he's trapped. And Russ, I really think this is a very close call, Russ. Thoughts?
It is. Marnus might have been outside off stump, and I think that's why it wasn't given.
But I think
if he's in line, he's plumb.
I think he's absolutely plumb, Russ, because it just turned prodigiously in, and it was caught well on the crease there.
Yeah, it pitched outside off stump though. I think it might have hit him outside. I think he might get away with this. In fact, it's close. If it's umpire's call, he's going to get away with it.
Yeah. It may be umpire's call, but thing is, the way it was turning so prodigiously, I know it was pitched outside the off stump, but it's
where it hits him that matters, and it hits him on the inside of the leg, not the outside of the leg.
Close.
And the inside of the leg looks slap in front
what
of
do you think, Tony? Out or not out, Tony?
Well, I think out. I think he looks to me.
Russ?
I think it's umpire's call. I think it's
Russ
morally
is
out.
Australian, by the way. Viewers, Russ is Australian, so don't go by that. I was joking. Anyway,
he should have been given.
Just to get some banter, just to get some banter going, Russ. Some controversy, some conflict. We want to see different views, and we're seeing the replay. Pitched outside the off stump. Impact umpire's call. Spot on there, Russ. Very well done, Russ. Yes, not out. He escapes by an absolute margin. Labuschagne should buy a lottery ticket today. He's lucky. He's really lucky, because that was a very, very close call. Great delivery by Shamshi. Australian spinners on the attack. Russ?
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising we didn't see them earlier, because there's actually quite a lot of turn in this pitch.
Indeed, prodigious turn for Shamsi. We saw Travis Head picking up 2 wickets and bringing Australia right back into the game. This one's again quicker through the air on Midland leg and challenging Labuschagne on the back foot, trying to play defensively, played all over it almost, but he was managed to put it back to the bowler. We are in the 16th over. An intense battle, a keen tussle between bat and ball here. Great watching. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an interesting passage of play. Shamsi, the left-arm Chinaman bowler, he can turn the ball both ways, and he's having the Australia in a bit of a pickle, so to say. Here he is, last ball of the 16th over. Here he comes in, left arm over. Oh, there's a nice turn there, but he didn't get the line right. He may have to re-bowl that, yes.
Yeah, he will.
Umpire Kettleborough certainly getting some exercise, stretching his arms, and white called. And
Surprised the previous ball wasn't wide too. They've got the leg slip in too.
Yeah, he's bowling a leg line here. A bit of a turn for Shamsi. He comes in, loops it on a better line on Midland leg. He nudges this one, tickles it towards the square leg area, and they've got enough time to go for a quick single at the end of over 16. 114 for 3. Labuschagne on 5, Smith on 9, chasing a victory target of 213. Required run rate 2.91. Tony.
Oh, it's not about the run rate, it's about the wickets. Brian in Brisbane says, will you lot stop that? I keep jumping in my office seat and people nearby are looking looking oddly at me, more than usual. Samantha G says, those are cute puppies. Why do I want to share food with them? Probably the sad eyes. I think that's what Brian thinks about us when he so kindly sends food and coffees and various other delights. He says, look at those sad eyes, I need to send them food. Which is always gratefully received, of course, I have to say. Right, let's go over onto the artist formerly known as Twitter Pirate Badshah. 7 innings cricket, devout in red attire they leap about. At Lords where echoes of a discontent, communist chants further unbent, industrial clash, bats replaced, their leap for justice firmly embraced. Ooh, I rather like that. But I don't quite know what it's apropos of. But it's a nice little poem. And there it was.
Thank you, Tony. And then going back to Russ, just a bit of appreciation also from your area, White Line Wireless, who were in partnership with Gorilla Cricket to bring you the coverage right throughout this tournament. Russ, responsible for the operations from the Australian side of things. Thank you very much. On behalf of all the listeners, you did a grand job with all the production and the bits that went through with. But this is the second semi-final. In case you tuned in and wondering what's going on, South Africa struggled and crawled all their way up to 212 thanks to a great knock of 101 from David Miller, who took South Africa into a respectable position after being all sorts 20 odd for 4 wickets. And the opening bowlers did a grand job, Hazelwood and Mitchell Starc, and they had Travis Head, who picked up 2 wickets in an over to have them in all kinds of trouble before David Miller rescued South Africa along with Henry Klaasen with a classic 5th wicket partnership.
95 that Miller. Partnership was well 95. Worth it, wasn't it?
Absolutely. 101 to Miller and Henry Klaasen. Just when they were looking to break away, Travis Head picked up the 2 important wickets of Klaasen and Marco Jansen in 2 successive deliveries, with South Africa posting up a respectable total of 212. They were all out in the last over of the innings. Of the bowlers, we had Mitchell Starc 3 for 34 and Josh Hazelwood with miserly figures of 8 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs and 2 wickets. Wonderful exhibition of seam bowling, Russ. Immaculate piece of bowling there by Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah, he was fantastic. I think sort of McGrath-esque. Just kept it absolutely on exactly the same spot for the whole time.
It was amazing, right? He was amazing length and line length he was bowling. As we come back to the game, it's Keshav Maharaj, who's a newly crowned #1 ODI bowler. Unfortunately didn't get a place in the side initially, but he came on 1 point his first ball and floated in, played back to the bowler, no chance of a run. This one's again a good line and length and pushed back to the bowler, no chance of a run. A quick sort of a turnaround and back again to the crease as Maharaj comes in, his second over, first over, going for just 3 runs. Left arm round the wicket, past the umpire, floated. on a leg line, but Labuschagne this time reaching out, giving himself enough room to play towards the extra cover area. No chance of a run. Good 3 balls there, Russ.
Yes, and very quick. I think I might be redundant for the rest of this stint, the way they're ripping through these overs.
Exactly. Too quick for comfort. This one's on a good length, and Labuschagne half-heartedly, almost half-cocked, but covering the spin and the turn, and then just pushes it to the extra cover area, and no chance of a run. Labuschagne on 5 of 13. A bit of pressure building up now. 4 dot balls over pitched. He gives it away, but unfortunately Labuschagne not able to pick the gap. He sweeps straight into the short fine leg fielder, and a bit of a misfield there, as the batters have enough time to go through for a quick single with a cup of tea and a biscuit as well. That's misfield on there. So
lucky for Maharaj. That was a very poor ball, and he hit it straight to the worst fielder in Stavria's side.
Freebie, wasn't it? This one's a bit of turn. Nicely played by Smith, smothering the spin there as he reaches, launches, and just smothers it in front of cover for a quick single. End of over number 17, 116 for 3. Tony Bishop.
Yeah, well, apparently Mr. P says I've been showing off my gurning repertoire. I didn't know I had been, Mr. P, but you're watching me and I'm not, so it could be. Jay Taylor says Smudgio and Blue Bus of Shame just need to fanny about for 10 overs max. Well, yeah, I get that, but they're making tough work of it. It's not easy. It looked easy when it was Warner and who else was leathering it everywhere? Travis Head. Yeah, but not so easy now.
A new over begins. Sorry, Tony. This was Shamshi bowling the first over of the 18th over. Short on the leg side. Smith tucks it away. No chance of a run as it goes straight to the square leg area. The spin twins to South Africa operating. The left arm spin twins. Maharaj and Shamshi. Here he comes in second ball of the 18th over. Left arm over. Shorter delivery on the back foot again. Goes Smith. Plays it towards the short square leg area. No chance of run. He's bowling to a planned Russ on Midland leg.
Yeah, they're attacking both the players on this. I assume really pushing for that LPW.
Smith takes strike. Shamshi. Third over. Oh, that's a beautiful turn there. It was outside the off stump. Smith caught in no man's land. He went on the back foot. He was beaten with the turn there as it spun prodigiously back onto him. He was lucky to get bat on that just in time, or was it? No, it hit his thigh very high, wasn't it, Russ?
Yeah, it turned so much it was missing leg stump by probably a foot. Whereas Smith was at first thinking he might be able to cut it, so give you a sense of how much that turned.
It turned prodigiously, and Smith was really generally a good player of spin, and this time Shamsi comes in again on fourth ball. He's had that's edged outside the off stump, didn't turn as much. Smith gets a leading edge, unfortunately too quick for Quinton de Kock. He couldn't hold on to that, and certainly a missed opportunity whereas South Africa was concerned.
In the crib, Mom. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Yeah, no glove on it. That's one of those ones that either goes into your gloves or not, and that one didn't even hit the gloves, so nothing really that de Kock could do.
Tough one, isn't it, Russ? Shamsi was a great over. Great working over here. This one's a bit over pitched, and Smith, watchful on the front foot, just pushes it way ahead of the cover point fielder. He had to run around. He didn't have much pace on that. Intentionally played for a quick single. 117 for 3. Shamsi, great over. The last ball, can he keep this tight? Just a 1 run coming off that. Great working over. He tested Steve Smith quite a bit in that particular little few deliveries coming up. Shamsi ball. This one's quicker through the air. Outside the off stump, on the back foot goes Labuschagne, watchful as it tucks it towards the long leg area, and the batters go through for a quick single. End of over number 18, 118 for 3. Labuschagne 7, Smith 11 out 22, target 213 for victory. Tony, what are the media folks up to?
Well, I was just going to say Shamsi, by the way, took 2 for 38 against Australia in the group game. But he did, that was Stark and Hazelwood, I think he got on that occasion, so wasn't quite the prized wickets in the same way as here. Let me have a look on YouTube for us. Where are we? Mr. P, was it turning when South Africa were batting? Yes, it was. Brian in Brisbane, Bennett is Shelley in disguise. Well, there you go.
Is that a compliment?
I think so. It's your wicket-taking ability, Bennett, I think, is
I see.
what's being alluded to there, not that you've come in a dress.
Yes, Maharaj, the left arm spinner, the spin twins in action goes outside the off stump, and Labuschagne watchful. That ball didn't turn, Russ. It went straight through. Was it the arm ball?
Possibly. It maybe just showed he's probably got a more top spinner.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Floated, sorry Russ, looped and on the middle and off, and it turns this time. Labuschagne in all kinds of trouble. We didn't know where he was going. Just past the outside edge. A winker. Keshav Maharaj close. He's getting closer and closer. Goes through the balls very quickly as well. The third ball. Here he comes in, darting in. Oh, nicely floated. Looped up in the air. Labuschagne not taking any risk on the front foot. Watchful with a lot of respect. Are they looking to play the spin twins off?
213 starting to look a long way away to me.
Yes, they can afford to be much more aggressive with their fields, I think, here.
Maharaj Bowles agreed that on that one, on a fuller length, plays it back to the bowler, no chance of run. Yes, the only way South Africa's going to win this game is wickets, isn't it, gents? So a little bit more aggression in terms of...
Get a short leg in, you know.
Yeah, maybe a silly point, maybe a slip. They don't even
well, they've
have
got a
slip,
but for Maharaj, but they haven't... Everything else is just a ring field and some deep fielders, and they're giving away the odd single. I think, you know, you want Labuschagne to try and drive through the covers, so bring in...
Oh, that's a silly point. They heard us, Russ. They've got a silly point, and I like that. I love that. Because, I mean, Quinton Dickock is quite busy. He's animated. Generally, he's very calm and quiet. Today, I've seen him a little bit more animated. He wants to win this game. Lots of people giving in their input. Maharaja Bowles, shorter, outside the off stump. Unfortunately, this one was not as good as the other balls. Shorter, giving himself enough room outside the off stump. Labuschagne goes on the back foot, slaps it towards the deep cover area for a single. The batters go through for one. Just the last ball. A great tidy over there. Can he finish this? Nicely. A slip, a silly point in place. Maharaj, a third 3 overs now. This is the third over pitched, and this one's played watchfully on the front foot towards the cover. No chance of a run. End of over number 3 for Maharaj. 1 for 6. South Africa had scored 212, and Australia 119 for 3 at the end of over 19. Tony.
Well, Anthony Condon, our own Anthony Condon, partner to Russ in the Box of Dreams, says South Africa had held their chances. They would be in a World Cup final by now. Yeah, I take your point. Leah says, I know you listen to Kill James Bond. Do you also? Well, there's a problem. Well, which I'm not quite sure that got to do with the previous question. So I shall move on. Farong. Will the Saffers bowl out South Australia and progress to the Goldie Dome? Who invited wind? Just pedalled the bicycle 3/4 of a mile home after watching Thailand lose 2-1 against PRC. Were 1-0 at home. Headwind of 35 kilometres an hour. The nightmare of every BIU operator. The Bangladesh Rickshaw Union, I think.
Thank you, Tony. 94 required off 31. The wicket column is what we need. This is a great delivery by Shamshi outside the off stump. Some nice turn coming in. Labuschagne on the back foot. Watchful. Defended towards the short mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Just over 3 runs required. And 7 wickets to get. The keen tussle. An interesting passage of play. As Shamshi bowls, great bowling again. He's flirting with danger there, Russ. On the back foot. Playing for the turn. He's almost there at the crease. Russ, flirting with danger, you reckon?
Labuschagne continues to go out on the back foot, and he continues to be hit on the pads or just missing it. We've got the leg gully in there as well for him, so any sort of inside edge is going to pop up.
Yes, and he needs to play straight, more straight, I reckon. Again, he could have gone on the front foot, but he's happy to go on the back foot. Something is going to happen here, gents. I can sense it, because that is a great delivery by Shamsi. He plays it back to the bowler. Labuschagne 8 of 23, agitated. He wants to rotate the strike, but Shamsi bowls. This one's over pitch, driven nicely. He beats the fielder there, and that should be a boundary. Yes, it goes through to the boundary, so they break the shackles off. An over pitch delivery, a loose An unusually loose delivery from Shamshi, driven to the extra cover boundary for 4. Russ?
Yeah, good shot from
Pressure
Labuschagne.
released.
He's got to get down the pitch more often, and he chose the right ball to do that one too.
Indeed, a rare loose delivery. This one short, again, loose ball. He's lucky that he couldn't find the placement there. It was going away from the leg side. On the back foot goes Labuschagne and swirls and plays it straight into fine leg along the ground, and the batters have enough time to go through for a single. 5 runs so far coming off the over. Last ball of the 20th over and of our stint together as Russ and Tony prepare to make way for the next one. Shamshi bowls. This one shorter. On the back foot again goes Smith. Tries to place it towards the square leg area. And the batters go through for a... No, there's no run there as it goes straight through the field. The end of over number 20 and end of our spell. Australia chasing a victory target of 213 at the end of 20. 124 for 3. And the batters at the wicket. Stephen Smith on 11 of 24 and Marnus Labuschagne 13 of 25. And it's my pleasure to hand you over to the next set.
It'll be Gary who's going to slide into my seat. Here we go.
Gary's sliding. That was remarkably quick. Oh, I suppose I did carry on a bit longer, but with the spinners on, it's just all happening so fast, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, but look, we've had enough hours of cricket watching since, when did this thing begin? August? May?
This ball skews off the outer part of the bat to the man at backward point, no run.
Don't mind it going past a little bit quicker. It makes commentary a tad tougher, but, you know, there's also work to do, unfortunately.
Maharaj is in again, and this is swept hard all along the ground to the man sweeping on the leg side boundary, who is Van der Dussen, through for a single.
I reckon Labuschagne's been all at sea facing spin today. Really has been suffering, hasn't he?
Well,
yeah, waiting for him to get wrapped on the pad, to be honest, at some point. By Shamsi.
This is more interesting than I expected, but probably not going to be all that interesting as Smith comes down the track and is beaten slightly in the flight and gets an outer edge that skews off into the offside and through for a single, and Smith is going through his pantomime tricks, admonishing himself.
No, I mean, exactly. The commentators on television who have to big up the supposed excitement and everything are getting very excited, but we who can be honest don't.
Indeed. It's a nice ball again from Maharaj. It pulls Labuschagne forward, which I think is the key to the length here. You have to bowl a length to pull the batsman forward, and that's what Maharaj does there, but it's just dead battered. And the win percentage has Australia at 90, which I think is about right. Labuschagne's in again, it's just defended. Maharaj is into Labuschagne, it's just defended, no run. Well, South Africa really missed their opportunity. They didn't have a slip when they should have had a slip. Now they've got a slip and a silly point, and a regulation catch would have gone there about 3 overs ago off Shamsi. As this is swept hard by Labuschagne, well in front of square, and that goes along the way to cow corner for a 4.
That's all they need, it's just the occasional bad ball.
Yeah, and I mean, what's your view, Richard, on South Africa? Because I do think this is the kind of total you've got to catch everything, but you've also got to attack all the time in the field, and I think they were just too passive.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can't really see too much of what's going on in the field, but clearly they've got to bowl Australia out, or at least get so deep that Australia get themselves out. And it's already, I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but the ship's already sailed, really. You've got 2 guys there who are just perfect for knocking singles about, and that's all they need to do.
Here's Shamsi, who has bowled well, and he gets a significant turn there from outside off stump, and Smith acknowledges that. He went back, and the ball jumped into him. As soon as Bavuma saw that Shamsi was getting spin, and he can move it both ways off the pitch, he should have had a leg slip and an authentic slip in, and he had neither. He's got a short leg in, though, who is the captain. That's down the leg side, and it's yet another wide. I mean, is that 10 wides or so for this innings? That's not good enough either.
That's one thing they could very easily have done differently, I would say, regardless of tactics. awful wide count so far.
Shamsi, left arm wrist spin. That's the one that goes the other way, and it was picked by Smith, who went back and drove it back towards the bowler. Decent stop.
We speak of Bavuma and his fielding positions. I'll come to my point after this ball.
Yes, please do. Bowling quite slowly. That was below 50 miles an hour, that one from Shamsi. So he's flighting it. He's given the ball every chance to spin, and it is spinning. Smith gets forward and leans on this, but there's a man at short mid-wicket who cuts it off.
From what I've seen so far, which is Klaasen moving the field around, Quinton de Kock giving the pep talks.
Yeah.
Bavuma is the captain on paper,
Yeah.
quite honestly. From what I can see at this distance, he's not actually
We
running the team.
were remarking on that very point in the green room. Smith gets one that he can just get to the other side of Bavuma at short leg, and Janssen comes in, fields. Smith is the best I've ever seen at just missing the field here, missing the field there. This is just perfect for him. He can coast along. He'll aim to finish sort of 47 not out off 85 balls, and that'll just be exactly what's required.
Yep.
Shamsi's in again, left arm over the wicket, wrist spin, and that's down the leg side as well. And Labuschagne's a bit annoyed at missing out on that, but it is called wide, so Shamsi, having started well, maybe he got overexcited. He's now looking for the magic ball, but he really has to. He's getting enough spin. He's just got to pitch it on off stump. We now have the leg slip. The captain's move round to leg slip, which is chasing the ball a little bit. Shamsi's
Wide number 9.
in again. The reverse sweep was a big appeal for LBW. It's given out.
Yes.
Richard Kettleborough raises the finger. Marnus Labuschagne going down on one knee. It was a premeditated reverse sweep. He's called for the review. Inevitably, he's going to call for the review. But I think only going over the top is saving him here, because there looked to be a little bit of top spin as well as side spin on that ball. We're having a look again now. It's definitely a side spinner, but it's pitched on a length. He's gone down. Well, I don't think this is going over the top. I think this is either spinning past leg stump or he's out.
I think it's slamming into leg.
Slamming into leg. What's difficult to judge is that because he's gone down for the reverse sweep, he's kind of blocking the whole of the stumps, is Labuschagne. But
He's looked an LBW candidate against Shamsi for the last few overs, to be honest. He's starting to look as worried as he did on the last review, which was sent upstairs by South Africa, and looked out, but then the machine said it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't looked at home at all to Shamsi, and I had the other one as umpire's call on legs on impact, and it was. I'm having this as hitting the leg stump, and of course an umpire's call this time will be enough. The ball pitches on off, it turns. Is it going to turn past? Oh, umpire's call by I hate to use the phrase, the barest of margins. Umpire's call there, just shaving the leg stump, but that's enough, and I think that's fairly well deserved. So Labuschagne has gone. He's out. 18 of 31.
Yeah, I think that's some justice, because Labuschagne did look out the previous shout from Shamsi a couple of overs back.
Yeah, well, let's give him a jingle.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, I think South Africa, to defend 212, they needed to take all the catches, they needed to take the quarter chances, and they needed all of the umpires' calls to go with them. Of course, I'm saying that the game is still there. That needle will have moved somewhat from 90% to Australia, but you don't want to see this man coming in, really, do you?
No, you don't.
Do you want to see this man coming in? We know who we're talking about.
Incidentally, that was a dreadful shot from Labuschagne.
I'll buy you a Glenn Maxwell, and we are no longer friends.
Yes, it's the big show, and shows don't get much bigger than his last appearance in this World Cup. It's Glenn Maxwell, now 35. He looks well on 35, it has to be said. And he doesn't even have time to cramp up, does he? He'll either be here today and gone tomorrow, or
very nervous.
He'll get him over the line. The score is 133 for 4. I should have said that when the wicket went down, and the bear will be admonishing me when I go in the green room. Shamsi has 1 for 23 as he approaches the end of his 5th over. He's bowled better than that, to be honest. Hasn't had a huge amount of luck. Hasn't had a huge amount of support in the field, to be honest. As gets an absolute beauty, does Maxwell there. It turned the other way from Shamsi. Maxwell didn't read that at all. He was expecting the authentic or the more orthodox wrist spin from the left armour, which would come into the right-hander. Instead, it went the other way, and he's saying to Steve Smith, I had no idea with that one. So it's 133 for 4, and we'll go to your tweets.
Lots of banter on YouTube between Leah and Ad. Leah says, Marnus looks like my Ashes cricket video game with the low polygon player and the animations glitching out. I've got to say, I felt a sense of relief to see Marnus go. It was very painful.
Yeah, it was.
Face Shamsi. He really didn't have a clue.
Take it from an Englishman who's watched batters have no idea against wrist spin for most of my 60 years on this planet. So, and here is Jeff Goldblum lookalike, Keshav Maharaj, and that's an absolute beauty. That's the length. Pull Stephen Smith forward and jab it past the outside edge. But, you know, Bavuma spent too much time going with the seamers when he had 2 spinners that have got the batsmen in all kinds of trouble. But they'd already got 80 or 90 up, I think. And it goes back to Smith, and he fares little better going back. He just jabbed an inside edge onto that. This is classy stuff from both the South African spinners. Yes, you heard me right. Classy stuff from South African spinners. I haven't been able to say that very often in my life. But here's Maharajan again, and this is pulls Smith forward, but wisely he just waits and dabs that into the offside. Richard, I'll bring you in a moment, but they're going through these deliveries very quickly.
No worries, there is so little time.
Oh, they're very good though, both of these, aren't they? As Maharaj is in again, and that one's slightly shorter, and Smith goes back, and he doesn't jump all over it as he would do in normal circumstances. He's just happy to get enough bat on ball to get it out to the point boundary, and they take a single. It really was a terrible shot from Marnus. You're absolutely right, Messers.
Fine. He deserved to be out.
Well, that was Dickie Bird, I think. Dickie Bird Dickie Bird never gave them out. It was Darryl Hare, we often thought, gave the dismissals because they deserved it. Here's Maharajan again, left arm round the wicket. He goes back, does Maxwell. He gets the big reverse out. There's a huge appeal. Nitin Menon is unconvinced. And Quinton de Kock is saying, I heard it, mate. Yeah, definitely. So they've gone for the review. When Maxwell can launch the ball to any part of the ground, the lowest percentage shot I can possibly think of in the circumstances is to reverse it. Maharaj is saying, I didn't hear anything. It's all happening, as Tony Gregg used to say. So he goes back.
Shot selection, hither or thither. This could be the game right here. You get Maxwell.
But it's gone under. It's gone under the bat. It's gone under the glove. There is absolute daylight. We will go to the technology, but I think we can see that he's missed that. He's also got extremely hirsute arms as Maxwell that suddenly comes to a stop under his sleeve. Did you see that? Very strange.
Yeah, I've got those too. I'm afraid they don't guarantee you being able to smash it to all parts.
So we're seeing here that he's missed it by a distance, truth be told. Look at that. He's not in the same postcode.
Yeah, he played the shot well before the ball reached him.
Actually, as the ball carries on, his gloves were going back with the ball, so it ended up slightly closer. He starts off miles away from it, which is what happens when, Glenn, you're not looking at the ball. We can see you on the replay. Decent decision from Nitin Menon. Well done. So they lose a review to the South Africans, but they've got to go for absolutely everything.
Yeah, that was worth a punt.
It was.
You want Maxwell back in the hut for North, then we can talk about glimmers of...
Then we can talk, I agree. Richard, I'm going to bring you in at the end of the over. So only one ball. Now as Maharaj gives it a bit of flight, and Maxwell plays a much more better percentage shot by just knocking it into the leg side. 134 for 4, 79 needed off a theoretical 27. Richard.
Yeah, I was actually, you were talking about running the seamers early on for so long. Even that extra over for Janssen after he'd bowled 3 wides in his first.
Yeah.
You can look at that and think maybe give him a breather after the 1. That could have been a major thing for the momentum actually back then.
Yeah, I think Cummins was really good with Australia in recognising the fields and the bowlers he needed to use and kind of tearing up the plans that they would have talked about the night before. I think Bavuma went with the plans when he should have gone with the fields.
Or De Kock or Klaassen, or whoever's actually making the calls out there.
Yes, you're right. I'm going to stick with you, I hope, Richard, in this over, as this ball is just pushed into the covers, and Smith does that thing where he can take a single by pushing the ball 5 yards to the either side of the fielder. He's through for 1.
Yeah, so we criticised, we actually talked up the chances of Labuschagne and Smith being the ideal guys to get this home, being basically test cricketers wearing yellow. And then Labuschagne's got himself out doing the old reverse sweep when he has other ways to knock it around, plenty of them.
It was a Labus cock-up from Labuschagne, yes.
So,
as Shamsi is in, and Maxwell just nudges this into the leg side and gets off the mark. And this is, of course, the conundrum, because if you do have your fielders in catching positions, you haven't got them in the saving 1 positions. So 2 so far off the over.
And you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. And the problem is, of course, not enough runs on the board.
Yeah, you've got to give the bowlers something to bowl at, and I think maybe 240 might have been something, but 213, 212 just isn't enough. As again, a milked single from Stephen Smith.
Yeah, how about 260? That would have been intriguing right now.
Yeah, 260 would have been a coin toss of a game, I think. As Shamsi is in again, and it goes back, and Maxwell has a huge hoik across the line. He misses it. He misses it by an absolute mile. He could have hit that anywhere. It was a long hop from Shamsi, and Maxwell just hoiked across it. And this is what cricket does to you. The game is always bigger than the player. Greatest innings one that's ever seen. The 201 not out. Certainly the greatest innings I've seen in white ball cricket. It has a counterpart now, because that may be the worst innings I've ever seen from Maxwell, who should have been out earlier than he was, but he was out from the 5th ball he faced for 1 to a shocker of a shot, and let's send him away.
Jesus. You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And the celebrations from Shamsi are appropriate to the occasion.
Well, Imran Tahir, eat your heart out, because that was a double Imran, I think.
Yeah, no, he's gone well past Mr. Tahir, but Tahir will always be the innovator on that front.
Well, it is a little bit game on now, and it would be more game on if we didn't have bloody Stephen Smith at the other end, because you just kind of know, don't you?
But what have Australia got to come in terms of batting? This gets interesting now. Inglis, Cummins, who's got an annoying habit of hanging around, whether it's an Ashes Test match at Edgbaston or playing against
Cummins'
Afghanistan.
average in this World Cup is 28.5.
Stark can biff it a bit. I don't know. I'm still not getting excited till they're 7 down, but I will admit there's a glimmer.
Yeah, I think
tiny glimmer.
I think the most important figure when we're talking about the chances is how many overs of Shamsi and Maharaj got, because I think the game will be very different when they're replaced.
Yeah. Well, don't forget that Markram is still lurking about with 6, and he was the man who got rid of David Warner first ball.
I need to jingle up the batter, which I will do in a moment once he's faced his first ball, and he goes back when he should have been forward. Oh, there's nerves being betrayed there by this man.
Yeah.
Watch as he wows the crowd. Marvel at the skills he sets out. Josh England.
Aidan Markram to me looks like a Russian villain from a late 80s or early 90s movie. Shamsi, please. That was a wide, might even have been a wide in a test match. You've got to keep the foot on the tourniquet.
He's bowled 5 of them now.
Yeah, he's bowled well, but he's also bowled badly, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
Well, the adrenaline will be pumping. Shamsi's in again, and that would have been a wide if Inglis had let it go, but he gets it down to long leg, where the long legs of Janssen come round, do the fielding. They're through for 2, and that margin for error, 3 easy runs off essentially 1 ball there. There just isn't that margin for error, and Shamsi's raising his hand here. He knows that. Let's hear your tweets.
Jay Grover says, "Oh, thank fuck! First drink for 7 days. Praise Bacchus, not Rod Marsh." Yeah, well, I had my first drink for 7 weeks today, Joe. I know the feeling. Warren says, "Not wanting to pull back the shower curtain too much, but can we get clarification who's working the blue button?" That would be Gary.
Yeah, working very much to be interpreted as a verb there.
Jay says, "I love Glenn Maxwell so much I could cry." Well, I'm sorry, he's departed.
He bowled beautifully, it has to be said. As Maharaj also bowling beautifully. Gets a decent amount of turn there. But Smith is seeing it now, and he waited for the turn. He came forward, and he just dropped the deadest of bats on it. I mean, this is he's only got 16, Smith, from 36. That doesn't sound too good, but it's a pretty good innings, I'd say. Goes back to Smith, and again, it's that little bit short, that little bit wide, and he just waits. He doesn't try and hit it for 4. Doesn't try and reverse sweep it. He takes a single on offer to point. Clever batting, Stephen Smith.
And he doesn't need to hit anything for 4. Required run rate 2.8. You can do this more than do this in singles.
Yeah.
You do this twice over in singles.
It's all about bowling the Australians out, and it has been really since the very start of the innings, which was why it was surprising that the fields were as they were. But there is a slip for Inglis. I'd have a leg slip as well, but just the 1 slip, and he hits it hard to the man at short extra, and there is no run. He's chewing quite rapidly, Alex Ferguson style, is Joss Inglis. As this is a lovely ball from Maharaj. He goes back, but the turn, it's not a pitch that turns quickly, but it is a pitch that's offering lots of lateral movement. So if he keeps his eye on it, doesn't try and hit it too hard, which Inglis didn't, he can defend it relatively easily. Comes forward, and this is a nice forward defensive again from Inglis. Inglis, I was thinking of Brian Inglis, who I think used to do all our yesterdays. There's a blast from the past, quite literally, on ITV. As Maharaj is in round the wicket, he really tosses that up, and it hits the splice of the bat. 47 miles an hour. This is good stuff from the spinners. It's the halfway mark in the innings, 141 for 5. Richard, are you seeing any more signs that your countrymen can bring this home?
Well, I'm trying to understand the statistics on the comparative scores at this point. But
I don't think they matter.
Lots of annoying pop-ups. Well,
I don't think they mean a thing. I think what you need to look at is the fact that they need 72 runs and they have 5 wickets standing, and overs don't matter.
This is Test match cricket here. This is Test match cricket. You've got 72 runs to get, and you've got 5 wickets to get.
Well, yeah, but South Africa were 5-ish down at this point, so in that sense it's close. And they got bowled out for what they did.
Smith
the difference is they were trying to push for a bit more. Australia don't need to, of course.
Smith is finding some trouble in the crowd there. There may well be somebody moving in Mumbai. He's batting in Kolkata, but that's how it works for Steve Smith.
I think as an Australian, I should be the one to ask this question. Are Australia choking?
I'm wondering, Messes, if you've been so long without a drink, is it a long walk to your nearest bottle out?
No, it's been sitting in the fridge. Brian in Brisbane sent me a whole lot of beer, but I've been on a diet. But today I thought, fuck it.
Noble stuff. Oh, they've got the bloody phones out. Oh, I hate this. It's like
it just shows you what a bunch of sheep people are doing every time I see that.
It's like a Celine Dion concert or something. I mean, please. 141 for 5, 25 gone. And Shamsi has got the chance to get on with his delivery. And again, Smith shows a bit of knowledge there. He picked that out of the hand. He went back. He knew it was always going to be turning down the leg side. All he needed to do was help it on its way, as we're looking at the ugliest hoik from Glenn Maxwell. Say, Mother Cricket, she gives with one hand and she takes with the other.
It's reminiscent of Ben Stokes' dismissal that time.
Yeah, he's got a few on his CV. Ben Stokes, yeah. And Shamsi's in again. Inglis goes back, and that's a fuller ball. You see, Smith, when he went back, had more length to work with. That was a bit fuller, and therefore he had to jab the bat down on it. Did Inglis, but he got it into the offside, defended his stumps, that's fine.
Certainly keeps the bowler interested when they keep hanging
Yeah.
on the crease, and he's finding turn and he's attacking the pads.
He's showing a lot of the stumps as he gets one well outside off stump and very full, but as the match situation demands, he doesn't go full slamming down the ground. He's happy to get it out to Van der Dussen and the patrolling the covers as a sweeper, and they take a single.
Nonetheless, enormous gap there between bat and pad. I mean,
Yeah.
if that one had turned, Shamsi's thinking,
Yeah.
I'm in business.
Smith again, going through his routines of ticks, but gets one full and again does the right thing. There's a single and offer to long on, which there really shouldn't be, should there? Because you've got to have that man saving one at mid on, and if they decide to go over the top against a spinning ball to try and hit a six, not that Smith would, and I doubt Inglis would, then you're thinking we've got a half chance of getting him out. So quite what the thinking is in having a long on instead of a mid on, I don't know, but it rotates the strike, which is what the Australians want. And then Inglis gets one on his legs, and he's happy again just to knock it into the open space behind square. To be fair, that's because Bavuma is in at leg slip, which I think is right. You can't have 13 men on the field, and somehow we're seeing Kuldeep Yadav bowling, but let's get back to the match at hand. Good, we've got a leg slip and we've got a slip now for Stephen Smith, who has 18 from 39. As Shamsi is in again, he goes back to Smith and he watches the ball all the way onto the bat, finds a gap for it, and this is really good stuff from Smith. He has 19 from 40. South Africa still require their 5 wickets. Australia requires 67 runs, and we require your tweets at Gorilla Cricket.
Brown in Brisbane says, for fuck's sake, the wheels on Aussie's bus are looking decidedly wobbly. Stephen Kelk says, Australia are doing their best impression of South Africa, and whoever wins, India will be smiling smugly. I have
That
no
is
doubt.
true.
Well, I think if India could pick this pitch up at Kolkata and carry it to Ahmedabad for the final, they would.
And Jay explains, I love Glenn Maxwell so much because he can play that show
Yeah.
after scoring 201 on a single leg.
Yep, that's right. He's a force of nature, and with forces of nature, this is what happens. As Maharaj is in, it gets a lovely ball, it pulls Smith forward and it turns, but Smith is seeing it good now, his footwork is good.
Gary, you jest, but if any country and any cricket board would pick up a pitch and move it across the nation, it would be the BCCI.
How right
Yes.
you are. As this ball, he rocks back to Stephen Smith, and again, he's just got that length to work with. He gives you so few options, Smith, as a bowler. Tiniest bit short, and therefore he can get it to the man who should not be conceding one at long off, Janssen, and they're through for a single. 147 for 5 now, 66 required. Can they find a route to the victory?
We just saw that celebration, a replay of that celebration from Shamsi. The thought crossed my mind.
That was
They
over
should
the
get him in
top.
for the All Blacks to lead the haka.
That was too much.
Yes. Maharaj is in, he goes back to Inglis, and again he's just got a little bit shorter length to work with. The ball has got a bit softer and therefore is not coming up off the track so much. Batting suddenly looks a bit easier. They get a single, 148 for 5. I'm not one for the celebration police. I think, if you've got a wicket, you've scored a goal, you've scored a try, you've scored a touchdown, you can pretty much do what you like as far as I'm concerned. This ball is pushed into the offside, no run.
Even the Imran Tahir lap of the 3 ovals before you come back again to the wicket.
I'm with Family Guy. I'm with Peter Griffin when he scores a touchdown and goes through the whole Shapoopy song from The Music Man. As this ball is punched to yet again, and God, it's annoying me, the man who is conceding one at long on. That can't be right, can it, Richard? It's got to be in saving one there.
Yeah, you want wickets.
Yeah, you want wickets.
Make him go over his head.
And you don't want them to say, that's all right, we've just milked 4 or 5 off the over with 0 risk.
Which is even more than we need.
Yeah, Maharaj is in again, and and you can tell by the snorts of disgust that ball has gone to Katsir, who instead of saving one is conceding one. 150 is up for Australia, and we'll have your tweets.
Wrong says, so the Maxwell innings this evening was akin to falling off the back of a golf cart, really?
Oh, very good.
And Jay says, India can only smile smugly. They have no other way to smile. Understandably, this tournament.
Well, we've got 10 out of 10, haven't they? I'd be smiling smugly if I had 10 out of 10. In fact, if anybody knows me, they know I'd be smiling.
Yes.
They know I'd be smiling smugly if I had 1 out of 10. So.
Yeah, it's a bit hard not to when you're that good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they start smiling smugly whilst levitating.
Yes. Who used to levitate? Was it the Guru? Was it the Beatles' Maharishi? Did he levitate? I don't know.
Fictional character or real?
Well, that's a fair question when it comes to the Maharishi. As this ball is short and he goes back to Inglis, he's got the hand speed that so many wicket-keeper batsmen have, and he's punched that hard in front of point. The man didn't really, I think it's Van der Dussen, he didn't really extend himself there, but it's the first one of these for some time. I think he is sprinting round there, but could have got the dive in there. Shouldn't he have got the dive in? Looked to me like he should have got the dive in.
It wasn't even an effort.
Yeah. This is just punched to the man on the offside. Bear is telling me that it's 154 for 5.
Yeah, for a man who took such a fabulous catch earlier, that was not fielding from his universe.
Could even have put the boot at it, I think, at one point, but there was no slide, yeah. As Shamsi is in again, and this ball is covered up well by Inglis, who has played well himself since he got over the first 2 or 3 deliveries. Goes off the inner portion of the bat. Yeah, he's got some work to do, certainly, in this hemisphere to underline his reputation. Hasn't had entirely good World Cup, but he's delivering for his team now, and he goes back. It's another ball that's too far down the leg side, really. And it's clipped to Janssen, comes round and returns the ball to de Kock, and they take a single. I know Matt Janssen's brother is playing in the South African first class competition, which I think is underway now. David Janssen, I think it is. Is he as tall as his twin?
I think it's Dwayne.
Is it Dwayne?
Might be another Dwayne. I'm not sure. I've never seen him. I remember having to research him, and it was quite difficult to find information. He's not in the spotlight to such an extent.
This is a little inside portion of the bat from Smith, but there is no run there. Whenever I look down those South African first-class 11s, there always seems to be a Pretorius in there. It seems like every side must have its Pretorius.
There used to be a lot of Pretorius rugby players. Now they're going through a cricket playing phase. These things come in waves.
As Shamsi is in to finish this over, he tosses it wide of the off stump, and Smith's happy with what they've got from that over. That's the kind of relaxing you can do when you hit a 4 off the first ball of the over. It's 1-5-5, the bus that goes to Tooting for 5. Another 58 required from 22.
Mayank says, fantastic Family Guy reference. That episode is from season 1 back in 1999.
Yeah, no, but it's a great set piece animation, and you can find a YouTube clip where they put it against the original from The Music Man in about 1959, and it's really good.
Was right over my head, that one.
Yeah, me too. Jay Grover says, it might be the 4 double grasses I've just downed, but Richard just made 2 proper funnies. Dear reader, I chortled.
Wide on the crease goes Maharaj with his left arm round the wicket, and it's just defended. There is no run. Of course, the song that was used from The Music Man most in cricket was 76 Trombones, which Brian Johnston always used to reference any batsman who was on 76. And there's a mix-up here, there's a mix-up, and he dives back in, does Josh Inglis. He got about halfway down. Stephen Smith was having none of it, and he had to return quick on his heels. Was this an authentic run-out chance? Let's have a look. No, he goes a long way down. He then turns back, and had the throw been better, that might have been quite tight.
No,
but it would have been out with a direct hit. But the fielder, I think, might have been Klaassen, was picking the ball up and turning. So to hit the stumps in those circumstances, you might get it 1 in 100. So slight raising of the heart rate from the Australians, but they're back on strike now, and he gets a short ball does Inglis, and he cuts. There's no wicketkeeper in the world who doesn't like a cut. And it goes out to Rabada, I think, who's out there sweeping in the covers, licking his wounds. And the score advances to 156 for 5.
Yeah, if he'd been one further step down the wicket, he'd have been that much more committed, and it would have been game on.
Yes. Maharaj in again, winner of the South African Jeff Goldblum lookalike for the last 10 years. And Smith just defends, and there is no run.
For those of us who don't know anything about the world, who is Jeff Goldblum?
He's an American film star who was famous for being in Jurassic Park and The Fly. As this ball beats the outside edge of Stephen Smith. That's good bowling from Maharaj. That's that tiny window you've got where you pitch it on a length that pulls the batsman forward, but the ball has enough time to turn and beats the bat. I mean, that would have been an absolute classic left-arm spinner's dismissal. But Smith got lucky, as he so often does, and missed the ball when he could have edged it. And this ball is treated with due respect to a sprawling David Miller at extra cover. It's the end of the over. 156 for 5 is the score. And Richard, this is your chance to make any points in this over, because we will be changing team at the end thereof.
Yeah, what have we got? 57 left to get off 21.
Heinz varieties, as Jonas used to say.
Absolutely no issue with the overs. Yeah, I still think it's Australia from here, with Smith at the wickets and Inglis actually looking fairly comfortable. I wonder if it's a chance to roll the dice again. Well, I was just going to say, do we look at pace? I wouldn't have looked at Coetzee at this point, because if you're going to bowl Australia out, you don't need more overs from Coetzee. You've got to look at Rabada. He's the only guy who's got the golden arm and who's got any inkling of a mojo about him amongst the picks today.
The only thing I would say about
Coetzee's had some results, though, hasn't he?
And he is fast. You know, he's the only 90-mile-an-hour man in the whole match. So maybe they are thinking, give him 2, try and go nose and toes. Let's see.
It's just that he got smashed for 15 off his first, but I hope to be wrong.
And this is just a length ball. It's nudged into the offside. What do you think of this kind of deer hunter look that he's got with the bandana?
I don't know if it's deer hunting season.
No, it's the film The Deer Hunter.
Bang, bang.
I'm going through too many film
your question,
references.
Gary.
Go on.
He sent us a photo of Dwayne Johnson with his brother. He says he's also 6'9".
Oh dear.
Big lads.
Yeah. Here is Coetzee again. Big, strong action through the crease. Reminds me a little bit of Shane Bond in some ways, that action. And Inglis gets a ball that gets big on him, but he knocks it into the offside leg side. There is no run. So, Richard, this is your chance. Get stuck in.
Yeah, well, I wish Coetzee would get stuck in. I mean,
very good.
He's been tidy outside off stump right now, but he's gonna need some movement, isn't he? Otherwise, you've got to look again at who else you can find. What I really think will come after this ball.
Yeah, he's in again as Coetzee, and Smith is waiting for that short ball outside off stump and gets it round to the long legs of Janssen, who does well down there and keeps it to a single. That shows the ball is a bit soft, really. If you're bowling with that action at that pace and you're still not getting the ball much above hip height, it was chest high, to be fair.
Yeah, but I mean, this game's really been won and lost in the first power play from both teams. The Australian bowling, it was hard for South Africa to even dream of bowling that well. It's just unlikely.
This is defended, no run.
Because it was otherworldly, really, from Stark and Hazelwood up front for the Aussies. However, South Africa didn't need to be that much worse than the Australians were. They could have just been average, and they'd probably be in a better position now, substantially, rather than bowling wides all over the place. And then the South African batting, despite the brilliant bowling from the Aussies, was just a little too passive. And they ended up losing their wickets anyway, so they may as well have had a go at it.
Yeah, they just didn't move around in the crease. They didn't advance the bowlers. Nobody thinks it's easy. And that's a short ball to Inglis, who just rides it and plays the uppercut to third man for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, the margin for error is nothing.
The grouse is cutting in for Jay. He says Brian Johnson can go fuck himself with a steel twiglet. There you go.
Well, I mean, it'd be a good trick. He's been dead for 20 odd years, so Coetzee pulls out of this.
And I'll just make one closing remark, as it's the last ball of the stint, talking about that game being lost in the power play. Unfortunately, history repeats because it is St. Lucia, 2007, South Africa batting first, all over again.
Yep. Coetzee is in to finish this over, and he gets a full ball, does Inglis, but he's got no timing. It goes to Bavuma, who is at mid-off, saving one this time. I can't work out why sometimes they're in, sometimes they're out. But it's the end of my spell, so I'm out. With South Africa 162 for 5. Inglis has 16. Smith has 22.
Ta-da.
And I shall be leaving, but we'll wait until the Bear and Tony and Hendo take up their seats. Tara Azizi asked the question, did the dogs eat the cats? They thus look guilty. Yes, the dogs do look slightly guilty in that photo that you sent in, Warren. But the Bear is now coming onto the microphone just in time to call the next over by Maharaj. And we're up to date on tweets, Bear, and you'll be pleased to know that you're on socials.
Yeah, I know. I know I'm on fucking socials. It's all right. I'm really sociable.
You just missed a ball, by the way. It was defended by Smith off Maharaj. While you get yourself
sorted. I am sorted. 162 for 5. 51 is what is needed off 119. It's not about the balls, it's about the wickets.
Certainly
that one's pushed away out to extra cover. They'll take another single.
Could do a song to the name of it. It's not the bass. What's that song that goes, it ain't about the bass, it ain't about... No. What's the one? You'll know this one.
I know
it's all about the bass, not treble. You could do It's all about the...
Oh god, that's a terrible song.
That's a great song.
Thrown up by Maharaj and just flicked out by Josh Inglis to cover. No run. He's chewing pensively. 5 times champions Australia. South Africa 4 times semi-finalists. But they've never won it. They've never won it. Could go either way, this one. You'd favour Australia now, but
very much
South Africa have really hauled themselves back into this game to keep us on the edge of our seats. We hope you're on the edge of yours while still staying with us, and not as in about to go and leave, as that one is short and wide of off stump and slapped or eased really down to deep backward point. They'll take a single. 2 from the over so far. The spin department here has been exemplary. I've been thoroughly enjoying Shamsi, Hendo, particularly his appeals. He's an absolute nutter when he appeals. That one was more of a slap from outside of off stump by Stephen Peter Devereux Smith.
Well, they kind of brought South Africa back into this game a little bit, but unfortunately there aren't enough of them. Markram's still got 6 overs, but I don't really want to see him bowling against 2 right-handers.
Well, we see. A wicket with the first ball again.
Yes.
Maharaj too, did he get
yes,
a wicket? Yes,
indeed.
It's an extraordinary trend, as that one's defended stoutly by Inglis.
See, this is a very good partnership. 28 off 45 balls, and Inglis has got 17 of those. I mean, he could have been seen as the weak link coming in here, but he's looked pretty confident, and he hasn't played and missed as far as I can recall. And Smith has just gone on his merry way, as Smith will do, and they know that actually they don't really have to milk it exactly. They can pick up 3 singles, 2 singles and over, and they're not getting behind the rate. So there's no scoreboard pressure on them really. It's just that South Africa have got to try and get them to play a bigger shot than they want to.
It's not scoreboard pressure as such, but the pressure is the fact the ball has turned dramatically.
Is it dramatically? I think it's turned enough, and it's turned a lot for a one-day game. But I think I wouldn't say it's a dramatic turn, and it's not every ball. I do think that they made a mistake in bringing Coetzee back instead of Shamsi. I would have brought Janssen back, or even though he bowled a really poor first spell, he's got the pedigree that Coetzee hasn't.
Well, he's gone at 10 and over off his first 2. He's bowling now his Coetzee to Smith, who I've heard he's less affected in his mannerisms, but he went through pretty much the full gamut there. A little head flick, a walk,
I think it's going to be one of those games that South Africa are going to look back and say, again, we needed 50 more.
Well, yeah.
And we've not done ourselves justice. We didn't come into the game until Australia had almost won it, really.
Do you call it a choke, though? Because they batted first.
Don't use the C word, as this one's defended by Smith back to the head-banded Coetzee. I'm having unbelievable waves and indeed smells of deja vu here. It was barely 24 hours ago I was sat in this seat, unable to really see much of the screen, with you on my left, the bear on my right.
Nothing to do with me.
Well, I didn't say... Well, it's to do with you that you were on my left.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Number 13 for Maharaj. What I didn't see. What was that for Shamsi?
As it was yesterday, it is today. It's beer and spliff time.
Beer and spliff time, as this one's guided down to third man by Smith. They take a single.
I should tell the listeners, but I saw that one of the saddest things you're ever going to see in the green room a few minutes ago is the bear reached into the fridge, pulled out one of my beers, and said, "Can I have your beer?" And I said, "Well, I was saving that for Sunday." And he looked at me with the kind of look that said, "You're about to shoot my 2 cubs." It was the most sad thing, and I had to.
I think we should have put a picture up instead of the puppies. We'll get a picture of the bear in his "I need beer" eyes. Right,
it was a touching thing.
Indeed. 166 for 5 in barrels. Oh, sorry, bear. In comes Coetzee, and it's worked away to mid wicket, and they do take a single. I'll try not to use that as a verb anymore. The verb to barrel.
Yeah,
it fits a big solid man somehow with a sort of a ploddy run.
I can actually, there are people who go in a barrel over the Niagara Falls.
Yeah, a lot of them die.
A lot of them die. Yeah.
Fucking stupid idiots.
I can imagine you doing that, Bear. It's the kind of thing you might do.
No, I wouldn't even fucking dream of it. It's stupid.
Hang on, how much would we get?
As in as we debate. Oh! I think he's got an edge down leg side. Well, now, interestingly enough, it's given us a wide. Quentin de Kock was up like a shot, although he's now got a cheeky boy who will probably not grin on his face. And only retrospectively did Coetzee turn round and go, "Oh, I'd better appeal then." And normally when that happens, the result is not a brush of the thigh.
It brushed his thigh, so it can't be a wide.
Yeah,
well, I think that's also true. It's a bit harsh.
And I don't think it's wide enough to be given as. I really, it gets my goat, this stuff down the leg side.
One-day wides, not a fan of one-day wides. And edged and kept down with very soft hands, and it's going to get him 4 runs by Stephen Smith, the lucky devil. But he did play it pretty well.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I think, give him the benefit there. He was rather squared up, and I'm not sure he meant it, but he did play it with soft enough hands to keep it down.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that it would have carried to a first slip. Actually, might have just been on the bounce.
Do you know what a man who makes barrels is called? A person who makes barrels, not necessarily a man.
A barreler?
No, it's a cooper. Hence the name Cooper. It was from the trade of barrel making. As this one is defended away towards short cover, no run.
Every day's a learn day at Gorilla Cricket.
But so if you ever meet anyone called Cooper, that historically will
you
have
come
been
you come from a long line of
barrel makers. Absolutely.
Yeah, as Mayank says quite rightly, why not let the bear have your beer and then have him replenish it before Sunday?
There's
good
a thought.
point. There is a thought. Yeah.
There's a thought.
Yeah, but he just drew me in with his emotional. I
was there. I know. Honestly, if there'd been a big 0800 number, I'd have dialed it. I donated money.
I think I noticed a little bit of liquid in the corner of your eye.
That was probably from where Gary coughed on me.
Oh yeah, Gary's brought. I don't know. Gary, the man who's had more vaccinations than anyone I know, has come in with some horrible hideous disease, which is going to pass to all the rest of us.
I'm first in line. I've got him in the car. Remember?
You got him in the car. You're just using the microphone straight after him.
No, I have given it the full.
No. But he was using the one on the right, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah.
So
yeah.
the bear's up for it.
172 for 5. A very thoughtful-looking temper. All is not lost. 32 overs are complete. But what really matters, as Rabada comes back into the attack, right arm over, hurries Inglis a little bit, but he plays it calmly enough towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 41 off 107 balls.
Yeah, but this is where South Africa and Bavuma has got it horribly wrong. I mean, he's bringing Rabada back, and he's got no close fielders whatsoever. Surely, as we know, it's got to be wickets. And we know they can pick up singles at will, really. They've got, 18 overs to get these runs.
Yeah.
So it's got to be taking wickets, and I don't think just a sort of regulation 3 on the offside, 3 on the on.
In comes Rabada. That's nicely worked off his hip. Down to deep backward square. I think that was Van der Dusen who's stationed down there. Couldn't really tell, but he's tall and he's rangy and he's not got much hair, which I think would be pretty much Van der Dusen.
Yeah, it's just not really doing enough. I think Rabada should have come back on. Either Rabada or Janssen should have come back on when Kurtzer was brought back in. I wouldn't have gone to both pacemen now. I think has Maharaj got one left, hasn't he? I think now. Or has he finished?
No. Maharaj, I think he's got one left. That's right. In comes Rabada. That's again worked away to leg Smith, who loves that shot. I'd be fascinated to know not only just what his overall scoring percentage in all format of cricket is when it's out towards leg, but how well he does that in the middle overs as his go-to, I'll just grab a single shot. And that's what he's done on this occasion. 174 for 539. What is needed? This game, depending if you're a complete neutral, needs another wicket for South Africa, really.
And it needs it very, very quickly
to make those Aussie bums
Ideally
squeak.
2.
In comes Rabada, defended by Inglis with a real thou shalt not pass, maker's name, thrust back in the general direction of Kagiso Rabada.
I mean, they need 1 run every 3 balls pretty much at the moment. So the singles are no problem at all. They've got to attack, and they've got no close fielders. They've got to have a slip, for goodness sake. Have a leg sleep, have a leg gully, do something different. It's
a leg sleep.
A leg sleep, even. Yeah, I've got one of those at the moment, actually. It's just in a funny position.
This one is dabbed towards point. Well, when your alarm was going off earlier, we were wondering, is that the time of day you normally set it for?
What day was it? I set it on Saturday because I thought I might fall asleep for a couple of hours before the football started, and I wanted to be awake in time to go to the football. So it was on at 1:45.
So it was a desperately good cause then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. 39 is what is needed. 103 balls to get them. As we keep saying, it really isn't about the balls left, it's about the wickets. That one's worked away, but straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be tempted.
And if there is no run,
I'd be tempted to have a slip in or something.
You've got to.
174 4-5, and we can go to the bear for social media messages.
No, there aren't any.
Even on YouTube.
Daredevil Barrel, yes. Oh God.
Oh yes.
Who's that?
And someone's put a picture of me going over the
Niagara Falls.
Me in a barrel, a bear in a barrel, going over Niagara Falls.
Excellent. It's got to be done. I was going to say, could we do a crowdfund for that?
It's worth it, isn't it?
What? Fuck you. What, you're going to crowdfund to send me over to fucking Niagara Falls?
You're the one who's most likely to survive.
Just fuck off.
We could aim you directly at the mayor. What's it called? The boat, the Maid of the Mist.
The Maid of the Mist.
Maid of the Mist.
Maid of the Mist.
We'll just fire you over the top and just see if you can land on it.
Maid of the Mist that isn't actually vape. We're made of the mist in here, aren't we, basically?
Well, we're made of the smoky haze.
Indeed.
174 4-5. Bavuma deep in conversation with the headbanded Curtsey.
I don't think he's got a clue what he's doing, Bavuma. I'm sorry to say.
He's waving his arms around like a policeman.
I love Bavuma, but I just don't think he seems to know what he's doing. We were sitting in the green room, Bear and I, at one point, were saying, who's actually in charge of this team? Because it seemed as if Quinton de Kock was making most of the decisions.
Definitely making all the decisions.
It's coming around the wicket, and it's short, and it might well be given as a wide.
No, I don't think so.
He won for the over.
Just got away with it.
But that's not getting you a wicket, that ball.
Well, I suppose they're trying to lure him into playing the top-edged hook. It's worth a try. But having done that, also, I'd have a slip. I would have a slip in, because really, if he edges it, if he does edge it, and he did edge one a couple of overs ago.
Who's their leading wicket taker, Curtsey, in this World Cup? Janssen 17, Maharaj 15. He's got 18.
Yeah, it's amazing.
If I hadn't seen that stat in front of me, funny enough, his name wouldn't have leapt into my mind, as that one is muscled away, but straight towards extra cover by
Didn't he get
Smith, who then rehearses the shot 2 or 3 times retrospectively, but it still doesn't get him a run.
Didn't he get most of those against England?
I think he may well have done. I think quite a few bowlers in this World Cup may well have done that.
They feasted on that disappointing England lineup.
Cressida Evans says, how much was it to send the bear off in a barrel? I'm not going off in no barrel. 100 million.
100 million?
What currency? Oh, straight up in the air!
Keepers.
Surely someone's got to be underneath it. It's just a question of who. It's got to be de Kock. He's taken it.
Wow.
And that's, well, it was a real top edge. It was up, 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 up into the Calcutta night sky. And Quentin de Kock it was spiralling around. He wasn't quite sure and he had to dive forward. But crucially, he got it. The 6th wicket is down. Smith has gone for 30 off 62. And all of a sudden, at 174 for 6, this game is not done.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
It's amazing how keepers especially do that a lot, don't they? When the ball goes straight up in the air, that you think, oh, he's right underneath it, and then you find, oh, right at the last minute, I'm not quite.
Died on him. It just seemed to die on him at the last minute.
Well,
I've
got to take it back.
Forward.
I've got to take it back, haven't I? Bavouma's got the wicket. Maybe it was his idea to get Coetzee coming around the wicket. It was an awful shot. Not only in its execution, but in thinking about it, really, in the circumstances, in terms of just getting over the line and winning the game. They didn't need to do anything like that, Australia. But it's just given South Africa a glimpse, hasn't it? A glimpse of of hope.
Well, yeah,
glimmer.
Absolutely. A glimmer, a glimpse, a flash,
puts more pressure back on Inglis. He was going along quite nicely. Now I might feel a bit of pressure. New man in.
Well, and is that going to be Paceman Pat?
No, I think it's going to be Stark, isn't it?
It's going to be Stark.
Stark.
If Stark comes in, I would get an over Markram. He's your right arm spinner, left-hander.
Good idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got plenty left in the hub. That gives you more options later. Ooh. Tactics, eh? So who's coming out?
Well, you were just telling us.
Well,
we think it's going to be Stark.
I'm going to play him. I'm going to play a jingle. Well, I thought this game would be over at 3 o'clock at the latest when Head and Warner got going. It's turned on its head.
Well, not entirely. I'd say it's on its shoulder at the moment.
Okay.
Balancing on its shoulder at the moment. But yeah,
it's been a good.
But what possessed Smith to play that shot? It was an awful shot. I mean, he's trying to pull a ball that's not pull. He's trying to launch a ball outside off stump, fairly full, off the back foot in his crease
from around the wicket as well, so it's going further across him.
Shocking shot, and something you would not have expected from someone of Smith's experience.
He's had a couple of decent knocks. He got 28 against India and 27 against South Africa.
Who?
Mitchell Stark.
Yeah, no. We know he can hit a long ball.
Yeah, I mean, mid wicket is his spot, isn't it? Really, generally speaking.
Yeah, cow.
Yeah. All the way around from mid wicket to cow.
Exactly.
And it is.
It's just a big swing basically with long levers.
That's right.
But after that, well, maybe Paceman Pat is thinking this could still all go.
Pete Tong.
Well, you said we needed 1 wicket. You said 2. If we can get a second one now, then it really is.
Then it is over.
Well, a bit like goals in football, you can only get them 1 at a time.
That said, Zampa batted very well. Was it against England that he batted really well?
29 against us.
In about 15
balls.
But
everyone fucking bats well against us.
As bowls well against us.
Exactly.
Hey, that ball wasn't quite there to be hit, was it?
It was nowhere near to be hit. It was an awful shot.
It was a very loose shot from Smith.
And of course now the next batsman gets to face up to the next ball as well, doesn't he?
He knows it too as he's walking off.
Yes, he does. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Well, the South African wags are believing.
They are. Coetzee's coming around the wicket, and it's driven. It's going to get him a couple, I think. Should come back for 2 there. It's out to deep extra. Rabada is the man fielding down there, but they will have been able to come back.
No, they only got the one. They only got the one.
That looked 2 every day of the week.
It did. I agree.
But there we go. That's odd.
Maybe Inglis thinks he's going to take it on. See, I'd be tempted to get an over a spin at Stark straight up.
Yeah. You were going to put Markram against him.
Even Shamsi, though. Shamsi taking the ball away from him, left-hander, generally speaking. And he's, of course, got the one that comes back.
There's enough spin in the wicket for someone like Markram, though.
Yeah, but I also think isn't
Yeah.
Shamsi the wrist spinner is going to get a little bit more from the wicket
Yeah, true.
than the finger spinner.
Also, he's probably a bit more wide. He can get one to slide into the pad to maybe get an LBW.
He can also get a Google going.
They've only got 3 overs left between them, Shamsi and Maharaj. Curtsey round the wicket, driven by English, but it's going to be driven straight towards mid-off, and there won't be a run. 2 of those are for Shamsi. He's had 2 for 38, of course, and Keshav Maharaj has 1 for 22, and he's got 1 over left.
This is
Markram's got plenty.
I think he went up high, didn't it? Went so far up in the
did.
air.
I think this is a really difficult decision for Bavuma now, as to whether to stick with Rabada, having brought him back on for that 1 over after this one.
Around the wicket comes Joe Curtsey, and that is over the shoulder of the right-hander. I thought he'd had a warning of 1 for the over.
No, you can get 2 in an over.
Oh, you get 2 in an over. Fair enough. Quite right. Yes, you can.
So what do you think? Would you stay with Rabada against a new batsman, or would you go back to spin against a new batsman?
I'd be tempted for an over spin.
I might be. Would you keep your powder dry on your 2 gun spinners and let it be Markram, which is what you were saying?
I don't know. I think I'd get Shamsi in now.
He's got 2. Shamsi got 2, and I wouldn't. Well, Maharaj, you don't want bowling to a left.
He is. He's bringing Shamsi back.
He's bringing Shamsi back. This is
the big decision, I think, of
this
the game.
is the final bolt
Throw.
being fired. Final throw of the dart of the whatever it is. What do you find? What's
Dice.
the final throw of the dice?
Dice.
That's right. Could be a dart. Couldn't.
You could throw a dart. Yeah.
You could throw a dice
You
at a
can throw all
dartboard.
sorts of things, but the actual saying is dice.
If it's a final throw of the dice and it's done by the bear, God knows where it's going to land with those dodgy thumbs. 175 for 6. Wow, this is tense. Whichever side of the equation you sit here, and if you're rooting for South Africa to win their first World Cup, not to fall foul.
We'll get to their first final.
Well, I mean, it can't be a tie, will it? Not with that many balls left, so we can forget the tie. We're no shades of 1999 coming back into this one.
Well, it could be a tie if they got to 200 and.
Oh, they're all out.
And we're all out, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. What am I saying?
Don't
Absolutely.
you have a super over?
Yep.
I think you do. Don't think there's anything about how many wickets you lost and what have you.
Oh, goodness.
In comes Shamsi. Right on middle stump. Just a hint of turn. Stark defends it a little bit proddily.
Wouldn't you have a gully as well?
I would for the left arm wrist spinner. I certainly would.
What's he doing? He's making a change. I wonder if it is the gully that Bavuma's going for. It'll help if they stopped showing us pictures of the crowd and showed us what's happening on the field.
Well, I think, yeah, A, they want to show people that it's a decent crowd, and B, the fact that they are all literally on the edge of their seats, and it's gripping, enthralling stuff. 2 slips.
Yeah, I think it's right.
Turns away from the left-hander into the gloves of de Kock, left by Mitchell Stark.
And has he got those 2 slips in there? At what point does he throw in the googly or the one that goes straight on?
Well, the first
Or
one was
does he?
pretty much floated, pushed through really onto middle stump. The next one was more of a classic left armer's delivery, as was that one, but a little bit
Too
shorter, a
short,
little
that was
bit
too
wider.
He's got away with that, hasn't he? Really? That was
Yeah.
an awful ball, really.
But there again, Mitchell Stark doesn't want to take risks, does he?
Is he good enough to land it on the spot? So 6 balls on the trot, coming in cold again.
Well, I think as Richard was saying, wasn't it? He can give it a real rip, but he's also got a bad ball and over in him.
Yeah, taking the second slip out.
And that is floated up onto a leg stump. Mitchell Stark can get a single if he wants it. I presume he must take it.
Presumably going to take it, yeah.
Yeah, he does. And he'll bring Inglis back onto strike. I don't think Stark is not the sort of player who needs protecting, certainly not necessarily by the likes of Josh Inglis, really, to be fair.
No, exactly.
176 for 6, 37 from 92. As I keep saying, probably forget the 92. Something's really gone weirdly awry if we're down to 1 ball left and the game's still in the balance. Right. Well, you can say you never know, but I think we do know in this instance. Shamsi's going to be in over the wicket to the right-hander this time, and it's a classic breaking in to the right-hander. And Inglis plays it nicely, just leans back, angles the bat, steers out to point, and they get a single. 2 from the over. If Australia are going to get there, they're getting there in nudges and increments of 1. They're not going large. They started this innings. I'll just hold that thought for a second. That's thrown up, turns away from the left-hander, but into the gloves of de Kock. No run. They started this innings clearly thinking it's not going to be easy. We're going to go about this with the England approach, as we wanted England to be positive. We want to get there quickly. There's probably a ball with our name on it. Let's go for it. And then pretty quickly realise that, hello, we might have to throttle back on that a bit.
Well, I think that was instructive, that final ball, which spun quite a long way. But Mitchell Starc wanted nothing to do with it, and he's thinking to himself, "I mustn't throw my wicket away here. Against this is what they brought him back for.
Yeah.
I've got to be sensible." So, you know, but it does get difficult for teams. The way that teams play these days, to actually grind your way over the line becomes hard, doesn't it?
Sure does. Courtesy, what can he do? Drops one short. Inglis was thinking about, well, I'm not sure what. I think he was thinking just gliding it down, or either an uppercut or a glide to third man. It was neither one thing nor t'other, and went through to de Kock in the end. Were there any social messages, Bear, that you can...
Yeah, I forgot I was doing them.
Yes.
He didn't really put me on them.
Honestly.
But there's a lot to talk about anyway, isn't there? I mean, to be honest.
Well, there is. We can cover up those occasional moments of forgetfulness. Around the wicket comes Courtesy. That's driven beautifully. Oh, that's a great shot by Inglis. My word. He has absolutely creamed that all the way along the ground. It was not a great ball. It was wide enough and a length to hit, and he's driven it sweetly for 4.
Brings the score to 181 for 6.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow. It's a fabulous shot under pressure, isn't it?
It is. Although it's not the best ball that...
No, but it
was there to hit, wasn't it? Because it's gone across and there's no movement.
3 4s, yet hit a 6. What's Courtesy got in reply? Shorter, aimed at his hip, but it's steered away down to fine leg, and they'll take a single. It's a 5 so far from this over. Means 31 with 4 wickets in hand. Make that 3 wickets, that 31 starts to look a taller order. Make it 4 wickets and it looks okay, just about. As Bavuma continues to look thoughtful and to pace around with intent and authority. That's what he's trying to convey, I think, in his
He's trying to convey it.
I'd love to know how he's
succeeding.
actually feeling. That's short and defended by Starc again. You're right, Hendo. I'm pretty sure he's of the. If I stay here, if I'm here, towards the the next 30 balls, we'll probably win. That's where his head is.
Inglis?
No, Starc.
Oh, Starc. Okay, yeah.
My job's not to take risks. My job is the runs will come in the time that we have. My job is not to give my wicket away stupidly.
I've already seen Pat Cummins, who's doing next. We've already seen how good under pressure he is with the bat this summer.
He is. Courtesy in, he's over the wicket to the left-hander, slanting it across Starc, but too far across him, and it's easy enough for Starc, who's in this kind of don't hit it if it doesn't need hitting mode. He was never going to be troubled by that one.
It might be better to get Jansen in at Starc as well, because it's a lefty against a lefty.
Yep.
Challenge the stumps more and make him play at balls.
All good thinking. I'm not going to disagree with.
There are almost too many choices for Bavuma to make here, in a sense.
Yeah.
Because you can make arguments for various
things.
Yeah.
In comes Courtesy. That's full and well kept out by Starc. Not quite a Yorker, but it was very, very full. Thought I might have seen it just shape in just a little bit as well. Starc played it well. It's the end of the over. It's 182 for 6. Bear with your social media messages.
Right, yes. So, Pirate Badshaw sent a little poem. He said, There once was a bear quite aloof, avoiding each social goof. With the last beer in hand and solitude he'd stand, a hermit clutching the proof.
Oh, very nice.
Indeed. The barrel in a barrel, beerception, says Jay Grover.
40% proof, you ask me.
Yes. And GC Naked Funbot, Pornbot says, de Kock takes care of Piggy. The return of David Cameron.
I was about to say, that has to... we must be heading towards a David Cameron reference there.
Indeed. Leah says, Smith was walking off the moment he hit that shot. Even if they hadn't caught him, de Kock would have Run him out with a moderate hobbit jog. That's how far you're gone.
Fair point.
Shamsi, he's going to bowl his last over. That turns. It was left by Inglis. It was a well-judged leave because it was thrown up. 9 inches outside of his off stump and really turned back.
But have a slip, because the slip would say to Inglis that I might throw in the googly.
Yeah.
Have the slip, but he hasn't got him.
Well, I absolutely agree with that. But Temba's not quite on the same page there, Hendo. That one turns again and is played quite late in front of the top of his off stump by Inglis. He's asking all the questions. He's like, Shamsi.
I think he's looked really. His body language has been pretty good, actually. Inglis. He's looked pretty confident. I may be bluffing. He may be bluffing, but I think he's done very well.
Well, 25 or 40 is where he is. He's done very well for his team. We're watching the bench, the pair of Labuschagne and Smith. So immovable and awesome and fearsome in 2019 in that Ashes. Didn't look quite so impenetrable today, did they?
No,
different set of circumstances.
To be fair, they didn't really in the Ashes either.
Not the last Ashes were here. But 2019 they most certainly did.
They fucking did. Smith.
Chewing for all he's worth is English as he waits to face Shamsi again. There's that classic left arm wrist spinner's delivery that comes back into the right-hander.
Is he thinking, see off the spinners, then we just pick up the 3 and over off the pacemen? I think that's what they're thinking, probably. But he's still got to get through it. He's got to get through 3 more balls of Shamsi.
That is very true. Shamsi again. That one forces Inglis to play late. And he looked a tad hurried by that one, although he's styling it out as if not really.
I still think this is a mistake not to have had the slip, because I think Inglis is now going to be expecting the ball that's coming into him.
Well, has he got the googly in
yes,
him?
He has got the googly in him, yes,
so
absolutely.
He's only got 2 balls left to try it out.
Yeah, but if he brings a slip in now, he's kind of giving it away slightly, isn't he? If he had a slip from the beginning of the over, then Inglis would have not been able to think to himself, this is definitely... Unless you're reading it from the hand, of course.
You could always just slightly get Quinton de Kock to shift. I'm sure they've got a signal that would send de Kock slightly to the his right. Left as we look at it.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
What is Shamsi going to do? He's coming around the wicket. And that one was to angle it in at the off stump of Inglis, who defends. And again, there is no run.
Well, I'll give him credit for actually trying something different by coming around the wicket.
Yes, one last ball. Angle, what's he going to do, boys? What's your prediction? Last ball for Shamsi. What's he got to try? Oh. Well, that's what. Let's see. Nostra Hendus. Has he aimed that correctly? It's driven. It's driven away through extra cover. It might make it. No, it's not. It's going to be fielded by, I think, is that Rabada down there? Yes, it is. And it will just get him 2, not quite 4, and it wasn't a sweep. Other than that, Nostra Hendus was bang on the money.
Absolutely on the money. Yeah, there were there's just a little bit of... I know it's the end of his 10 overs, but there was just a little bit in the body language of Shamsi at the end of that over, having not got that wicket, that suggests to me that South Africa are just losing that belief.
Yeah, you need a bit of magic. You need a Markram to get
wicket first ball,
a straight one or something.
Yeah,
184 for 6. The end of 38 overs bare.
Sorry, someone's trying to call me. Jay Grover says he misses proper tail enders. These games now lack a kinky streak of jeopardy.
Yes,
and,
good point.
Hattie the Mad Old Betty says Gorilla Cricket, a right barrel of laughs.
Yay.
Very good, we like that, Hattie. How are we doing on YouTube, Beth?
There's quite a few on there, actually.
Yeah,
have a little look.
I thought there might be.
He's keeping Kurtzer on.
He is keeping. I keep calling him Kurtzy. It's Kurtzer, isn't it? And that one is played right on top of his middle stump. I would have cleared middle stump. Played down by Mitchell Starc. 2 runs off 10 deliveries for him. He is clear in his role. Solid, defend, let Inglis try and make the runs. Thing is, Inglis is not finding making the runs that easy either.
Well, he played that lovely boundary in Inglis's, in Kurtz's last over.
Yeah.
And I think you will get the odd ball from the pacer that's going to give you that opportunity.
29 is what is needed. Short edged. It's going to go down. Is it going to beat third man? It is. Oh,
slip.
I think it's Marco Janssen, and there's plenty of him to dive, but it wasn't enough. Bobbled past him, and it's 4 more to the score, 4 less needed.
2 + 2 is our man.
Well, I mean, if you won't take some risks as a captain, then you can't really complain. You surely had to have a slip in.
I think you needed to have had a slip in for that one. I mean, easy to say, having the fact he's just
no, but we haven't been saying that. We've said it before.
Oh, we have many times. As that one is defended back to Kurtzer by Stark, the fortunate Stark, one might say.
Well, actually, Kurtzer's been very unlucky today. That one that went for 4 off Smith's outside edge that might have been snaffled by a slip. And in his first over, when he went for all those runs, he also had 2 or 3 chances almost, catches that went down or the ball was just short of the fielder. And they're going to bring a slip in now, and it's too late, for God's sake.
Oh, yes, they have. They have brought a slip in. So we
and
do
a leg
have
slip.
the slip and a leg slip for Kurtzer.
Now you're just going crazy.
Let's see. In he comes. Oh, then it's bounced appreciably, and Stark actually did pretty well not to try and follow it. Kept his bat down, through it went to Quinton de Kock. The leg slip is very wide, mind you. It's almost like a leg gully.
I actually think he didn't follow it. Did actually follow it, and,
did he?
And it was quick. It was 90 miles an hour, and it bounced. It was a really good ball.
He's quite a pack. He's a very solid fellow, isn't he, Kurtzer?
Oh, he's quicker than you think, isn't he? He's bigger than you think, actually, when he stands next to Bavuma. I know Bavuma's quite small, but even so, he just looks like a monster in comparison, doesn't he? But that's got to be a killer, isn't it? Not to have had the slip in.
Yeah. So we have the slip, the leg slip. What have we got? We've got a ringer 3 on the offside. They are moving a mid off slightly wider.
He's got a lot of room on the side though. If he just wants to knock it in for a couple.
In comes Kurtz around the wicket, swings that in to the toes of Mitchell Stark, but he defends back towards the bowler.
Over the wicket.
Over the wicket, beg your pardon. That's your yes.
Yeah, it's frustrating this for South Africa. They've had the chances, they've just not quite taken enough of them. They could have actually done this. I don't think they will now. I can't see them doing it now, but
well, these two, well, as we've said before, they find a way, and Australia find a way to win. And the history of South Africa, they don't need reminding. As that one's up in the air, and Kurtzer dives to his left. He can't lay a hand on it. Mitchell Stark knows he's been lucky twice in this over. He's got 4 from it. That was a streaky edge. He could have been caught off the last ball as well. Kurtzer gets a consoling pat from David Miller, I think.
He's working up ahead of steam though, isn't he? Because that was 92, that one.
Bobbled up. Kurtzer dived. He possibly just got a fingernail into it. But alas for South Africa, and fortuitously for Australia, he survives. And it's 184 for 6.
88 for 6.
88 for 6, I beg your pardon. Yes, it's just updated on my device. 25 needed, 72 balls. Bear, anybody you want to say hello to, or
no
reference? Right, fine. Okay, good to know.
Stephen Coke says, if the bear throws a dice, it will break sharply from leg to off, just like his stock ball in the IPL.
That's the one.
There's Mr. P says, as long as the offer doesn't extend to the pawn bot, Stephen. What's that about? Can we also submit non-animal background pictures? Well, yes.
Depends what they are.
Exactly. Don't get the pawn bot involved.
Maharaj.
Yep, Maharaj it's going to be.
His last over.
There's a slip in for him.
Yeah, there is a slip in for him. Tossed up onto the leg slump.
Nice.
Of Inglis.
Onto the leg slump.
On the leg slump.
On the leg slump. Is that what you're going to do when you get off? Slump. That was 48 miles an hour. That's slow. Given
Throw it up. Throw it up.
So he's done it again. That one turns.
Played.
Dabbed to backward point. They take a sharp single that time. Bavuma, head in hands, covering his mouth. He's feeling pressure.
Need a wicket now to ratchet up the tension.
I think he's sort of admonishing himself a little bit there. I think he was a bit slow off the mark there. I mean, he's a fabulous fielder generally, and I'm not sure they should have got a single there.
Now Maharaj is organising his own field. Let's see. De Kock's involved. There just seem to be everyone's trying to organise something. Your point earlier was who exactly is in charge.
Yeah.
There's 3.
Well, the bowler knows
the
what
deep
the bowler knows
on the
what he
leg
wants to
side.
bowl, and he probably knows where the ball goes if he gets it slightly wrong.
They know it's Mitchell Stark, and they've got a deep mid wicket.
Here we go.
Deep square,
and
this is what you're going to bowl to Mitchell Marsh. You're going to
on.
fucking hang it up there, right? Because you got one chance here. Mitchell Stark.
Yeah.
He's going to give it the big heave ho, right? So you've got to be brave. You throw it up there outside his off stump. Hope it turns too much. You got 3 guys out in the deep. He gets a big top edge and it goes somewhere near a fielder. That's the perfect outcome from this delivery.
That is beautifully enunciated and crystal clear and spot on.
Instead, he's got a leg slip and a slip.
If he drops short, he's in terrible trouble if he drops short outside off stump here.
Yeah. What is he going to do? You got the slip and the leg slip.
Oh,
bit inside edgy.
He did hang it up outside off stump.
Nice.
He did hang it up.
Stark didn't go for it though.
I think there's one ball coming in this over.
But he might go for one. Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. He's still got another 3 balls.
Because you got those 3 men in the deep.
Oh, in that case,
one of these balls, they're going to. I think he wants to tempt him. We shall see. Is this the one? No, it's defended by Stark. Back to Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, you got to just give it.
The man who didn't play for Middlesex because he injured himself celebrating and ripped his Achilles. Middlesex got relegated, but I'm not holding it against him, as that one is just nudged out towards mid wicket.
Needs a bit more air. That line, but it's got to be a bit more air. Got to be brave and throw.
Last ball.
It is the last ball. What's he going to do, Bear? What are you going to do?
You got to tempt him. No, he's going.
Okay, what's he going to do?
Nothing. That's a rubbish line.
Way outside of off, guided out towards cover. They will take a easy single. 190 for 6. Bear.
Oh, stop coming back to me, man.
Oh, imagine since he's had my beer, he's not been interested, has he?
No.
I'm going to go and get a glass of wine in a second. I'm going to crack open that box of wine that Brian sent us. Jay says, I'm a short ass and I'd look like Andre the Giant next to Bavuma. He also says, there's no signs of a habitation in my block of flats since I've been back, which is mint. I hope they're not planning to fumigate the place. Or Summit, though. His narcotic resistance might have taken a hit after my week-long tolerance break. Well, you know, sometimes it's good to have a break. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you for that. YouTube, did you look at YouTube as well?
I did. I just did it.
Perfect. Thank
Everyone's
you very much.
gripped by the game. They're not messing.
Well, as indeed are we. 23 is what is needed. 66 balls is what they have. We've had 39 overs and it's 190 for 6. Inglis is where the hopes really rest at the moment. He has 28 and he's going to be facing a barrel-chested Gerald Kurtzer. Shall we see how many ways we can get barrel into sentences?
That might be fun. That might be fun.
It's not the easiest of words just to to shoehorn in, but we'll give it a go. That one is short and Stark plays it tidily. He's a tall fellow and he's able to get on top of it and guide it to backward square.
Yeah, he's jabbed that from down underneath his armpit, hasn't he? He's yeah, good shot.
Rassi does the fielding, but it's one less that Australia need. 18 this partnership.
Yeah, it's a handy little stand, isn't it?
That's what they needed. Kurtzer is studying concentration. He has that slip there. That's whipped away off his legs as well by Stark. They should get 1. I don't think they're going to risk coming back for 2. No, they're not. 3 off the over right at the moment. They'll settle for that. Or 3 off the first 2 balls of the over. They will definitely settle for.
Yeah, he's got to be bowling more in the offside corridor for Stark, unless he is trying to dig it in underneath his armpit, and then that's fair enough. But he's given him 2 balls there to just knock away into his favoured onside, and he's picked up 3 runs from it.
Around the wicket comes Kurtzer short, and Inglis ducks. Happy to let it go through, and he gets a little smile. And Kurtzer, who looks surprisingly aggressive when he's concentrating, when he smiles, he's got quite a baby face.
Quite gentle looking, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got it's sort of slightly
You just want to rub cream all over him, don't you?
No, that's not the first thing that came into my mind. No, but if you say so.
I wasn't thinking of sort of anything that you would lick off afterwards. I'm talking about kind of,
Okay. Anyway, here he comes.
Lotion.
Anyway, lotionless at the moment. He's in motion, but without lotion, and it is steered up around the corner by Inglis. And there will be no run on this occasion. Australia in men's semi-finals played 8, won 6, lost 1, and tied 1.
Well, that tied one is really a win.
That's a stat that really bugs me. That
yeah,
one.
Silly.
So yes, they tied it, but the fact is they went through to the final, therefore they effectively won it.
Yeah.
So it's a weird stat. But there you go. It's 193 for 6. There's a pensive-looking Pat Cummins, trying to look as cool as he can. The bear comes in.
He's bowled him.
Except all I saw was the bear and a glass of wine. But what has happened is the wicket has been taken. My goodness me, bear, you should need to go get some more wine every so often. That one has cleaned up straight through Josh Inglis. Kurtz has done the trick with the 5th ball of his 7th over. Now, without the bear in front of me, I can tell you what actually did happen.
Yorked him.
Yorked him. He did get a bottom edge onto it, but nonetheless, it wasn't good enough. And heads go back in the Australian dugout, and the wicket has fallen. Kurtzer is the man that has it.
Well, I take it back. I think
193 for 7.
I think Kurtzer has done pretty well here.
Yes.
He was a little unlucky there, Inglis. It was a good Yorker. He did get a little bottom edge on it, but the bottom edge came back onto his back foot, and then it rebounded onto the stumps. All happened very quickly, so it kind of looked like he'd just been yorked. But well, it's very tight. But Patrick Cummins is a man with astonishing resilience, and
he is,
and he's a sensible cricketer, not just a skillful cricketer.
That's a fucking typical Aussie, but
Well, not so much. I wouldn't necessarily say that.
They're all a bit like that, aren't they? Well, let's give a jingle to the. Oh no, fuck that. Actually, sorry, we don't need jingle. You're right, but Aussies are, as some people have pointed out, they're just fucking good at winning. They don't seem to wilt under the pressure like a lot of other nations do.
Stanley.
They don't. It's true.
Well, it is Pat Cummins. Did we jingle him?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, did we? Okay.
We haven't. No, we haven't.
No.
Well, he is.
Do
we?
we? Yes, we do.
Can the captain of Australia see his team into a 7th final? No, not a 7th.
Ooh, is that?
That's a big shout for LBW.
I think it came off the bat, didn't it?
I didn't think so. The Kettler is completely uninterested. Kurtz is on his haunches going, surely. I thought he got some bat on that.
Well, I tell you what, if he didn't get bat on it, then that's worth going for, surely. Come on, quickly! Come on! Yes,
he's done it.
But I think it's got.
I think that was a we might as well.
Yeah.
Type review.
Well, if they get another wicket
2 and
now,
2. It'd be 2 and
exactly.
2. By Jove, that would set the cat amongst the pigeons.
And he's still got a fair few overs left as well, hasn't he?
Which would be, curiously enough, a good picture for our backdrop. But there we go.
What's that?
The cat amongst the pigeons would be good for our YouTube backdrop.
What, killing them?
No, hopefully not.
That's
or poisoning them. If
this is off the full face of the bat. It was pitched outside leg.
Well, I think it pitches on leg.
Inside edge.
I'm
not sure there's inside edge.
I'm not as convinced, Hendo. I think it's more likely outside of leg, but I don't think on seeing that replay there's an edge.
No
edge. No, it's a question of where it pitched.
Where did it pitch? Umpire's call, remember?
It's hitting, isn't it? It's got to be hitting. No!
Well outside.
Miles outside edge. He is coming round the wicket to the right. So that's not necessarily that surprising. So Cummins survives, and well, fair enough.
That's another good umpiring.
That was a bit like Cummins.
3 from the over, crucially a wicket.
It's time for Bear to take over, isn't it? On ball by ball, I think.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Is it us 3 though? I think it's still us 3.
No, it's us 3.
I think I'm heading for the hills.
Well, no, actually, yeah, but Russ isn't there.
No,
he is there.
There he
Sorry,
is.
there he is.
Yeah, of course he's there. He's going to see his boys over the line now.
Is he?
Yes, he's confident.
On, Russ. We know you're panicking, Russ. Come on.
Us boys? Not my team.
He's cool. cool.
Cool, Sarah. Cool,
Melbourne.
You're going to have to move into the centre chair here, Hendo.
Okay.
Switch microphones. This is tense, isn't it? Didn't expect this to happen after the first 5-6 overs when they were about 60 for none.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Australia is Shamsi and Maharaj, who are getting massive turn, have bowled out. And the bad news is their 5 players in their top order played stupid shots and got out. So now it's going to be a bit more interesting.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, Australia got South Africa out. But yeah, it's a little bit of pressure there as well. I mean, there were some stupid shots, so there wasn't. The thing is, there was no scoreboard pressure, so there was no pressure. I mean, the shot from Smith, it was stupid.
Smith's shot was terrible.
It was a terrible
Marsh's shot was terrible. Head and Warner, like, they were going to go out hard, and they paid.
Yeah, that was right.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Head got what, 60 anyway.
62, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, Markram is in. That's a filthy delivery on the leg stump, though. Surely should be someone out there. It'll just, thankfully, only be 1 runs. And now he's got a bowl to Cummins, though. You don't really want his bowls as a right-hander.
Yeah, but that's kind of the difficult thing, isn't it, when you've got a part-time spinner?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, even someone who's regular might just first ball of a spell throw up a full toss, but especially when you're not a regular bowler.
Hutsu continues to be quite impressive, though. He's got quite a lot of wickets in this World Cup.
Well, that's 19 now, or 20?
Yeah, he's done well.
Oh, you're doing
surprised.
this now, I think, Hendo.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit loose, but he gets wickets.
Yeah. Exactly that. He was impressive against us. Got a lot against us, didn't he? Got 5 or 6 against us. I don't know.
Yeah, does that count?
Yeah, does it count? Exactly. Defended by Cummins, out to covers, and there's no one. I mean, they need 1 in every 3 balls, basically. So 3 and over they need.
That's all wickets, and Surrey really needs to make sure that they're as attacking as possible.
Yeah.
It's strange not to have a slip-in rate.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've been saying that for quite a while now. That was turns back into Cummins, and he just defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. At least he's bowling around the wicket, so he can kind of attack the stumps a little bit more. And he gets one to turn back on the right line, and Cummins misses it. There's a chance of LBW. That's driven up to long off. That's the single they're compared to concede, but the problem is you can see 3 of those and over, and they're pretty much home.
Well, they only need 2 of those and over. They've got 10 overs to get 20 runs. So
that's a stupid single to concede, in my opinion. Like, if Cummins tries to hit over the top, then you take that risk. Yeah, he might win it in over, but like, it's kind of your only chance.
Yeah.
But that one's arrowed in at Starks' stumps. He doesn't move his feet, but he blocks the ball.
He has at least
square on the offside, and there ain't no run.
He has at least got that opportunity of trying to turn it away from Stark.
Yeah. I'd hang it up there, man. I'd have someone behind square fairly deep on the offside and give it a little bit of... Oh, yes! No! A leading edge back. Couldn't see because the camera was just a bit too high, but it was leading edge by Stark back towards the bowler. I thought it was going to be a caught and bowled, but it must have just landed quite far in front because no one was even oohing and ahhing out on the pitch. End of the over. 41 gone, 195 for 7. Hendo.
Limerick time. In a barrel of wine did appear a bear swimming without any fear. With a splash and a grin, he dove right on in. Now he's drunk on Merlot. That's clear. That's from Pirate Badshaw. Very nice. Thank you for that. Patrick Cummins is a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will, says Jay Gover. Fucking well is.
Yes.
Muttley says, so if another wicket falls, would this constitute a low-scoring thriller? I suppose you'd have to say it does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, definitely.
Jay Gover says, MOR Tom Lehrer references, or more. I don't get. Is that a joke, a play on words? I don't know. Not sure.
Well, I mean, again, South Africa. The problem is South Africa are always 1 wicket behind where they need to be, don't they? If you think they're going to win, and that short. Oh, there's no one in. Short on the offside, and Cummins went back and just ballooned in the air. City mid off would have snaffled it. If it had been a test match, he might have gone for that. Kurtzu looks like he's injured himself.
Yeah, it does. He's thrown his back out. Lower back.
I don't know what he's done.
But I mean, the thing is, if you are going to try that sort of bowling, the short stuff, you do need to have 1 or 2 men in slightly random positions close to the bat.
Yeah.
I like that Cummins just marks his guard after that. He's like, that's what I intended to do with that ball.
Yeah.
There was no
well, I
one
mean,
there.
he could even argue that. Yes, absolutely. With no one close to the wicket.
Well, this has turned into a pretty gripping game, considering.
Oh,
I think it's broken.
It's broken his bat.
Cummins' bat is wobbling around. Look at that. It's snapped it.
They're rubbish, these £500 bats.
Yeah, well, they're more than that now. They're about £1,000 on.
Are they?
A decent bat, yeah.
Really?
Kurtz's having trouble. He's got tight calf.
Oh God, he's going to get some massage. So I'll get you through some more tweets.
Yeah.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, Hendo, you are the sub-editor at Sugar and Spice, not baby lotion applicator. Happy a magazine worth working for. Hattie the Mad Old Batty Atkinson says, fun as a barrel of monkeys. This means something that's really fun, kind of like this video. Do you mean the video that we're in front of? Jago says, Russ is also a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. And Jay Grover rants on. He says, I get more fear when Russ says something is stupid than 15 years of Hendo rants. Yeah, basically, Russ is he's the silent assassin, isn't he? Or the quiet assassin. Yeah, I understand that. I can make a lot of noise, but there's not much to it, is there?
I see you as a man of reason, Russ. When I cut together the highlights from Australia, I see you as a man of reason.
I'm trying to work out what that says about Hendo, but I'll leave that.
Your thought is clear. Oh, it's me, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. That's driven by Cummins, and he's going to get 4, and that's a very valuable 4 runs. It takes South Africa up to 199 for 7, needing just 14 runs. A really valuable floor. It's across Cummins, but it's very full, and he's able to just poke his ban out. There's no one down it.
Yeah, it's a really good piece of placement.
Yeah, it is. It's between sort of third man and backward point. Perfect position to be. It's 4 runs, 199 for 7. In comes Kurtzer, and it's defended out to cover, and there is no run.
Well, Patrick Cummins, he's seen Australia to a World Championship win in the Test arena. He's retained the Ashes, and is he going to go to a World Cup final? It's looking that way.
Well, yeah. It's not a bad time as he gets on his shit though, doesn't he, Russ? Because he's like chilled and not a right-wing fascist.
Yeah, I think it's more the right-wing fascist that annoys certain members of the commentariat.
Oh, bummer. Oh, that's a decent ball from Kurtzer. Arrowing in at the stumps, but well played out by Cummins.
Did you get a little bit of swing there, I thought?
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit of swing as well. He does bowl pretty quick, doesn't he, Kurtzer?
He's very quick,
93 miles an hour.
Swinging delivery at 93 is, well, you've got to say well played Patrick Cummins as well.
It's his bounce that seems to do for a lot of players, probably including Smith in this innings.
Imagine if they had Nortje out here as well.
Yeah.
Kurtzer in. Ooh, drops his hands, Cummins lets it go through to the keeper, and there ain't no run.
I thought that, I must admit, when I saw that Nortje was out of this South Africa squad, I thought that is kind of curtains already for their chances. But actually, Kurtzer has done quite well, or very well. And they've had a pretty good tournament, but they're just going to fall short again, aren't they?
Yeah. And again, well, no, it's not. But I mean, it's what I mean. South Africa is just 1 wicket or 2 wickets behind at any one time. They're not quite up with the pace. And you can see Australia getting over the line. I mean, soon it's going to be a couple of hits away, and at that point, the game's done pretty much. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. Surely it's into the hip of Cummins. It goes out to deep square leg, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is a no ball.
Yeah.
It's going to bring up to 200 as well. So it'll be a no ball for over waist height. Pretty dangerous ball and pretty quick. So Australia moves to 201 for 7. Cummins on 6. Stark is on 11 off 24. We're going to have a free hit too. We've got a jingle for that, haven't we?
Is it a free hit for a high ball? I thought it was just for overstepping it. Oh, it is a free hit.
Yeah, it's a free hit.
I wasn't sure.
It's a no ball.
Boundary really hurts there, you too. This one went before.
Yeah, it's always a free hit.
You get a free hit if they bowl a no ball. Off a free hit, you mostly can't get out at all.
And it's start to face it.
Oh yeah, because they run, so they can change the field as well, can't they? It is the free hit, can't be out. Smashed. He got bowled, but of course it is a free hit, so it doesn't really matter. Do that again next ball. That'd be interesting. So
it's into the over.
I never get this. Why don't they get the extra ball?
That was the extra ball.
Oh, I suppose it was.
Leah says, don't you want to migrate the Twitch videos over to YouTube, Russ? Brackets. Totally not selfish request, so I can point peeps towards them in case they ask me for my experience. Missy Jez is with us, says, no matter who wins, I feel as if both teams have played their... It's easy for you to say when you're going to bloody win. And the winner will be dismissed for 50 by India in the final. That's probably true, though. Second part of that tweet I can agree with. I might have to come in really early on Sunday to make sure there's any cricket.
The problem with the YouTube videos is every time we put a video on YouTube, it got us a takedown request. So not sure there's much point in putting archived Twitch videos on YouTube only to destroy.
It's not a takedown request. It's the ones it's about the music. Basically, they're saying you can't monetize it because if you do, or any money that's generated by this will go to some other fucker. Because even though I believe what we're doing is fair use, so it's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. You can try arguing that with YouTube. So. The takedown requests from India, that's a different ball game. Anytime you play in India, don't bother going on YouTube, it's a pain in the arse. Markram around the wicket, it's going to be a wide. It's all slipping away all of a sudden. It's too late now, isn't it? 11 runs, 3 wickets in hand.
They're just a tiny bit flat South Africa at the moment, aren't they? Mind you, 1 wicket would get them all very excited. So.
Well, this is the thing, but it gets shorter and shorter between how many balls you need to get a wicket, doesn't it? And it's like a drug. You need to up the dosage, man, as that one's driven back to the bowler and there's no run.
I mean, they're drifting. Right now, they basically need to say, we've got 0 chance here if we give them singles, so
yes, exactly.
Stop the singles and hope that Stark does something stupid.
Pack the
which
infield.
he will, because it's Stark.
That's chipped in the air! Picked up on a half volley by, who's that, Vanderson? Is that mid-wicket or Markram?
It's Miller, isn't it?
It's Miller, yeah.
Miller. But I think he was a little bit too far back then.
I don't know.
I think if he'd been a bit more orthodox, that would have been a comfortable catch. He's right back on the edge of the circle, I think.
Is he? I thought he was reasonably short. No, he's not way back. He's not. He's short. He's pretty
quite
short.
I suppose, yeah.
I wonder if he would have been quicker a step if he hadn't scored 100.
Yeah, well.
Earlier in the day.
I mean, that was a fantastic innings considering what the rest of the team did, wasn't it? And Claessens was pretty good as well. It's played back to the bowler and there's no run, but if no one else performs on your side, that's what you end up with, yeah? I mean, 150 scored by 2 players and the whole team was out 213.
Well, I think you got it.
I mean, it's from where they were, it's incredible they produced any sort of defendable total.
Well, precisely. Markram. Around the wicket again, played airily, but down to long on. I mean, he shouldn't be giving that single away. Let them go over the top. Just have that guy up, make them go.
Listen, I don't mind them going over the top if they get to that situation. If they have to go over the top by getting down the wicket or playing off the front foot. But to be honest, off that ball, if that had man been up at mid-on, he'd have just whacked it over him.
I mean, everyone in that
was too short.
That dressing room looks quite calm, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a massive upset from here for South Africa to clinch it.
Yeah.
Who's actually captain in South Africa right now?
We don't know.
We don't know. We suspect it's Quinton de Kock. It's driven out on 2 cover and there's no run. He doesn't look like he knows what he's doing, yeah? So everyone else just points everybody around. It's weird, you know?
Either that or he just sort of somehow subliminally tells the other players what he wants doing and de Kock carries out the instruction. Jerry Grove says, sorry, Dylan Thomas levels of swift Scotch consumption after a period of abstinence have kicked in. This is why he's going a little bit crazy on the Twitter sphere. I'm going to paste my send now. Messi Jez says, if Australia do win this, I'd nominate Hazelwood as player of the match, even though he bowled only 8 overs and took 2 wickets. His 2 for 12 is what gave Australia a chance to win. I think that's a pretty good point.
Won't go that way though, will it?
Probably won't. Where will it go? Where will it go?
Where will it go? It's obvious. It's obvious if South Africa win, it goes to David Miller, right? Or the bowler who gets 5 for.
It could go to Miller anyway.
Yeah, they're generally losing side. Don't get it, do they? Yeah. Kurtzer is in and it's chopped by Cummins down to backward point. There's no run.
I mean, would you give it to Head really? It was all a bit of slogging, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's one way of putting it. Yeah, it was rough. It was pretty much slogging, but it was effective slogging.
Yeah, it was good slogging.
It was, it got him 60 or 50, and let's face it, the trouble they're in now, that was a very valuable 60. So you could say that. Kurtzer is in again, and Cummins again defends out to the offside. There's no run. It's 203 for 7. after 43.2 overs, and Australia just need 10 runs from 40 deliveries. Cummins on 7 and Stark on 11.
Jay says, I said it yesterday, but come the final, no matter who wins, we all lose. Well, apart from Russ. And Miller has let the entire South African team down by scoring 100 and thus debilitating himself in the field. That's an argument.
It was a great one.
No.
Curtis in. It's cut behind point, and there's no run.
Jay,
I'm not sure it's a win for either side to win this and have to face the buzzsaw that's India in the final.
Yeah. Listen, I tell you what though. You looked how Australia opened the bowling this morning. I mean, that looked like a fucking evil attack. If the wicket offers that and Australia gets a bowl first, they seriously can put India under pressure.
Yeah, but then Labuschagne will do the same thing to Australia.
Well, that's true. But at least you'll be ahead for half the game, and then it'll all go to shit. That's driven out into the deep by Cummins. He'll pick himself a single.
Yeah, it'd be like the England versus India.
Yeah, well, as I was just about to say, I thought we did really well.
Well,
I thought we did extraordinarily well to contain them to 230 or whatever it was we contained them to.
Yeah, it was good.
And then we did really shit and we bowled out for about 137.
It was all good till we batted.
By 100 runs.
Yeah.
Jay also says, I think my nan is captaining South Africa. She's been dead for over a decade, mine, but Irish zombies can still be powerful.
Well, they could be. Curtsey's in. Oh, attempted pull by Cummins. Stark even, sorry. Misses it completely. Not sure where it got him. I think it must have hit him under the grill.
I thought so, yeah.
Looked like it could be quite painful.
But actually, the fact that he played that shot is good for South Africa, because that could have gone anywhere. He could have just got a top edge to that.
Now, you see, we could do with 2 and 2 balls now.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Oh, now, wouldn't that fucking make it stressful? 9 required, 1 wicket in hand. Now we're talking. Come on.
I think even Russ might lose his cool, his aura. Do you think?
I'm not sure Russ can lose his cool. Curtsey's in. That's a horrible ball, though. Oh, but mistimed drive. Should have been 4. Was none. Ravana, he's still got a couple left, I'm sure. Let's play back to him at mid-off. There is no run.
Historically, teams that are 7 down in the second innings win about 75% of games, and teams that are 8 down win about 40% of games, 30% of games. So
great stat. That's a great sort of
wicket
stat.
is really the tipping point. Although they're, again, getting a little bit too close to...
What, is that with 10 runs to go? Or how many runs is that to go with?
No, that's just across the whole of an innings. But you basically need to get a team 8 down to beat them, is what that really means.
Yeah.
And in this case, they probably need to get them 10 down.
Well, this is it. I've been saying all along now, just a wicket behind where they need to be.
Well, we might not need another Kurtzer over, but was that him limping off? Has he limped off with 1 over to bowl? I mean,
I don't know.
They could get all 9 runs in this over from Markram, but I thought he was limping off with the... Certainly someone came on with a towel. Maybe just to rub him down. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe on the edge of the thing. Markram is around the wicket to Cummins. He plays it out to cover, and there's no one. They have got 3 men in a sort of guard across the offside. They've got a point, just backward a point. They've got a cover and a wide mid off. They leave the straight one. The really straight one is always a single down to someone in the deep. That one's tossed up. Oh! And that one's big turner. Mark gave it some air. It turned inside Cummins' bat. It was taken by the... Well, it wasn't taken by the cock, actually. I don't think there was a stumping chance, but it was all... it could have...
I'm wondering whether there was an edge. Yeah.
Do you think it was an edge?
The way that de Kock was going for that.
Let's have a look.
I
don't know. It's hard to say. There wasn't a lot on it. I mean, it didn't miss the stumps by much. And... Well, Markram was upset. Bravuma was upset, but was it upset because somehow it didn't bowl him? Round the wicket, tossed up again, a big in half of the bat. Good bit of fielding by the man at mid-wicket, managed to get across. It's Miller, of course it's Miller. Miller's had a good World Cup. He's been around for so long time and expected to be, Miller time, etc., etc. And the last couple of big championships I've seen, he's not really done the business. He seems to have found some inner peace. That's driven up to mid-off, but no run again. Last 16 balls, 16 balls, when he produced 3 runs. 9 runs required from 32 balls, so it's 5 overs.
Labuschagne's looking nervous, but I reckon he always looks nervous.
Yeah. It's just weird. Tossed up by Markram, beats him as he dives to his right. There will be one down to long on. Oh, man, people stop trying to ring me. Now it's my daughter.
Thoughtless. They're so thoughtless, Bear. 205.7. Mark Zip's been in touch to say check the Gmail. Sent a couple of background pics. Two of the late cat called George and two off topic. There we go. We'll have a look at that later.
The good thing about being 3:30 in the morning here, not many people are trying to call me.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be called at that time in the morning, generally. I'll go Markram coming around the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell, who will push this firmly through mid-off. The man is back. They take the single. They need 7 runs from 30 balls. That's the end of a pretty good over from Markram. Slightly unlucky, just conceded 2 runs. Figures of 7 overs, 1 for 22. But you just feel just falling short. There've been a number of chances. There've been half chances that they haven't taken, and you just think, I don't know, a little bit more focus, a little bit more fortune, a little less Aussie grit. They might have grabbed it.
Zip for background pictures, yeah.
Yeah. What about background pictures?
You got a super chat, you know.
No, he's trying to send us some to use.
Yeah, I know. That's cool. I've got them. Cats.
Okay.
I like his free album fan though.
What is it?
I might put that
up. Jay reckons that Australia will have a better chance than South Africa anyway in the final.
Yeah, they probably will. Although they're quite both teams have got pretty good bowling attacks, to be fair. Well, Jansen finally comes. He's only bowled 3 overs. For fuck's sake.
No, this is what's really bizarre, and I think he should have come back earlier. I was calling for him actually before Kurtzer came back, but now Kurtzer's limped off. I think he's got no choice.
He's come in to bowl to Stark. First ball, he doesn't even think about hitting. Through to the keeper, there's no one. 84 miles an hour, probably just a warm up.
But then that's what you say. Australia, by the way that they played, got Jansen taken off, and he hasn't been able to get back in. I'm not saying he shouldn't have come back in. I think he should have come back in, but he's now bowling at nothing, isn't it? 7 runs from 29 balls, 3 wickets required. He's one of your best bowlers. You would think that him and Rabada, and they're between them, they're going to bowl what, 9-10 overs?
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
Crazy. Well, not necessarily crazy.
Well, Kurtz's bowled well.
It was spinning a lot.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, fair enough.
Kurtz's bowled well. Therefore, you've had extra Markram overs. Short through to the keeper. No run. I don't think that'll be wide.
No.
I think it'll be 1 for the over. Didn't look that wide. No, and Stark's tall as well.
Jay says, if Russ loses his cool, I won't feel safe, even in a hazmat suit, hiding under my sofa 17,000 miles away. It's the fucking end of times. Yeah. There must be someone who knows how to rile Russ.
I'm sure there is.
Riled all the time.
You're married, aren't you?
I get riled all the time.
You're married, aren't you, Russ?
I'm not married. I do have a long-term partner.
Okay. Well, you know, same deal.
Yes, we can get riled through that.
Short through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And they were looking rather worriedly, weren't they, towards the square leg umpire there, just to see whether it was going to be signalled as a wide. And
well,
it wasn't. It was the second bouncer though at the over.
Dot balls aren't doing you any good. You've got to find wicket-taking deliveries. I suppose he can bowl a cut dot balls to create a wicket-taking delivery. If he's going to now bowl it, a searing Yorker that's going to bowl it and take his leg stump.
Yes.
And then who comes in next? So next you have Zampa.
Zampa, yeah.
The real question for Jansen is, do you bowl a bouncer and try and get stuck to hook because you know he'd want to?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what he's trying to do, but they're too short, isn't it? I mean, or do you bowl the Yorker? Well, there you go. That's a smear into the leg side. There is no one out there, and that's
done.
Oh, that's it. Game done. Australia 210 for 7. That's a 4 down to wide, long on, and it certainly looks like the game is done.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think
10 for 7.
Whatever you thought was going to happen, if you were Marco Jansen and you were waking up this morning, you wouldn't have thought you were only going to bowl 4 overs.
No,
you wouldn't have seen yourself losing in a team that only a bowler that only bowled 4 overs.
I think it's been considering the situation that South Africa found themselves in after about 10 overs. I think this is, it's been a valiant effort, to be fair. Jansen in, clipped to mid-wicket by Stark. They got themselves in that situation. They dug themselves half out, which was equally valiant. I mean, Miller's innings was fantastic, to be fair. To pull a team out and get 100 like that, gave themselves the slimmest of chances. They fought hard, they've taken wickets, just always just a little bit behind where they need to be and when those wickets have fallen. And, at the end of the day, the machine that is the fucking canary yellow bollocksy fucking Australians is going to get through to yet another final. As that one's played back to mid-off and there's no one. And I find myself weirdly hoping that they beat the Indians. It's just not, everything's not right in the world, Russ. Everything's not right.
It's stronger than your Australia.
I know, it's just fucking, what is wrong? I don't know what to do.
It's good for cricket for the home team not to win every World Cup.
Well, precisely. That's why I don't want them to win. Normally, if it had been, obviously it had been in Australia, I'd want India to win. But if it even had been a neutral one, I'd have probably wanted India to win. But the fact that they're at home and it's just been, India all the way through the
That's going to be an absolute Modi loving, isn't it?
Oh, for fuck's sake. That's, I just can't handle it. Therefore, the plucky canaries from the Antipodes, who I really hate, I kind of might actually want to win. I can't even believe I'm coming to this conclusion.
You must feel sick inside.
I really do. I don't know.
We're so conflicted here. So conflicted.
Such a confliction. I do admire some of these Aussies. I have to say, I do like Cummins anyway. Let's play back to Markram. There's no run. I think Stark's a fantastic bowler. I can't stand Piggy. Obviously, I respect his work. Marnus, I don't respect him as much as I do Piggy.
I think Hazelwood as well is a good.
Hazelwood.
Bowler.
I mean, the way he bowled today, it was like he was opening a Test match, and it was like everyone didn't know how to play him.
Hazelwood's less expressionless than I am. How can you dislike him?
And you can't. He's a lovely man. He's just such a good bowler, isn't he? And he always contributes, really.
Yep. Tossed up. Ooh, chipped out too long on, and the score moves on to 210. 11 for 7. Target's 213. Just 2 runs required.
Do we have any GPL potential winners?
So what would it be? It'll be about 420 or
it'll be. I'm just trying to work it out. So 212. It'll be 420. 6 if they get
Australia gets
no, everyone's out.
2-1-3.
Everyone's out.
The highest score was 363. So that was Messi. Messi was the only person who entered today,
and he still lost.
Well short. Oh, it's me. Sorry,
yes.
Driven out to cover. No run.
Well, he must have entered when South Africa was 4 for fuck all.
Well, exactly. I mean, they did look like they would fall apart at that point, didn't they? Markram around the wicket, back goes Stark, and it plays out to mid-off, and there's no. I think it's a wicket now. It's not going to do any good. Well, a hat-trick's the only thing that's really going to do any good, isn't it?
It's going to be after some incredible bowling to get a hat-trick on.
Well, if someone did bowl a hat-trick now, that would be actually quite crazy.
Oh, it would, yeah.
I don't think it's going to be Markram though. Well, there's a big heave by Stark, wanting to get a game over with one big shot, which of course is all is required. He does miss it, and it goes through to keeper. And no one. And this is the fact that Cummins has got 10 off 27 and Stark 16 off 37. I mean, they haven't had to manufacture any shots, and now with only 4 runs required and 3 wickets in a hutch, 2 runs required and 3 wickets in a hutch, it's all quite easily. Smith and Labuschagne look reasonably happy.
No, I thought they looked quite scared at that shot, to be honest.
Well, Cummins is
even so, yeah, surely they know they're there. Jay says, thank you all, I'm off to get hammered and piss blood into my own eyeballs. I also want Bear's plaintive plea, everything is wrong, I don't know what to do, to be blue buttoned. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's a very strange place to be. No.
Maybe future World Cups will only contain India, Australia and England.
That's a
could happen.
That's future Test cricket, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. A good little Knoxman start though, isn't it? He's got 16 off 38, which is just what was kind of ordered.
Yeah, exactly.
No
one had to do anything, did they? Once they got off to the start, they had to do. They just had to get through it. Janssen is back in. It's short and defended by Cummins. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. And South Africa.
Sorry, once the spinners were off, it's actually been relatively straightforward for Australia.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of knew that, didn't they?
Shots.
Everyone felt that. That was why there was such intensity in that little period.
Yeah,
England's got a good ball, of course. But,
yes.
Yeah.
But it was always going to be hard once the ball gets old, as it does fuck all for the Sevens. I noticed someone saying the other day was an Indo was putting a piece up on WhatsApp about taking away one ball and so allowing the ball to get to 35 overs at the end, so you might get some reverse swing again. As that is guided down to third man, and it's 4 runs. Patrick Cummins just did that. Wasn't a lot South Africa could do. They only needed 2 runs at that point. And once it got through the infield, you can't have anyone in the outer. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Australia win by 3 wickets in the end. With what, 6 overs to spare? I can't even remember how many overs have gone, but there's plenty of time to win it. It's always just about wickets for South Africa. And unfortunately, they couldn't take them. It was a reasonably valiant effort. They struggled with the bat and some supreme Australian opening bowling at the start of the match. David Miller got a ton. Henrik Klaassen got a 50, nearly one, not quite a 50, but nearly there. And they managed to get themselves up to a score that you knew wasn't quite enough, but could be on an amazing day. I'll just run you through the scorecard and then we'll have a little chat, I guess, and see where everyone feels about it. So South Africa, Australian batting. Travis Head bowled Maharaj for 62 off 48, really got on the start. David Warner went with him, bowled Markram for 29 off 18 deliveries, so they got that start. Then it all got sticky. Mitchell Marsh was caught. Van der Dussen bowled Bavada for none off 6. Stevie Smith, he was out there eventually, but put one way up in the sky. It was eventually caught by the cock bowled Kurtzer for 30 off 62. Marnus Labuschagne LBW. Shamsi for 18 off 31. I believe that was on review, wasn't it? He reviewed it.
Yeah, he did review it.
He was given out when he reviewed it. Glenn Maxwell by Shamsi for 1 off 5. Josh Inglis bowled Kurtzer for 28 off 49. Mitchell Stark not out. 16 off 38. And Pat Cummins, the skipper, the wise old head, took them through for 14 off 29. The 17 extras. The total was 215 for 7. See you later, Gary's off. Bowling, Marco Jansen probably didn't get enough. 4.2 overs went. It was expensive early on, none for 35. Gisa Rabada 6 overs, 1 for 41. Aidan Markram 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Gerald Kurtzer 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 47. Tabraiz Shamsi 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 42. And Keshav Maharaj 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. That's the scorecard. Australia win by 3 wickets and they will meet India in the final on Sunday.
Well, I don't know. I think where maybe South Africa, well, they lost it in many ways early on. I suppose that was obvious. When I woke up and saw they were 4 down for 44. Sunday, yes, should be all right. Send me a blue button or something. No, I just feel that when he brought Kurtzer back, Kurtzer did bowl well. But I thought that was the time to bring Jansen back on because he bowled a really bad spell early on, and they'd taken to him, but he'd also, several wides down the leg side. He wasn't getting his radar right at all. But I just think at that point you've got him out of the attack pretty early on, but you give him another chance, don't you? He's one of your match winners, him and Rabada, and I know there was spin, and so they went to a third spinner in Markram, and he got them that breakthrough. But I don't know. I just think they'll feel a bit discomforted by the fact that their top line bowlers have only bowled 10 overs between them.
Well, give them credit. They changed tactics when they saw what the wicket was going to do, and they probably knew they didn't have enough runs on the board. They needed at least another 50, 60. I think 270, 280 would have been a challenging total on that pitch.
I think even 240.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, even though 30 runs. Well, exactly that 30 runs. They had 30 balls left at the end.
Yeah.
And another 30 runs.
They only had 16 balls in the end.
Well, yeah, precisely.
Drew it out.
Yeah. It has gone deep, hasn't it? I mean, it's 4:45. I thought this game would be over 2 hours ago. So
we were hoping.
We were kind of hoping, yeah. And it looked like that for a little while. You happy though?
Share a meeting in 5 hours. So.
Well, that's all right. You can be high on the glow of an Australian yet again getting to the fucking final.
Is there anyone out there who follows cricket on a regular basis who didn't expect the final to be between India and Australia? I mean, maybe that's me just being pessimistic, but that's the way I looked at it.
I think Australia was not a better side than South Africa in this World Cup. I think South Africa had a better tournament overall. And I think they were just, in some ways, unlucky that the first effective spell we've seen from Hazelwood and Stark at the start of an innings.
Mm.
Happened to be the one that they pulled out today in conducive conditions.
Yeah, but that goes down. That's what I mean. That's why we all hate fucking Australia, though, isn't it? Because they do that exactly when it's fucking required. They manage to bloody pull it out of the fucking.
But do you think there was any, especially with the rain around this morning and the fact that there was rain in the area? Do you think that South Africa, even though they've really been good when batting first, might have thought of putting Australia in?
Yeah, but having looked at that wicket, I don't think it makes a lot of difference, and I actually think enough scoreboard pressure there would have been the right thing to do. And to be fair, they know that they were better at setting scores. They clearly don't like the pressure of chasing, and you know, at the end of the day, Miller got a ton in a really tricky situation. And that's it. You know, he had 3 overs to go when he got out. If he'd have stayed there for those 3 overs, I'm sure he'd have had another 20, 30 runs. He got out just as he got his ton, and it was a shame. But
yeah, I do wonder though. Also, I don't know what you think, Russ. We kind of worked out that Australia would come hard at South Africa with their openers. You kind of felt with the score only being 213 required. If it had been as much as 240, 250, do you think that would have changed the way they'd approached it at the top?
Russ?
Hard to say, because I feel like they wanted to jump at South Africa, and that Head and Warner didn't feel confident that they could play out the qualities as they were in bowling, so they'd rather hit out.
Yeah.
See how they went. The weird thing was that Australia seemed to think that they had 4 or 5 players who could do that, because Marsh kind of played a pretty loose shot. And then it's like, hey, hang on, you've lost 3 wickets now. You've basically got Smith, Labuschagne and Maxwell, who's
yeah, never know what you're going to get
great on his day. And then you're into the Inglis and the tail. So it was a slightly strange tactical choice from Australia. They got away with it, mostly because Head and Warner did pay off, but I don't think they'd get away with it again.
Well, this is it. I mean, what did they get between them? I mean, Head got 60.
90.
Yeah, well, exactly. 91, in fact. 91 between the two of them out of a total of 213. Inglis actually came to the party today in a weird sense. He got at least 20 odd.
28, he got off 49 balls.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's a pretty sensible knot, wasn't it?
It
3
was,
4.
and he's been pretty hopeless as far as I've seen, reasonably.
Has he been hopeless, or has he just not really had much opportunity? I don't know, really.
I don't know. Well, Travis Head got man of the match.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he did take 2 wickets as well, didn't he? I suppose.
Yeah, important wickets as well, didn't he? Because he got Heinrich Klaassen, didn't he?
That it's an all-round performance. I think that's fair enough, really. Otherwise, as you say,
still looks like
Messi just said Hazelwood was the
70s porn star now.
He does. That'll get the porn bot going. Anyway, we should call it a day.
We should call it a day. Thanks for hanging around, Russ.
Cheers.
You must be elated you're through to the final of yet another World Cup.
Yeah, how is that, 9 now? Something like
yeah, I don't know. You won 5 or 6 for fuck's sake.
5. No, there's been 1 loss in a final, and there's been 5, so it must be the 7th time that Australia's been through.
Who did you lose to in a final?
Sri Lanka in 96.
That's right. Oh, the old pinch hitters.
Pinch hitters.
Yeah, 96.
Well, that was just Aravinda De Silva took Australia to the cleaners.
Yeah,
he was a great player, wasn't it? It's a shame there's not too many Sri Lankans around like that at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll call it.
Right. Score wouldn't surprise me, actually.
Well, yeah. Well, this is it. What am I going to face on Sunday? I don't know how to feel.
I think India.
I just want to see people in pain. If I do, I'll be happy whichever team is in pain.
That is the way to happiness for the Bear. Other people in pain.
You know it. Right, we're out. We'll see you on Sunday for the World Cup final. Until then.
Good night.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Guerrilla